Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up, hold up. Somebody did a thing.
New type game.
Stop the music.
Teach me all, JakatoX.
Teach me all, Dr. Talks. Thank you.
JakatoX.
Also, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. How's it going, everybody? I'm still setting things up over here, but I'm going to be teaching everybody everything they need to know before Halo Infinite, because there's a lot of people out there that are like, oh, I didn't get a chance to read any of the books, or I didn't get a chance to play Halo 5, or I didn't play Halo Wars 2, because Halo Wars 2 is probably the most important thing out of all these things going on right now, because that's actually where they introduced the Banished. But anyway, how's it going, everybody? I hope you're all doing well. Den, I hope you're doing good. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the JakatoX. You've awakened your land psychic abilities. You now have the potential to become a new type. Thank you for the follow, and welcome, welcome. Also, Minokadobo, congratulations. You're now the new Bit Boss at 555 bits of health. Kind of an odd way how that kind of worked out there, but, you know, exact Bitbot damage and overkills and whatnot. But thank you. Much appreciated. Enjoy the emotes and ad-free experience. I know you've been trying to keep up on all the Halo stuff. Just making an audiobook reading of The Fall of Reach. They got those, though. There is an actual official Fall of Reach audiobook. Would definitely recommend it. I'll go over some books and some other stuff. We're gonna do some Let's Watches. We're gonna watch clips and movies and commercials and get everything. Like, I'm giving you a crash course on everything you need to know before Halo Infinite, because a lot of folks are like, oh, I'm behind on everything. Like, I don't have time to beat Halo 5 or some of this other stuff. Don't worry, there's people who've already done it, done movies and other stuff. I'd be playing it too, actually. I have Halo 5, I got Halo Wars 2, I got the books, I can source information. I'm just gonna give you, like, more or less everything you need to know. There's some extra side materials that I could probably also go over if people really want the details, but I'm just gonna give you, like, the main course of things you need to know. Like, stuff like Halo 5, Halo Wars 2, Shadow of Reach, which is a follow-up kind of to Fall of Reach, but a little bit after that, and whoa, already a new Bit Boss over here. Thank you, thank you. What do we got going here? Best Boy Minetta giving a gift. Wait, there you go.
Tier 1 sub to Blue Mage Brilly.
Thank you.
Given 476 gift subs in the channel.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, okay, thank you for giving a gift sub to Brilly. Much appreciated. Fellow TFS Stream 4-star mod friend of mine. Yeah, we're gonna get ready with some of the stuff right here. Also, he became the new Bit Boss, immediately knocking out Minokadobo because Blue Mage Brilly had a reoccurring sub, and he wanted to become the new Bit Boss again because he was just defeated. So I see what you did there. I see what you did there. But anyway, I'm gonna play the music back up on here. I'm not yet done telling everybody, hey, come to my crash course lesson in Halo. You guys go get some snacks too, because we're gonna watch some movies, commercials, and other crazy thingamajigs to get ready. I was about to load up something over here. Let me see if I can load that up real quick. Halo Wars 2 commercial. Yeah, because I got a bunch of commercials and stuff which are pretty great that I like. They're not canon, but they're pretty great. They're pretty awesome. Like very funny advertisements. So, you know what? I will put the music back on unless something else happens. Or at least I'll talk with the music. Let me dial back the music a little bit so that way I can tell you what you're up to. And that way it's not just me talking right now. There you go. Get that music back in there. I'm going to tell you everything you need to know about Halo in a moment. I'm still telling everybody, hey, we're live. I'm doing a thing. I'm giving everybody super crash course on the Halos that a lot of people didn't get a chance to know about. I'm going to even dabble a little bit on Halo 4. Just a little bit. Because some folks, I know, they're like, after the Bungie era, after Halo 3 and Reach and ODST, they're like, yep, nope, I'm done. But then they came back for Infinite. I'm like, oh man, there's so many things I missed. What do I need to know? Infinite's kind of a little bit of a soft reboot, but you still gotta get that background information, because there is some important things in Halo 4 and Halo 5 that happened that you're gonna need to know. But if anybody has any Halo questions, like right now, before I actually go into the main lesson, like there's like a what happened to this character, or what are the events between these things, what happened to the ODST team before Buck joined in Halo 5, or something like that, feel free to like throw down any Halo question you got, and I will try to answer them to the best of my ability. Because, like I said, like, I've read books, I've played games, I've read comics, I've done a deep dive on Halo. Halo is my favorite FPS series of all time. Yes, you could quote me on that. If there's anything you need to know, I will try to answer it to the best of my ability. I'm not gonna say I am, like, the top-tier expert on every single information on Halo, because I might be missing a couple minor things here and there. I think there was a couple of Loot Crate tie-in things that they did that I wasn't a part of, but I had to look up at some point or other, but I didn't actually have those. Because, yeah, no, that was a whole thing. There was a Halo Loot Crate back when 4 and 5 was kind of, like, the main thing. But anyway, yeah, there's different things and stuff, so if you have any info, things you want to know before Infinite, throw them down. I'll probably tell you if I'm covering it in my lesson, or if we will be covering it as you ask it. Yeah, I'm good for answering questions. We swapping over to a different screen so I can actually show some stuff in a moment, but I need to tell everybody what we're up to first. Boy, howdy. We got a lot of things to cover, especially for people who are like, I really don't know anything that happened as of late in the Halo series. There's a lot of folks that are just jumping in on Infinite. It's like, I don't know what happened here. Why is Chief floating? Where's Cortana? Who's this guy? What's Zeta Halo? Why is there another Halo? Wait, Halo Wars 2 was very important to the canon? Who were the Banished? Where did they come from? Where were they during the Covenant stuff? They explain it in Halo Wars 2. That's what they do. What happened to the Flood? Is there still Flood? A lot of different things to go over, which I will in a moment. I'm just telling everybody what we're up to. So let me just I am telling everybody different things. Also open for questions if people got them. Yeah, I'll get to those in just a moment. Just trying to tell everybody, hey, I'm giving a Halo history lesson. Come stop on by. Also, if you happen to also be a Halo Lorax, feel free to throw down your information about Halo or things I might be slightly off on. I'm good for revisions. Again, this is kind of like hastily put together and stuff, because like, oh, do I have time to do the games? No, I don't have time to do the games, because even then, even if you're on easy mode and trying to speed run them, they take a couple hours and stuff, so it's different. Question, why is it so hard to find a Halo Series X? Good question. For starters, Halo Series X is very hard to get. Being scalped, you got bots getting those. Halo Edition anything is also very hard to get, because people love the Halos. So it's like a double unicorn, where it's like, you're trying to get the rare thing, but you're trying to get the double rare thing because it's already a rare thing to begin with. So, you get a double whammy with that. If you're wondering how I got a Halo Series X, my family was gracious enough to pick it up early, literally like day one. Microsoft said, hey, we got some Halo Series X's on the Microsoft Store. So while there might have been deals at like Best Buy, Walmart, or Amazon, or whatever, they went straight to the source. They went straight to Microsoft, because nobody had anything except for Microsoft, because Microsoft had to go build the website for the Series X's after that announcement and saying, hey, we got a Halo edition. So then, like, they just kind of like kept on refreshing and just waiting, and then just like, before any bots or programs could be a thing, they just automatically threw that in there. But the problem is, afterwards, other stores started making pages for Halo Series X's and whatnot, the Halo editions especially. So then it was like, oh no, like, the bots are all ready to go. They got the keywords. They're already doing those kind of things. So yeah, kind of crazy stuff. Why doesn't Halo do with Sony and give out emails to people? They do that, actually. If you're actually on a Halo, oh, not just a Halo Series X, but an actual Series X, Series S, Xbox One, they actually do have a Microsoft Store. You can go directly to the Microsoft Store and see how they have the Halo products or exclusive things or Xbox materials, controllers, and anything from the Microsoft Store, more or less, including action figures, t-shirts, and apparel. You can get that off of the console itself. They have that, like, 20th edition Halo controller, which looks pretty cool, but I am not throwing down $200 for that, because that's ridiculous. Not to mention we already got a special controller to go with the Series X, so I think I'm good in that department. They do have displays for that. So if you're trying to get the Halo Series X or the controller or those special Halo Infinite brand headphones, mouse pads, and keyboards that also come with codes and unlocks for the multiplayer, yes, by buying Halo headphones, you can get a special armor skin for your multiplayer, man. It's crazy. Same with if you get, like, energy drinks or Pringles or some other stuff like Chips Ahoy. I got some of those things. I'm actually drinking one of the Halo energy drinks right now, along with Halo Pringles, and I got codes that I had to enter later after I, I'm done drinking and eating them. Yes, I went all in on the Halo, because again, Halo is my favorite FPS series of all time, favorite sci-fi and stuff. There are some things I did miss because there were some promos where it's like, oh, I don't have that restaurant or retailer by me. That's like a West Coast thing, or I'd have to go like 2 hours just to get like a bag of chips. I'm like, I'm not doing that. But to my best of ability, I tried gathering as much as I could. I got like Funko Pops, and I got some action figures, and some folks were kind enough to throw me the Nerf guns. I'm good in that department. But yeah, no, there's a few things there and stuff that, again, I can go over if folks need me to go over. So there are questions about Halo before I start the lesson proper, and throw some videos, because we are going to be doing some less watches and stuff. So we're going to be, go get some snacks, go get some popcorn, go get some food, go to the bathroom you need to go to the bathroom, because we're going to be here for a hot moment, watching some videos, watching advertisements, which are actually canon to the Halo universe. We're also going to be, like, watching, like some dramatic readings from Halo voice actors, taking some experts from books and stuff that's officially on, like, YouTube and stuff. That's like, yeah, no, this is right before Infinite. We're gonna be doing a lot of different things. Also, yeah, hey, how's it going, Mira? As I was saying, I'm gonna be doing a Halo recap and lore stream. Everything you need to know about Halo before Halo Infinite, I am on board to tell you. I read books, I've watched movies, I've seen ads, I've deep dived into comic books and other nooks and crannies to see everything I need to know to cover everything. There are some also Halo side materials where it's like, it's not going to be important as far as I know yet to Halo Infinite, but then again, Halo Infinite is going to be more or less the Halo game for the next decade or so, as said by 343. So who knows? Maybe they'll like pull like an obscure comic book and reference that. If we're talking about like obscure references, here's an obscure reference for you already. If you go to the Halo Infinite multiplayer store right now, you're like, why is there a teddy bear and Daisy in the store? Why put that in the Spartan? That is actually a callback to the Halo anime, Halo Legends, about the character Daisy, who was a Spartan and stuff, going to meet, like, the clone and saw how they were replaced and everything. That's a whole story right there, one of the Halo anime shorts, where she has, like a bear trinket and stuff from when she was a kid that the clone passed on, like, this is yours, and it's like, oh man, pulling at the heartstrings and everything. But now you can actually get that bear trinket as like a thing and put in your armor. It's kind of weird how it's not an actual trinket where you can put it on the gun, because it was actually more of a phone charm, if anything. But they're putting it on their actual armor, which is kind of weird, but I'll take it. I'll take them references. I'm surprised they threw down a Halo Legends reference in Halo video game proper. Because legit, there are some pretty good stuff in Halo Legends. Like, Halo Legends is great. If you haven't seen Halo Legends, go watch Halo Legends. It's good, short, individual stories. You don't need to know much about the larger canon. You just watch them as it is. We did a Let's Watch movie night with Jerry64 on an anime night one time. But anyway, I'm still telling everybody, hey, we got the Halo lores. We're going to be going over it. But once I am done telling everybody wherever I can, that we're going to be covering everything you need to know about Halo, we're actually going to start the lesson and stuff. Will there be a test? Maybe. Possibly. Who knows? I might be like, do you guys pay attention to the thing we just watched? Who's the didac? Who's the librarian? Who is Ghost? Not the vehicle Ghost, but the guy from Halo Legends called Ghost. Where you gotta be human. I'm gonna be going over a lot of different things. So definitely stay tuned. I'm also answering general questions. If you have general questions, like I said, throw them down. I'll try to answer them before I start doing some proper lessons. I don't know why I said it like that, but yeah, we're gonna cover lots of different things. Jakato's a math whiz. I'm not a math whiz! Unless there's some direct numbers involving Halo. Then be like, oh, okay, by that transitive property, I should definitely know the math in this situation. We're trying to see how many slip space drives they need to get to from the planet Harvest all the way to the planet Reach. Yeah, just like reformatted suddenly. Like, oh yeah, I know the answer to that. not really. But anyway, we're gonna be covering things. We're gonna be covering things you might have missed out, things you're gonna need to know, lots of different stuff in just a moment. I'm trying to tell everybody what we're up to. Trying to throw it down because, again, there's some folks who may not know what we're about to do. And I want to tell everybody who needs to know what they need to know what they're doing it. The test included lore about Nicole 458. Dude, I know you looked that up because you talked about it yesterday, but hey, yeah, maybe I'll throw it in there. Maybe secretly they'll talk about how Nicole got lost into space in Halo Infinite. Maybe they'll have a reference somewhere. Who knows? Like they already referenced Halo Legends in Halo Infinite with Daisy, so maybe there will be a Nicole reference. It'd be crazy. How many clips of assault rifle ammo was you consume? So the total amount of bullets you used is higher than the amount of bullets used when shooting an 18 clip full of a DMR. Well, it depends. Are we talking about the DMRs and assault rifles from like Halo 4, Halo 5? Like, are we talking like Halo Infinite? There's also the assault rifle from like Halo 1, which has a different clip size than the other Halos. There's a lot of different things. A lot of different things. But anyway, I'm not a math expert, so you can probably figure out the math on that. I'll get back to that in a moment. I still gotta tell everybody, hey, we're gonna go over Halo lore. I'm not a Halo mathematician. I'm a Halo lore expert. I can tell you what Sergeant Johnson was doing on the first contact between the Covenant and who Yap Yap is, but I can't. like math is a little bit more skewing. A little bit more skewing. I mean, I can do it eventually, but that's not what we're here for. We're not here for the Halo math session. Follow-up question: how canon is Master Chief in Fortnite? Very distinctly, possibly so. It could be fit into the timeline if you want some certain gaps. It could have been like a thing or simulation of one of his dreams that he had during like between Halo 3 and Halo 4. It could be like a slip space rupture event because, you know, dimensions and portals and stuff. They could probably find like a very obviously canon reason thing. It could even before Infinite. It could be even before Infinite for all we know. Because like Master Chief's having some amnesia at the start of like Halo Infinite based off the cutscenes and stuff. So for all we know, it could be canon. You have an exact number now. Well, there you go. Again, I am not a math expert, and I'm in the middle of multitasking before we begin the proper lesson. If you want the number, feel free to throw down the number. I'm open for other people throwing down Halo lore and Halo trivia as we're getting ready to do this. Because, yes, I am going to be going over everything you need to know in Halo Infinite before it releases the campaign tomorrow, depending on your location. For me, it's going to be around, like, 1 p.m. EST, or East Coast time. I don't know why they're not doing a midnight release. It's kind of weird. I also heard that the physical copies aren't actually having a copy of the game because they don't want people spoiling it. It's kind of weird also because some folks are already going to have the game because of review codes and stuff. It's crazy. It's weird. It's crazy stuff. But anyway, we're gonna be covering Halo lore, like Halo Wars 2, which again, very important, introduces the Banish. We're gonna cover stuff from Halo 5, Halo books like Shadow of Reach, Halo advertisements. We got a lot of things we gotta cover, but again, I am still telling everybody what we need to know about the Halos before we do anything. Yes. So, if you really wanted to catch up on stuff without having to actually play through some of those games or read through some books, I'm your dude. I'm gonna be covering it. I know I've been saying that a lot, but again, I'm multitasking. I'm telling everybody what I'm doing before we actually do it. I want to make sure everybody's here, good to go. Make sure you get your snacks, go to the bathroom, because we're going to be in here for a long haul covering some things. I'll try to, like, abridge things, not abridging as in, like, a bridge series, but actually condense information where I can, and answer stuff that folks really want to know. Like, if there's a specific question, lore-wise, and you want to know it, I will try to answer it if I can. Yes. Because, like I said, I did a lot of things to catch up with the Halos. I know there was a brief moment where I kind of stopped a bit with Halo because there's a transitional phase between Bungie and 343. I was there for part of it, but then I kind of skipped out on, like, you know, a little bit towards the Halo 5 end of things because I didn't have an Xbox One because everything was coming to PC, basically. But then I kind of caught up on that on the in-between. So, because, like, back before, you know, that transitional phase of Halo media and everything, I was already caught up on books, comics, lore, video games, anime, movies, and all that jazz. But, yeah, no, we're gonna have to cover things that folks like myself skipped out at some point, but haven't had the chance to actually show. Yes. But I'm almost done. I'm almost done telling everybody. I gotta go on the different things over here, and I gotta tweet this out. And once I tweet this out, get the stream on my phone, we will begin the actual coverage of Halo things, videos, maybe images, lore, information, video games, anime, books, advertisements, lots of different stuff. Spin-off video games, even. Yeah, because there's little spin-offs. You got those mobile games and arcade games. Lots of different stuff. This is mostly to catch up people to where we are in Halo Infinite. If you really want, like, the background information, like stuff like Halos 1 through 4, well, I'll cover a little bit of 4. Halos 1 through 3 and ODST and Reach. I could go into some details for that, but this is mainly for the ones that folks missed on. Like I said, like Halo 5 and Halo Wars and books in between. Yeah, the Spartanauts missions. That'd be like another thing that some folks may need to catch up on in terms of lore information. I may dabble a little bit on that. We'll see. Yeah, I'm almost done telling everybody what we're up to. Alright, here we go. I think I told everybody on Discord initially what we're up to. Yes. Okay. Good. Good-o. Oh, wait, did I tell everybody over on... Yeah, I did. Okay. Now let me get to Twitter. And then we'll begin. Yeah, stream. Halo 1 recap. Lore things you need to know before Halo Infinite. Stream is live on Twitch. Twitch recaps of books and games and more. There you go. Tweet it out. There you go. There's a tweet. Throwing it down. Alright, don't need Twitter up anymore. And let me get the stream on my phone to make sure we're sounding good. We're sounding great. Also get this open, because we're going to have to see some of these Halo ads. It's like, whoa, we're watching ads? Why are you watching ads? Well, because some of the ads are canon and some of them are actually pretty funny. So we're gonna watch a little bit of that. You're also wondering why I credited the stream as Halo Wars 2, even though we're covering more than just Halo Wars 2, or we might cover some stuff before Halo Wars 2. It's because a lot of people are underestimating Halo Wars 2, because that legit introduced the Banished. And it's like, who are these guys? It's like, did you play Halo Wars 2? No. Well, if you get a chance to, either watch this recap video, wink wink, nudge nudge, or you could also, you know, watch the movie that we're probably gonna be watching, or read a wiki, read some information, talk to some folks who have the exact answers you want to know, because there are some big Halo revelations and information and other stuff in Halo Wars 2. Now, do you need to know stuff about Halo Wars 1 to play Halo Wars 2? It helps. It definitely helps. But if you really want, like, recap information and stuff, you can kind of skip a bit Halo Wars 1 if you want to be up to date for Halo Infinite, because mainly the main thing you need to know about for Halo Wars 2 is the stuff about the Banished and what they're doing in that game, what's going on with AIs and whatnot. Again, I'll cover it when we get to it. But anyway, let me get the stream on my phone, make sure that's going good. How we doing? How we sounding? Alright, we're sounding good. Now let me drink some of this Rockstar energy drink. Again, not sponsored by them, but it's got a code for Halo stuff and I need to drink it. Well, I don't actually need to drink it. All I need is the code at the bottom. I could just, you know, cash in the code and not drink it, but we're just finding out. Alright. Let me get that music faded out. I'll just stop it. Alright, let me get this open, because I'm gonna have to open up a whole window over here. This is gonna be a whole thing. So yeah, I hope you guys got your snacks, went to the bathroom. We're gonna be covering some stuff. Yes. Might be a little bit out of order, out of place. I got ADD, so blame it on that. You know how easily distracted I get and go into tangents, but it's all gay. It's all good. We're fine. I'll try and cover what we can. I'll do a little bit of the order and stuff as we do it. But I want to watch these Halo Wars stuff first. These Halo Wars ads, because one, they're fun, and two, I credited Halo Wars as the main thing, because again, to give more credit to Halo Wars. So let's watch some actual commercials we're deliberately watching on purpose, because they're fun. They're fun stuff. The cool things. Well, we'll watch the serious one first, but then we'll watch the comedic ones, because those are fun. Those are fun. Those are fun ads. All right, let me switch over. There we go. Again, some of these are playing off of different YouTubes and stuff. You can YouTube it and find it for yourself. But I want to watch it together as a group. We'll watch it together as a group. We'll do some stuff. I also need to adjust the volume. This will help me figure out volume levels. I'm going to open a window. Jakato, it's too cold to do that. Puns, December, yes. Because this is prior to Halo Infinite's release on December 8th. Yep. It would be very cold if I opened the window, especially here. It's gonna, like, snow. We're gonna get, like, 2 inches as far as I heard. So, that's gonna be a whole thing. But let's watch some stuff. Also, shut up where I need to shut up, but let's see a couple things. Be sure to tell me how the volume is, if I gotta make it louder or softer. Also, how's it going ahead of her? Oh, this might be copyrighted. I don't know if it's copyrighted or not. We'll find out. Might make it a disclaimer. I forgot about this ad having music here. This might be original. I don't know. We'll see. See, that's the Banished. Going up against UNSC that hasn't been in service since 28 years. Because the Halo Wars 1 took place in 28 years ago in the Halo timeline, and then they got frozen. I won't explain how, because spoilers for those who want to play Halo Wars 1. Well, actually, I could go over it if they really want to, because, you know, the game is kind of old a bit, but I'll only go into details if I really need to go into detail. The Banished, they were interesting. Yes, they were. It's a shame people ignore the RTS games. Yes, they're important. They're actually canon. Very important. Good info you need to know. Especially this one, because, you know, this is like, if you're wondering what was the last thing in the Halo timeline before, like, everything else game-wise, Halo Wars 2. Hard to believe it's already been, like, wow, 4 years since... About 4 years, a little bit over like 4 or 5 years since the game released. Crazy.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
That's when they started compressing the Xboxes and stuff, because, you know, there's, boy howdy, there was that big moment where it was like, oh, you can't do backwards capability on some games, but then they did a whole Xbox 180 on that, and actually made it better, especially now with Game Pass being well worth it. Again, also for another friendly reminder, I'm gonna say this on the forefront before ahead of time. If you want to play the Halo Infinite campaign, but don't want to throw down the $60 for the game just yet, if you want to, there's a free trial for Xbox Game Pass, both on PC and Xbox, or the Ultimate for the combination between the two, that you can sign up for just $1 if you haven't already done it already, and you can get the game day one. And your save data will carry over even past that month. So if you decide to buy the game later, you can pick up the game, and all your stuff carries over. Your stuff carries over afterwards. So, yeah, you can just play the game for a month, play multiplayer in between until you can get that full $60 game or whatever it is in your local currency, and, you know, just play the multiplayer for a bit, and then actually get the game when you're able to do it. If you also do the trial for the Ultimate Game Pass, you also get a free BR skin, and a couple challenge swaps, and EXP, and some other cool bonuses, and then you can convert it back to regular PC Game Pass, or the Xbox edition, or, you know, what say you. Because the service itself, you had it before. Again, only $10 as opposed to like $60. You get it for $10 if you had it before, or $1 if you haven't done the trial yet. Very well worth it if you want to try out the campaign. But anyway, going back, we're gonna go see some more of these ads. These ads for Halo Wars 2. They're pretty fun, pretty funny, pretty good stuff. Get some stuff over here. Let's change it up a bit.
This baby's yours for 6K. Do we have a deal?
3.
6!
I will get this car for 3K.
Fun fact, that's the actual voice actor for the
I'll
character.
open with a strategic withdrawal.
Wait, hold on.
You'll counter with a disinformation campaign.
I'll talk to my manager and see what I can do. Just a little longer. I'm talking to no one. Great news! He said we can do 5999.
Then I'll bait you with psychological warfare.
Let me talk to him. He seems more flexible.
A pun? You know I hate puns! You catty little two-faced opposable
Which will prompt a
cocksucker.
verbal assault.
I will tear your head off and hang it from the rear view like a No!
With collateral damage.
Sorry. Came out wrong.
The evidence of which will not look good in my online review. And that's how I'll get this car for 3K.
Well played. How about a warrant?
Warrant's easy for suckers.
All sets of idly, except no takebacks, no substitutions, no trades.
Oh! I just like the idea of like a brute working at a car dealership with a tie and everything. Yeah, it's JakatoX, the main leader of the Banished, popping up right there. We got some other stuff here too. We got this one. This is a fun one too. Wait, let me set this one. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it as much as we can. Not the 1080 though. I'm not sure how my stream would handle because I'm already broadcasting at 720. But we'll do this.
Thanks, Janice. I clearly had the armrest.
You moved.
To get the drink.
You move it, you lose it.
I will have this armrest. And this is how.
First, I'll deploy a small talk offensive. Hey, what are you listening to? Music? Huh? Is it music? You'll counter by invading my personal space. I'll retaliate with biological warfare.
Oh, what is that?
Before calling in my covert ops operative, Sammy.
Sammy. He's also holding a Halo
Trusting
figure,
your
which is
will to
funny.
live.
Fine, take it.
Ensuring victory.
Genius, really. But I licked the armrest before you sat down. Back and forth. Twice. Full tongue.
Definitely can't do that on a plane these days. But still pretty good.
Ultimate edition and play 40
Pretty good
days
stuff.
early.
We got a Sergeant Johnson ad over here. Just click on that. A lot of different Halo advertisements. Again, I just want to play these because some of these are pretty fun. They're pretty good, and they give you a little example of how things were back then.
What do we do against them?
Fresh meat has arrived.
Come on, ugly.
New JakatoX.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated.
Space in Atriox's.
Check it out. Okay, that's cool.
Insurmountable odds. Just the way I like it. It's good to be back.
Oh, they show Johnson in a mech suit.
Johnson, good to go. Remember, Harvest, payback's still over. I can't pass up a second opportunity to kick butt. Let's show them how we did it in my day.
Yo, Sergeant Johnson. The crazy thing, too, is they thrown him into, like, a mech suit, which is, again, a lot similar to that Halo Legends short that I talked about. The anime, Be Human, like the thing with Ghost. Where he gets into a legit mech suit because, like, they had, like, some Gundam influence in that one, where it's, like, a regular Marine going into a mech suit made for, like, Spartan ordnance, but it's a generally open suit where you could actually just throw in a person in there and then just pilot the thing, and it was, like, a whole crazy thing, but they couldn't let him get the prototype technology, which, funny enough, shows up in later Halo lore stuff. They actually showed that was canon. They actually had the information about that in, like, kind of like a special private room and like one of the Halo Easter eggs, and I think it might have been, was it Halo 5 or Halo 4? Well, they covered it, if anything. So yeah, no, it is a whole thing. I think my Twitch player is broken. I keep on seeing ads. We're deliberately watching ads. Because a lot of these are either canon or fun or like stuff to go through. Because again, it is all part of the Halo lore. Some of these are canon, some of these are just adding on to the thing. Yeah, let's watch more of the oh, yeah, here's the actual Halo Wars 2 announcement trailer. Is this different than the other one that we watched? I'm trying to remember, because some of these things are like that. But I will cover some background information, stuff in books, and stuff in between that you really gotta know for the stuff. I'm just doing a lot of Halo Wars 2 stuff on here, because again, I feel like very underrated. Not a lot of people played the RTS. I'm a huge Halo nerd, says I love you stream already. I'm busy right now, so I gotta lurk. Happy I can leave you some support. Hey, thank you, much appreciated. I love Halo, it's my favorite series of games. Well, one of my favorite series. I wouldn't say it's the favorite, because that's a competition with a bunch of different things, but it's at least my favorite FPS series and sci-fi lore for video games. So yes, 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 yes. I want to cover as much as I can, because there's a lot of things to cover between books, movies, and video games and whatnot. Right now, we're just going through some of the ads, get those out of the way. That's one, the VHS Xbox one. The VCR one. Alright, let's see some more things. Again, we're going to be covering through videos, audio documents, a lot of different things in side lore. People have specific questions. I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability, because I did the deep dive on Halo lore, because I love the series. Yes, yes, yes. So if you have specific questions, feel free to answer them. This is still a brief period where you can do that before we go into, like, specifically checking out Halo 5 clips, or, like, actual clips from Halo Wars, the video game, or going into stuff like Shadows of Reach. You might play Halo because your friend's like, hey, it's a good series. Go check it out. Even the books. The books are good.
Isabel.
5 months ago, the portal from the Ark to Earth shut down without warning.
Oh, this captain's here.
A month later,
I'll leave it.
He arrived.
He?
The Brute. Their leader. His name is JakatoX.
Some of this, of course, being ads for the video game are directly from the game, and we'll cover stuff involving the game. But I like the presentation they do for trailers.
Told them dying in battle would speed their holy journey. And none ever returned. Until he did. And so battle by battle. War by war. JakatoX was born. With every victory, his legend. And his hatred.
So, again, they'll cover this when we cover it, but basically, the Banished were fighting the Covenant while they were already fighting the humans. So for the Covenant, it was actually a two-way war between the stuff with the Banished and humanity. Humans didn't team up with the Banished because they were too worried that they would be pincered by both the Banished and the Covenant. They just let him do his own thing. But now with the Covenant gone, that's when they come into collision.
The Covenant had 2 targets in those years. They almost got us. But JakatoX, they never came close.
If we don't stop him now, we leave the galaxy at the mercy of a monster.
He killed everyone I was supposed to protect. At this rate, it'll be over soon. That is what you're up against, James Cutter. We need to run. As far and as fast as we can.
Yeah, because they need the recap. Because again, the guys in Halo Wars 2 for the UNSC are so behind on information. They are very behind on information. Because Halo Wars 1 ended before even Halo 1 and Halo Reach. because that's like 28 years before where it is currently in the timeline. They missed out on like basically the end part of the human Covenant War. They don't know what a Halo is. They don't know what the Flood is. They don't know what the Ark is. And then suddenly they're in a post Halo 3, Halo 4, Halo 5 world. And they're up against something that's not even the Covenant. Like, whoa, what's the situation going on here? Like, they got like pre-Halo 1 Spartan armor for their Spartans. It's crazy. They got like some stuff like that, but a lot of different things. Ah, here's another doc. Let's see some background information. Why not? See some stuff from the actual developers of games and stuff. Who better to hear things than the people who made the games? Singular book, you only read the Fall of Reach common. You should check out Halo First Strike, because it takes between Halo 1 and Halo 2. It tells you how Chief and Johnson got off the ring and got back to where they were in Halo 2. It's like literally before Halo 2.
Everybody loves
And also after Halo 1.
They've never been in charge. They've never had a personality. They've always been...
I'd recommend it. Same thing with Contact Harvest. I talk about that one a lot, but it's because that's how you actually find out how the Covenant met up with humanity. And how the war started.
One of the most exciting new units that we have with Colony are the Skitterers. Each Skitterer is a Legolo-powered turret with legs.
In a way, mini scarabs, but in large numbers and with the right tactics, can be sometimes just as deadly.
But their real power comes in actually attaching to other units. And depending on
Another important thing you want to know about like Halo Wars and stuff, they got all these different units and everything that has a strong chance of appearing in like actual Halo Infinite for like future campaigns and multiplayer, because yeah, no, there's a lot of vehicles out there that they could add in if this is gonna be the next Halo game for the next 10 years with DLCs and everything. They said they're gonna have like legacy weapons and vehicles and aliens and other stuff popping up for future campaign storylines. So yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Just a wild primate, running through the enemy lines. It's insane.
Colony has a new hero unit, the Hunter Captain, which is another very strong hunter unit with a heavy set of armor. The thing I love most about Hunter Captain is its ability to taunt other nearby units to attack it. It makes for an amazing tank unit and basically allows you to draw fire off of your other units that are trying to make an attack. So Legolo has a number of new leader powers.
Actually, talk about a vehicle about that's in Halo Infinite in a moment. That's a callback to something.
One of the new powers is Living Barrier.
After this,
basically is a series of smaller Legolo colonies in armored kind of caltrop, tank trop, types of.
Because I actually do have an example of one of those vehicles.
Really kind of have some area denial aspects to your play. You can, cordon off certain areas, trap enemy players. There's so many possibilities.
Vehicle symbiotes is another power that I think is going to be really helpful for players. When you cast it, basically you've got Legolo worms moving into that vehicle and taking over to help pilot and basically increase its damage.
More speed, more damage, just it kind of mixes up across the battlefield. But again, it's this idea of many smaller entities working together to form a larger threat.
In addition to the other hunter-related powers that Colony has,
I do want to do a playthrough of Halo Wars at some point in the future. Hey Chris, if you're still watching, that game's got co-op if you're interested. Sometime in the future, it doesn't have to be like, with the actual Halo Infinite coming out, but if you want to play it, I'm game.
Very little warning and a quick cooldown.
So we're really excited to bring Colony out for Halo Wars 2. And
be a
see
fun
little bit
thing
more
to
about
do.
Vanish and what kind of soldiers, what kind of leaders JakatoX has in store for us in the future. There's some really exciting options coming down the line, but for now we're going to see a whole new view of the hunters through Colony. Hope you have fun.
If anything, I'll bring it up with Monokado. I'll bring it up with him at some point in the future, like, hey, if you're interested in Halo Wars 2, it's got a co-op feature. You're still pulling from the same units, but it has co-op. It does have a co-op feature. That it does. Alright, we got another thing. But actually, let me talk about the vehicle I was going to talk about. So, there is a vehicle in Halo Infinite called the Razorback, which is a vehicle that was in previous Halo canon stuff, like actually part of like the augmented reality campaign. Remember those? Back in the day where it's like, you gotta go to this phone booth and call this number, and you're actually on the call, and you're part of the canon, you're part of the lore. Halo is one of the largest examples of that, because there was a thing at the time, like around like Halo 2, Halo 3 and stuff, called I Love the Bees, where it's like, what happened to all the bees? The bees are getting extinct or something. That's like really part of the Covenant attacking the planet and stuff, and some other crazy things going on with insects, and like kind of tied in with what was happening with the storyline, but also what's going on with Earth, because, you know, like, oh man, there's aliens that come and other crazy stuff with that. That's a whole thing in itself. There's people who covered it way better than I could possibly cover it. There's like a whole documentary on it. You just look at like Halo, I Love the Bees. There's even a reference to that in Halo Infinite if you played during like the pre-launch campaign for the multiplayer, you know, like when it came out on my birthday, more or less. You got like that bee icon. It's like, hey, what's up with these bees and stuff? And it's like, that was part of the campaign. I love the bees. That was a whole thing. But the Razorback actually made an appearance in that before, and then like they made it. They make a callback to that by actually having it in Halo Infinite, because Halo Infinite's got like a hodgepodge of like old weapons, new weapons. They're gonna have a mix of old and new as the game goes along, but it brings something back from an augmented reality game, or retroactively have that in Halo Infinite. It's crazy. It's crazy how they like, oh, you remember that augmented reality game? Remember those where you had to dial a number and go to a phone booth and walk across the map and do some investigating? Like tie-in campaign stuff? Well, here you go. It's still part of the larger Halo canon. Crazy stuff. Crazy things. Commoner saying, would you want an RTS veteran instead? I mean, maybe, possibly, but I don't know, it might be fun. I'm not going to say I'm the best RTS guy out there. I mean, I play RTS games. I play them. I wouldn't say I'm the best RTS guy out there. I mean, you guys saw me, if you've been here long enough, you saw me play through Halo Wars 1 on stream. So, I'm not too unfamiliar with RTS games, but, you know, it might be fun playing it with somebody who hasn't played it before. You're definitely not good at them. Well, I'm not bad at them. I'm not good, but I'm not bad at them. I'd say I am, like, perfectly average when it comes to RTS stuff. I'm more of a turn-based strategy guy. You know that. You know, Super Robot Wars, SD Gundam, G-Generation, Fire Emblems, Final Fantasy Tactics, that kind of stuff. But, yeah, no, I played my fair share of RTS games. Saying, like, just grab somebody who's good at RTS, sit back and relax how I beat Halo Wars 1. I mean, that's fair. If you're not really good at RTS games, you might need to get somebody who's really into them. But, I don't know, if you're just kind of doing it casually, it's all fine. It's all good. But anyway, we got another doc over here. We got another thing to play, so here we go. Halo Wars 2. More Halo Wars 2 stuff. Let's go check it out. Also, get that quality. There you go.
Morgan Cansano is a really interesting character. Not only is she new to the Halo universe, but she's coming up from the ranks. She's a former Hellbringer.
Cansano is a leader that's certainly all about fire and damage, which really blends well with a leader, for example, that can...
Hey, we're talking about versus AI. I'm not talking about PvP stuff, dude. And I'm just also talking about playing on normal, heroic, not legendary.
Reasons, I think fire is one of our nicer effects in the game. So to have a leader centered around that.
You gotta refresh yourself on them Halo Wars playthroughs that I did, because I did get the skulls, I did get the secrets. Most people didn't even get those.
Her strength really comes from using all of her flame attacks together. Getting in your flame hogs, dropping napalm missiles.
Yeah, flame hogs, those are a thing. How crazy would it be if you get a flame hog in Halo Infinite as a customization?
But what's not to love?
That'd be neat.
Mixed with mechanized units.
They already said there's gonna be vehicle variants. You're gonna have like older Scorpions and different variants of Warthogs popping up, and stuff like that. You might get other models of like Halo weapons and other stuff, especially for like custom games. Like if you want, I want the Halo Reach Warthog and the Halo 3 Ghost. That might be a thing you can do in Halo Infinite eventually.
Upgrade for your traditional deathmatch modes, and also something that has a lot of impact when it's dropped into Blitz.
Cansano's other signature units is the Flame Warthog, which is a lot of fun because Warthogs are great. They're crazy. They jump around. They're super fast. So what better way to augment that and throw a giant flamethrower on that?
It's fast. It can be further upgraded. Blitz offers a veteran version of the Flame Warthog as well.
I think she's going to be a really fun leader for those that like to be the harasser, like to be the in-your-face, and I'm going to go out early in game and just cause chaos.
But really for those hit and run, for capturing a point or taking down a base really quickly, Kinsano's super powerful for those kind of scenarios.
So I'm really excited to see how Kinsano is going to change the landscape of the game.
Flamethrowers in general they're dangerous to the user, they're scary, and
I'm gonna open up these Halo Pringles now. Not the Moa Burger. I did have an extra can of the Moa Burger, but I'm saving that for reasons. I already ate one. But this is just Halo Wavy Sweet and Spicy Barbecue. Again, not sponsored by any of these brands that I'm doing. I'm just doing it for the codes, the the special unlockables. Halo Cheez-Its. I wish. I love Cheez-Its. Yeah, there you go. These are the special kind of Pringles, too, that are all, like, wavy. They got, like, ridges on it. Let's try it out. Let's see how it tastes. Live chip ASMR. Okay. Legit. These are actually pretty good. Exactly as advertised, sweet and spicy barbecue. I've had Pringles before where it's like, it says this flavor, but I'm not so sure if it actually tastes like it. But no, this is actually pretty accurate. Those are very tempting. I kind of want to have more, but I have more available here. I just wanted a quick taste test, and I'm like, I already want another one, but I gotta find another thing to pop on here because we're going over Halo lore. We're going over Halo lore. I'm just making sure there's anything that I missed. Oh, hey, let's check out the Yap Yap. Yap Yap's cool. Yap Yap's like a very, very, very larger meme in the Halo verse and stuff. He's like the ultimate grunt, if you will. Are you stacking the Pringles? Yeah, I can still stack these even when they're wavy.
Oh man, they look sweet.
I've been thinking about applying for ODST training. You think I can do it?
Anyone seen Robertson?
I feel like we're being watched.
What?
These are super grunts.
So, I told him, no matter how many push-ups he did, they're still never gonna make him a Spartan.
I think he just wants one of those helmets.
There you go. Fun stuff. Where's the ultimate ODST? Well, we're really talking. One may argue that Buck kind of became the ultimate ODST in the sense that that character from Halo ODST eventually becomes a Spartan himself. But if you're talking about in terms of like staying in ODST and being an ODST, that's a little bit more to argue because depending on where it is in the timeline and like how many remained as ODST, because by later on in the Halo timeline, people could actually volunteer to become Spartans. They actually perfected the process. So you're hard pressed to find one who was like part of the original ODSTs or prior to that, not actually going through the Spartan program themselves. There's a whole book on what happened between Halo ODST and Halo 5 with Buck becoming a Spartan. Where's the ODST version of Hunk? Well, if you were to ask me who the ODST equivalent of that is, prior to Buck actually becoming a Spartan, like, besides Buck, I would say the other member of, like, the original ODSTs and stuff, like, Dutch is also pretty up there, because Dutch did a lot of different things. Dutch has, like, a big, rich history, has some stuff covered in the books as well, and, as mentioned before, there was a Halo anime anthology where there was this short called The Babysitter, and one of the ODSTs in that short was the same Dutch from Halo ODST. Dutch, he was in there. So Dutch is pretty specialized. He's been on many missions, worked with a lot of different Spartans too. So I'd recommend checking out Dutch. Wish it was the Rookie, but 5 kind of screwed that. Ooh, yeah, okay, there's some stuff about the Rookie that I could talk about, depending on what we're doing here, because let me just go check to make sure there's any more, no more Halo things I want to cover here real quick before we move on to, like, stuff like 4 or 5 and some more stuff with Halo Wars. I'm just doing some Halo Wars initial stuff right here because I did title it Halo Wars, because, again, Halo Wars needs more credit for what it does before Infinite. But here, let me play this real quick. The Birth of Master Chief scene is also kind of like, hey, here's some things with the process of original Spartans and stuff. But then I'll cover some more things about what happened to the ODSTs and other crazy things, because, boy howdy, there really is something that happened between ODST and 5 and with Buck becoming a Spartan. Also pretty interesting to note some of the stuff they have here, because they are making that Halo live action series. Don't forget that's a thing. It's gonna be on Paramount Plus. It was really gonna be on TV, but they wanted to go with the whole Plus thing because they wanted to add it as a part of the new network for a reason to have it. I'm actually curious to see how that goes. They're still keeping Jen Taylor as Cortana, which is neat. At least as the voice of Cortana. Not everybody made the augmentation process to become Spartan 2s. I love it when they show, like, live action scenes, air quote, and they have the HUD still on there. I'll talk about the HUD in a moment, too. Proto-molecule. No, that's a completely different thing. Completely different sci-fi.
The Mjolnir exosuit is now complete. Even though this technology will save humanity in the war to come. I must remind myself. Liquid crystal cannot rise on its own. Titanium alloy cannot prevail in the face of extinction.
This whole armor process is pretty cool, though. Again, that's my techie talking. My inner person who likes all things mechanical, including exosuits, androids, cyborgs, AIs. They're all awesome. Yep, there we go. Kind of abrupt ending there, but still pretty good stuff. Got the all live action cinematics. Oh, they got the Chief versus that one. Let me actually just check this real quick. Let me just get some more thing. I'm bouncing around. What do game clips make? I'm just gonna skim a bit because I've seen a lot of these ad campaigns before and try to see if these are the things that we need to know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Skimming. Seems like mostly Halo 4 and Halo 5 stuff. Okay, no, but I got some things to cover that. We don't need to watch that particular one. But let me go back. Let us go back into the information. Here's another Halo Wars 2 one that we didn't get a chance to cover yet. Let's check it out. I have to put the work in progress right there. Halo Wars 2.
28 years, Professor. Let's see what kind of galaxy we woke up to.
Know your enemy.
We had a very specific story we wanted to tell, and in particular, new characters that we wanted to introduce. And I think RTS players have higher expectations from story, and we wanted to make sure we did that in the strongest way possible.
At the end of the original game, the Spirit of Fire and its crew were adrift in space. The crew's in cryosleep, and fast forward 28 years
This is actually
later,
good
Halo
information
Wars
on
2,
recapping what happened in Halo
Wars
Wars 1.
The Forerunner installation. Halo fans, especially those who've played Halo 3, will recognize it as the Ark. It's the largest and most powerful of the Forerunner creations, and it's also the birthplace of the Halos. It's literally the place that made all of the Halo rings, so that's the kind of power that's contained there. The only connection they have when they wake up is a small signal, one emergency beacon, that's coming from the surface of the Ark down below.
We wanted to put everybody in this position where things are different, things are new, no one's really sure what's going on. You know, Isabel is a very different kind of AI. She's a logistics AI. She's not a military AI. She is not like a Cortana or a Serena.
She shows up in a way that we haven't seen AIs behave in Halo before. She's freaked out. She's seen all of her friends die. She's seen her outpost destroyed.
She's a little trepidatious, does not want to stick around.
She warns them that something bad is still on the Ark and that they need to run away.
The Spartans from Halo Wars, last time you saw them was in the original Halo Wars, just tearing down a pack of elites. And here are those same Spartans being taken apart by one guy. Who is this guy?
They meet JakatoX for the first time. He surprises them. The Spartans expect a brute, they get much more than a brute in JakatoX.
There's actually more to this guy. He's not just a really strong brute.
He's good at tactics, he's good at outthinking his opponents.
That was the genesis of that character, of what if one brute was not only stronger than the others, but
yeah,
also
even stronger than Tartarus from Halo 2, the former leader of brutes and stuff.
The fact that he can surprise and then beat 3 Spartans in hand-to-hand.
How to kill a group of Spartans. Go ask JakatoX. He's doing a fine job right now.
From a visual standpoint, we wanted to carry over enough of the original Covenant technologies, but at the same time, being in your face, more about hard hitting.
Ambush them, you
combat. You know what a Wraith does if you've played Halo, but you've never seen a Wraith
make it so that you don't know what you're up to. Ambushes work pretty well.
Things that spoke to a
because there's, like, as said by some of the Covenant and the Banished, still only a man, still only human.
Our astronavigation system can't pinpoint a location. We're not on the map anymore.
But as the captain of this ship, he is 28 years out from his last set of orders. Like, what do you do when you are supposed to report into this hierarchy, but you literally haven't seen them for almost 3 decades?
We didn't drift out of the galaxy in 28 years, Professor.
The crew wakes up, they have no idea what's going on, and he comes across this massive banished force.
He's always chosen his crew over his own advancement.
They've been through hell and back, and they wake up in this universe they don't understand, and he's going to do whatever he needs to do to protect his crew. And that sets off a really fascinating face-off.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. But how do you win capture the flag? Well, you grab the flag of your opponent team, bring it back to your base, and hopefully it counts as a score. Sometimes you can't score because, depending on the game type, if the flag is away, you would not be allowed to score. But if it's a larger game type, then usually it goes by the rules of you can still score a point even when the flag is away. There are many ways to go about it. You can have it so that people are distracted and they don't notice you going around them, or you can go full in, all on assault on the enemy base, but that leaves your own base to being vulnerable. A lot of different ways to do that. But anyway, other things we should probably get recapped on, because there are, like, this comes up in Halo lore and stuff, where there's a group of folks who have no idea that Master Chief is still alive. He's still doing things. So then he left off in, like, things like Halo 3's Believe campaign, which had a lot of live action stuff, a lot of different things going here. It was definitely a mood, because it's like, you're finishing the fight, or it was kind of finishing the fight, but it was a finishing the fight between, you know, the humanity and the Covenant. And then, you know, the Banish showed up, and it's like, whoa, this is a whole thing. Some other things, smaller Covenant remains, trying to do a thing, New Covenant, Civil Wars with elites, lots of different things on the in-between, like with Halo 3, Halo 4, and Halo 5. But I think we should still get a little bit of information on the Believe, because there's a good portion of humanity that, like, beyond the stuff with Believe here, they thought that was Master Chief's final stand. That was it. Also, credits to the Bamboozler for actually compiling all the different stuff. Yeah, there you go. All the different stuff for the full interviews for the Believe campaign. So yeah, let's check this out real quick. Let's check this out. Because not everybody within humanity is up to date with what the military knows, what ONI knows, which is the secret intelligence agency of the Halo universe, and we're like, oh, we know everything that the other humans don't know, but we'll keep that information to ourselves because we think it's proper to know that. Super secret agent stuff, making deals and keeping secrets. It's crazy. But yeah, let's check this out. I'm gonna go to settings here. Don't need that. Whoop. Also, tell me how the volume is, because I'm going to probably make some commentary over this.
Nations have always built monuments to their heroes. Tributes to the defense against or conquest of other nations. But the
I mean my Halo Pringles.
One nation over another. It is the first of its kind to commemorate the enduring survival of a species. Our species. More importantly, it commemorates the man who gave the world faith. Who gave humanity a future. Who made mankind believe again.
This is done in the style of an actual documentary in universe.
So it's no surprise that the piece itself is special. Begun 3 years ago in 2607, the monument is a diorama built entirely by hand.
Yeah, they made this into a real diorama, and the different
soldiers who took
different folks had different pieces, whether they went with 343, stayed with Bungie, and other stuff. They split it across different people to own different pieces of the actual diorama.
Today,
when they had to take it down.
Seems to see its creation.
After filming these ads.
Historical accuracy, the boot camp induction scans of every Marine involved in the battle were obtained from the United Nations Space Command records. In this way, the artists were able to place the right face to the right soldier.
How's it going, Tungle Whoop? We're doing a recap, history lesson, and everything you need to know before Halo Infinite's campaign launches tomorrow.
It was the
I'm covering everything that I can, as much as I can.
Be shaped by the hand of man, without the aid of robotic model-making systems. Each handmade soldier is posed, painted, and placed on the battlefield, both the victorious and the fallen. Based on topographical maps of the day, the artists are able to replicate each hill, each plateau, and each ravine to near exact specifications. But one of the real marvels is in the cityscape itself. After fighting had ceased, meta-archaeologists unearthed the city's buildings.
Engineering the Marines becoming part of Halo history, right? Crazy. Also, you never actually read up how the war with the Covenant started. Halo Contact First Harvest. Go look it up. It's a book. It's an audio book. Origins of Sergeant Johnson covered in it as well. Highly recommend it. I might talk about it briefly, actually, if folks want to hear about that.
To each piece of exposed rebar.
Pretty good. It's also done by Joseph Staten, who's
also rendered with extraordinary detail.
Who's did the story for Halo ODST and is the main dude for Halo Infinite story. Reworking on that, doing some directorial stuff.
To complete the picture, authentic Covenant weapons and armor specs were accessed to fully outfit the warriors.
He's also the voice of many a grunt.
Once the Covenant are placed opposite the Marines, a clear image begins to take shape out of the fog of history. We see how we were outnumbered, outgunned, outmatched, and seeing that, we realize the importance of the monument. On that day, half a century ago, our species was pushed to the crumbling edge of extinction, and as we teetered on that precipice, staring down into the abyss, a hand reached out, pulled us back from the brink, and gave us hope. The hand of a hero.
Why is that guy talking about diorama? This is an in-universe diorama because this is a documentary done in the style if it was in the Halo universe. They just talked about how they made a diorama for everybody who was in humanity's final battle against the Covenant. Halo Wars 2. I love Halo Wars. Yeah, no, we're going to talk about Halo Wars. We're going to show stuff from them. We actually, you missed it, obligatory. We did cover some Halo Wars stuff, but we'll get back to that in a moment. Right now, I'm giving folks different pieces of Halo history that they need to know before Halo Infinite. I'm still going to be over and over it, but don't worry, we will cover more Halo Wars too, trust me. Right now, we're going for in-universe. Like, right now, what we're watching is this documentary. This is what humanity, the regular people of humanity, not part of the military, knows about what's going on with the aliens at the moment. Because they don't know anything about the AIs, the New Covenant, the Banished, or anything. This is as far as they remember. This is like propaganda, like made by like the Secret Service of the Halo universe, trying to keep under wraps that Master Chief is still alive.
Been fighting for a while. On the 7th day, we ran out.
Actually, no. The first meetup with the Covenant War wasn't in the Fall of Reach. The Fall of Reach is after the first contact. First contact happened in the book Halo Contact Harvest. Yeah, like Halo Contact Harvest was the first instance of them running into aliens. You know what? I'll talk a little bit about it. I can go into more detail later. But basically, what happened was Sergeant Johnson. He was like doing some stuff for the general. Like Marines and stuff, like they're trying to go take down insurrectionists because that's their job. They go fight the insurrection because the main thing with the UNSC before the Covenant happened was there was rebels, insurrectionists, guys who wanted to split apart from the UNSC because it's like we're in space, we wanted to kind of do our own thing. We don't want to be part of like the inner government or anything. Which is, a lot of plots to a lot of different sci-fi things were involving, like, hey, planets are basically the new nations. We don't want to be a part of your thing because we're not on Earth anymore. Basically, that kind of stuff. Halo Wars is canon. Yes, Halo Wars is very much canon and very important to the story. I'll get to that later. But anyway, back to the story about, like, with the Covenant and everything. So anyway, there's insurrectionists. They're trying to separate and everything. They're like, oh, we don't want to be a part of this. We want to do our own thing. Meanwhile, the Covenant, they have their own history. They're subjugating other aliens to join the Covenant. They're becoming a unified force and looking for artifacts and everything. Some events happen around like a planet where it's like around Harvest, where it's like aliens like started boarding ships and everything. They started raiding. Other people like in the humanity had to go check it because they think it's the insurrectionists, the rebels trying to get their supplies. They try looking around and then like, oh, this is pretty weird. This doesn't seem to be like other humans doing things. And then like eventually it leads up to the point where like they're on like the planet Harvest and everything, where it's like, oh my god, we're up against aliens. This is first contact. And it's some crazy stuff going on where it's like, oh man, what do we do in this situation? The Covenant's also like, what the heck are these things? Humanity? What? We don't know what they are. We were just here to get some artifacts. And we find like a whole other species of alien involved here. And then due to like lots of miscommunications, because they did try bartering peace, there was like a trying to do some peace negotiations between like humans, brutes, and some other stuff. They were like kind of like like they're trying to like make peace or anything, because, you know, according to the Covenant doctrine, they have to try like seeing, hey, is humanity worth joining with the Covenant? Should they be a part of this thing too? Like, you know, we're the Covenant, we're trying to bring all the aliens and species together and everything, and they got some hand with these artifacts and everything, which is some new information, but it's also conflicting with some of the things that they know to become true with the religion that they have of the Covenant. Is like, oh man, what are these humans doing with these artifacts? How come they're activating these kind of things? This is kind of seems kind of sus right here if we're to believe thousands of years of history and whatnot. And there's some miscommunication where like an incident where like grunts, jackals, and marines accidentally opened fire on each other, starting the first ever conflict between humans and Covenant. And it's like, we just thought we were going to be here stopping rebellions and insurrections, but no, we're fighting aliens now. And then conflict happens, a whole bunch of other things, story plots. I'm kind of glossing over this. Sergeant Johnson was there. He was actually there when First Contact happened. The first war between the humans and the Covenant. Sergeant Johnson was there, which is like crazy stuff, because, you know, like, he has his own history. Again, if you didn't already know, Sergeant Johnson was part of the Orion Project, which is basically Spartan 1s, prior to the Spartan 2s. Because, you know, like, Spartan 2s, who were the Spartan 1s? Sergeant Johnson and a couple other dudes were a part of that, which also has its own history and everything. There's actually Spartans 1.5s, which are the kids of Spartan 1s. So it's like, genetically, they're a Spartan. That's a whole other topic going on there. They tied it in with some Loot Crate spinoff more information. I can go into that later if we need to. But anyway, so that whole conflict happened. They glassed Harvest. And then, like, oh man, we gotta make new protocols, because there's, like, not only do we have to deal with these insurrectionists, rebellion, we got aliens to worry about now. And it's some crazy, crazy, crazy stuff going on with that, which eventually leads into Reach, the video game Halo Reach and everything, where, like, the first mission of Halo Reach, you think you're going up against insurrectionists from rebellions and stuff, but this is recently because Covenant is a new thing. They got these new protocols, the Cold Protocol, and the Winter Contingency, and everything going on with that. That's why it was surprising when they're like, the Covenant is on Reach. The Covenant is on Reach. Because, yeah, no, that's a whole thing. They thought they were fighting insurrectionists on Reach because the insurrection didn't really die out with the advent of aliens. I mean, they're still kind of there, but they're not as important. They were still part of a thing, which is why eventually, like, there's some weird context up between the insurrectionists, rebellion remains, and some stuff with the Banished later on. That's why in the book Fall of Reach, there's that whole mission where it's like, hey, we gotta take down the actual main leader, the main insurrection faction, because, yeah, no, we're gonna have to fight aliens after that. There's a whole part of the book where it's like, we're fighting the insurrectionists, which is, you know, again, a lot of people were saying, like, they read Fall of Reach, which is the first book, but it doesn't actually cover the first contact between humanity and the Covenant. The first contact was Contact Harvest, which was a book made around the time of Halo 3, so it's more like a prequel book. It's like a flashback book to like, hey, here's your information. Here's what you want to know about Sergeant Johnson, because if you know about Halo 3, you know what happens to Sergeant Johnson. It's like, hey, what made him so tough? How does he know about these things? How did he survive against the Flood? Well, go read that book. Highly recommended. There's also an audiobook. Very, very, very recommend that as well. But, anywho, there's a whole history to that. And, yeah, no, that's basically where they had the first contact on, that kind of stuff. Imagine the report to the superiors, right? Like saying, hey, yeah, so we're not fighting a rebellion anymore, we're fighting aliens. Like, come again? Aliens. Like, they had to, like, tell them, yeah, the whole planet Harvest is gone, they glassed the whole planet. To add on to more of the lore, so what happened was, there's multiple conflicts happening on Harvest. Because Harvest is, like, the de facto planet, the first planet where it was, like, humans against Covenant, and humans had to, like, go fleeing. They had to go abandon the planet, round up a posse, round up the rest of the UNSC, try to come back to Harvest, attack the Covenant, get utterly wiped out by the Covenant because they were not prepared to fight aliens. They didn't have the technology ready to fight these guys, even if it's, like, a big battalion, one of the largest battalions ever, like, the whole fleet of spaceships going after the aliens. Like, they got shields. What the heck are these shield things? Because, you know, the shield technology that the humans eventually made, that's actually based off the Covenant technology they were able to, like, receive from fighting the aliens, the Covenant. They actually had to reverse engineer the technology, which there actually is a live action video we can watch covering that as part of the ad campaign to Halo Infinite. I will bring that up in a moment. But, yeah, no, that's a whole thing. they lost the first wave to take back Harvest. They fought the war a little bit longer. They tried taking it back again. Eventually, humanity was able to get Harvest again, but by that point, the whole planet was glassed. Same thing with stuff with, like, Reach, where it's like, hey, that whole place got lasered and glassed. But they come back later, which is another thing where they follow up novel Shadow Reach, which is after Halo 5, but before Infinite, which we will talk about on here. Anyway, if you're wondering why there's a older gentleman on here, he was in the final part of humanity, because, again, humans, as far as they know, they think the wars against the alien was after the Covenant went down. They thought that was it, with only a few scrap remains, but humanity at the larger do not know that. The Banish, New Covenant, the Guardians, the whole thing with the Forerunners is a whole thing, because they only get the propaganda that the Secret Service, Sony, gives to them. Office of Naval Intelligence. And this is a documentary made in universe. So let me dial it back to this section of the video. But anyway, that's my lore spiel right there on that part of the history of the Halo canon. If you have any more questions, again, throw down as many questions as you want. I will try to answer as much as I can. But for now, let's watch the rest of this. Yeah, I'm deep into the Ender's Game sci-fi. Oh, yeah, Ender's Game. Pretty great. I love sci-fis. Like books, novels, movies. Sci-fi is definitely one of my favorite genres.
We'd been fighting for a while. On the 7th day, we ran out of ammo. We had to scavenge all we could from the weapons that had been left behind. The pistols, shotgun rounds, a handful of grenades.
Do you remember where you were?
When Master Chief armed his grenade, I was in the back of an overturned Warthog firing an M41.
How did you manage to keep it together?
We knew Master Chief was still in the fight. He gave us hope.
It's really interesting how they made these like actual kind of like historical documentaries in universe, and they're using it as in universe propaganda as well.
Sniper rifle. At 600 yards, it would go through about 13 feet of flesh and bone.
What about you?
Well, I used a shotgun.
Could you tell us a bit about that one?
This one, sure. We saw a lot of these. This is an old Covenant weapon. It's a spike rifle. We call it the Spiker.
And who used it?
Well, the brutes mostly.
Can you show us how it worked?
Sure.
Yeah, like also another thing to note of these live action stuff, they had prop makers making these actual full-size versions of the weapons and everything and vehicles. It's pretty crazy.
Holding an enemy weapon like this feels... I don't like it.
There's a bunch of like these live action trailers and stuff where it's like movie quality. It makes you wonder why it took this long to actually get actual Halo live action off the board. You know, barring, you know, them trying to do a thing with Peter Jackson and the Adventure Becoming District, like
if there's
District
one
9.
reason why we're here, I would say it's because of the Chief.
I gotta even talk about that if you want. If you want to know information why the Peter Jackson Halo thing didn't go off the board, and then the end eventually ended up with the movie District 9, which repurposed a lot of the stuff they were planning for that Halo movie.
This is it. Right here. This is the spot. I bet I can remember.
Yeah, I'm gonna be covering some Halo Wars 2 stuff, Obligatory, don't you worry. I'm just trying to give like the deep dive on everything you need to know. Including Halo Wars 2.
Was out here hunting us, and that Master Chief wouldn't be able to rendezvous with us until dawn, so we had to go dark.
That's some deep, painful lore, but that's how you do sci-fi. True.
Nothing that'll give away our positions. Like rabbits down a hole. Invisible.
Do you mind if we turn the lights off?
Okay, all right.
What happened then?
Love Halo Wars 2. Dad play it sometime. Yeah, Halo Wars 2 is great. Very underrated. More people need to play it.
And listen to them hunting us. All we could do is
tried covering it before, but my PC couldn't handle it, so I'll be able to play it now because we got that Halo Series X Xbox.
For the first time in
And it's cross-compatible, too.
years, Lieutenant Shah returns to the
Like
site
save
of
data and
battle.
whatnot.
What is that?
A shell from a sniper rifle.
It's amazing there's still so many remnants out here. Where's Master Chief's grave?
I don't think anyone really knows. There was a ceremony 5 years ago, over there. Just as a symbolic gesture. The coffin was empty.
Why was the coffin empty?
No Spartan could be listed as KIA. They could only be listed as MIA, missing. So it could be said that no Spartan was ever killed in combat. So the ceremony was tribute more than a burial.
Doesn't look like much.
Chief told me once that no soldier should be honored for doing what is expected.
Do you believe that?
I did, and I still do.
Wait, is this referencing Until Dawn? Wasn't that Mission Halo 2 3, Halo 3? Yeah, they covered a lot of the different things from different aspects and perspectives and stuff. There's also the movie Forward Onto Dawn, which is its own separate thing that took place during the Covenant stuff and eventually leading into the plotline of Halo 4 with Lasky, who's a major character. And also tying into the Spartan Ops, like we mentioned earlier. But seriously, this whole era of ad campaigns with just the classic music here showing this full-scale diorama, which is, by the way, huge. There's photos of it. You can look up the Halo 3 diorama. They actually really handcrafted that, got actual folks to model for it and everything. Very huge. Just back in the day, the Believe campaign was, like, very pointed, because it's like, you're finishing the fight for Halo 3, and you see ads like this on, like, G4 and just on general television and early internet. Mid-2000s, late 2000s. It's crazy. And like I mentioned before, they had to split apart this diorama at some point because it was so huge they couldn't keep it around all the time. They split it up amongst like Bungie employees, people who did some of the modeling work, people working at 343. It's crazy. Oh, I love that theme. I'll pause this a bit so I can read it for you. He received the highest commendations for bravery, countless decorations for honor and selflessness, but Master Chief's greatest achievement reaches far beyond what any medal could ever hope to commemorate. For the men and women of the 26th century, he is a human embodiment of possibility, the last Spartan standing against an angry tide. This is the strength of spirit is forged through his legend. This strength of spirit is forged through his legend, yeah. Jericho 7, The Battle of Reach, High Charity, tales rife with sacrifice and courage, tales that grow, flourish, and inspire. And while he shapes his own history, he in turn shapes the history of all who follow. No matter what horrors are released upon the day, they cannot match the reply of soldiers emboldened with his spirit. An army of Master Chiefs unto themselves. Believe. Which is like a whole thing that they had on the Halo 3 campaign on the website and stuff, which is crazy. There we go. Ah, that music. Very good. Oh, and even more. I'll read that in a minute. A hero need not speak. When he is gone, the world will speak for him. And yeah, believe. That was the campaign they had for Halo 3. And, again, actual in-universe documentary uses propaganda for humanity. Like, it's like, that's not just like a benefit for us. That's an actual thing that happened in universe that, as far as humans are concerned, like, yeah, Master Chief died, saving humanity. They don't know that he's still around doing stuff in Halo 4, 5, or Infinite. Which leads into some other crazy things. There's a whole audio documentary, the search for Master Chief. I'll just get like an excerpt of like part of that. I'm not gonna play the whole thing because like there might be some copyright stuff on there, but there's a whole thing about that where conspiracy theories like Master Chief didn't die here, or like what's Master Chief's backstory, and then like the Office of Naval Intelligence, ONI, like I said, they covered up some of the stuff that they had. There's a lot of searching on there. What was it? Yeah. Search for Master Chief. They had some stuff with that. I know there's a more precise name on there, but they had a Master Chief. Let's see. What was it? Master Chief. Was it the Hunt for Master Chief? Because again, I'm just going off of Hunt for the Truth. There you go. Hunt for the Truth. Halo 5. There we go. That's that I'm looking for. Good. Also have a pop-up I have to go check up out in a minute. Let's see, somebody made a whole supercut, a whole video of the whole thing, which is pretty cool. But we don't have time for that. They had a whole site on this. Let me just take a look at this real quick. Oh yeah, they covered some of the stuff right here. Primer, AI fracture, that kind of stuff. Again, prior to Halo 5, there's like a whole thing where it's like, I think I found some information on Master Chief. Here's his real thing going on here. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. They have compilations, which I recommend. Funny enough, a lot of people preferred the storyline that they're building up for Hunt for the Truth, more so than the actual plot of Halo 5, but that's a whole thing. Let me just check an email also real quick, real fast, because I got a response about something. Okay, just making sure of some stuff, because we got some plans for this week, besides covering the stuff of Halo Infinite with the actual Halo Infinite campaign tomorrow. I do have some things I gotta do on Thursday, because that's the Game Awards. Me, Jerry, and PA World 15 are gonna be co-streaming that. And we're gonna have multiplayer day on Friday. But other than those, I'm gonna be playing a lot of the campaign. Like on Wednesday, once I have the game downloaded, because you can't preload it, once I have the game downloaded, I'm gonna be playing that like for as long as I can. I'm gonna be marathoning it, pun intended, because of the the game Marathon for Bungie and stuff, kind of precursor to Halo a little bit. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing a lot of that. Thoughts on Halo's Infinite's open world? The open world is really good. Like I really can't wait to play in that open world. I like the idea. They did dabble with some open world stuff with one of the stages in Halo CE, which is the biggest inspiration for Zeta Halo in this game. But there's also some open world, materials and stuff, non-linear progression that they had in Halo ODST. So I'm genuinely curious to see how it's gonna play as its own, like a full-on campaign, a full-on open world setting. But yeah, let's just like sample one of these Hunters for the Truth. I'm not gonna play the whole thing because there might be some copyright stuff involved in that rather than as opposed to like watching cutscenes for a game. But yeah, we'll get the primer on here. We'll listen to that because we'll cover some audio stuff. We'll cover some books. I know there's some stuff I want to cover in that department, but let's go with this for now. I also have some more live action stuff I want to show you guys. There's a whole lot of live action things. I can't show the actual live action movies like Forward Unto Dawn or the stuff with Spartan Locke, because there was a whole prequel movie thing with them on a planet, and that's a whole thing, another Halo live action movie. And then of course there is the the series that they have going on Paramount Plus. But I'll cover the ads though. The ads are free game.
When you're a war journalist, you see a lot of horrible stuff. All the stories I've done, I've seen the absolute worst of humanity. But I've also gotten to see the best. 6 years ago, I saw him, the greatest, most mysterious hero of our time, up close in action. I witnessed firsthand what he did that day, and it changed everything for me. Anyone listening to this knows exactly who I'm talking about.
The Master Chief.
The guy who saved us. Saved Earth, saved mankind. Master Chief Petty Officer Spartan 117, whom we now know is simply the Master Chief.
Again, this is like an in-universe interview
A few months
podcast,
ago, I
audio
was
drama
hired
that they
to
got
do an
going
in-depth
on.
Profile on the Chief. Exclusive access.
Which is why a lot of people were more
Since
interested
then,
on like the
I've
plot
gotten
line
to
they
talk
made
to
in
a lot of
this,
people
more
who
so than the
claim
actual
they
plot for
know
Halo
the
5, but we'll
real
cover that when we
Master
get to it.
Chief. The boy, the soldier, the hero, the traitor. See, I've always known where a story was going before it started. I'd known exactly the story I wanted to tell for years. The story all of us wanted to hear. Glossy, inspiring, the blockbuster hero biography. That's all this was supposed to be. But the truth isn't always that clean. When I pulled that first loose thread, something broke. Now everything is caving in, and I find myself stuck with all these ugly questions I never intended to ask.
Because he opened up like a huge conspiracy he wasn't ready to do. He just wanted to make a thing on Master Chief, but then turns out he's alive. Turns out the NSC is saying he's a traitor.
Rumors, reports of anomalies. Something big is happening in deep space, and I can't even corroborate a single fact about one man's life. It's clear to me now.
They tried covering up his backstory because they didn't want people to know they were kidnapping children to make them into Spartans.
Maybe I can break the ugly one. For the first time in my career, I can honestly say I don't know the shape of where this is going. And in fact, the possibilities have me lying awake at night. But I believe we all deserve to know the real story. We need to know where this leads. I know I do. So I find myself back at the beginning. Who is the Master Chief? Where does he come from? And is he keeping us safe? Join me as I hunt the truth about the Master Chief.
So yeah, those episodes kind of like more or less played like a whole on podcast and everything. If you listen to like both seasons and everything, this is like 5 to 6 hours worth of like content audio wise. That's like a whole like book or listening sequence you could go through. You could do condensed short episodes. It's like in-universe podcasting, which really adds to the continuity because there's a big conspiracy and everything. If you also know like some known voice actors, Steve Bloom, the voice of Spike Spiegel, Tom from Toonami, and like Wolverine and everything, he's in this. He's in this thing. He's part of the conspiracy. He's an actor hired on to be part of the fake backstory they gave the Master Chief of him growing up on a planet and everything. But as we know, that's not really true because, like, the Spartan 2s weren't recruited when they became soldiers and everything. It's even deeper than that. They were kidnapped as children. So then it's like the guy's unraveling a conspiracy and he finds the actor accidentally. And then it's like, oh, hey, what are you doing here? I think you're supposed to be on a retirement plan. And like, oh, no reason on here. And then he tries covering it up. And it just leads into, like, a big spiral and all this other crazy stuff. Again, I don't want to give any, like, crazy spoilers for it, but it is very important to continuity because, again, humanity, it's like, I thought Master Chief was dead. What is going on here? Now you're saying he's alive, he's a traitor. There's a whole thing. They got the Spartan Luck and his team going up against Blue Team, which is the original Spartan 2s. There's a whole plot line that happened in Halo 5. Crazy stuff. Again, some supplemental material. If you were kind of iffy about this plot line of Halo 5, because, you know, a lot of people were iffy about the plot line of Halo 5, but, you know, that's still part of the continuity, and then I'm pretty sure they'll touch upon it with some details and everything for Halo Infinite. I really do recommend the Hunt for the Truth as a listening, because seriously, like, you just listen to this, like, by episode, or, like, the whole shebang over time. It is very compelling. It's a fun thing you can listen to. Continuity, good storytelling, good voice acting. The voice actors are solid. Would definitely recommend it. Much similarly to like how I'd recommend some of the audiobooks, because the audiobooks are also very solid and contending and stuff. But this is like a full-on audio drama mixed in with some podcasting stuff in there. You can go at your own pace. It's pretty good. Pretty good things. Speaking of also like ads and everything, let me take a look at some of these, because this is a whole thing over here. Just boop-a-doop-a-doo. Take this over here. I'm going a little bit all over the places on the timeline here, but like eventually I'm going to go more linear with how we're going to showcase and cover things. But I'm just trying to answer as many of the main questions as I can for those who want to be up to speed for Halo Infinite. Like the main important things you got to know. but then we'll cover some of the nitty-gritty minor details where it's like, oh, I didn't know about that. I didn't know that was a thing.
We have just received confirmation from Meridian that on October 27th, 2560, Spartan 117, the man most commonly known as the Master Chief, died in the line of duty. Out of respect to those who may have lost loved ones in the event, we are holding back the complete account. The Master Chief would never have agreed to special treatment, to be elevated above anyone else. But we must acknowledge the loss we have all, our entire species, suffered today. And we must fight together as he fought.
Yeah, in-universe action figures. You know, they had that, like actual soldier action figures and stuff. And of course they'd have that in the Halo-verse. Much like how they have actual Gundam model kits in Gundam. Wait, I haven't played 5. Is Chief still fugitive? Yes! Which, again, we'll cover in a moment. Don't you worry. I'm going to cover stuff with 5. We're going to cover that. I'm just covering some of the background lore, some information, some side materials that most folks, when they're covering, like, hey, I'm going to cover all the things Halo, they're like, I'm going to play Halo 5. There you go. Like, they think they just need to play the games and Halo 5 and good, which kind of, yeah, sure, but if you really want to know the information, there's a lot of good source materials, books, comic books, spin-offs, anime, videos, commercials that are canon. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good things. 2015, remember the hype for 5. Yeah, no, it was some crazy stuff right there. I wanted to play Halo 5, but I didn't want to, get an Xbox One at the time, because, like, that generation of gaming with the whole Connect and not being able to share games kind of set a mood. Went full PC on that one, and PS4 and stuff with the Switch eventually, because, like I said, I'm multi-platform. I'm not specifically Sony, Xbox, Nintendo. I usually try to go for everything. But, yeah, no, the Xbox brought me back on this one, because Game Pass, very solid deal, especially if you are doing PC and Xbox with that Ultimate Pass. They were able to bring me back to the console features with that. Otherwise, I would have upgraded my computer, but currently going everything down with computer upgrades being hard to do because of scalping parts, part shortages, and other stuff. Funny enough, it was easier to pick up a Xbox Series X, even a Halo Edition version of that, than it is to get PC parts at a decent, reasonable price. But anyway, that's a whole thing. Let's watch this actual Halo 5 launch commercial that they had.
In all my years of command, I've never seen a more determined soldier than the Master Chief. You know, his service record was unimpeachable. But he's not responding to orders, and he's setting these things loose. We created him, so we're responsible when we can't control him. When he recruits others to join him. The only thing we
television
a hero is
funny one,
watching
obligatory.
him against us. The official story is the Master Chief is dead. You, Spartan Locke, are the unofficial story. Your mission is go.
Let's hunt him down.
Again, there's like a little bit of a disconnect between the advertising of the stuff for Halo 5, the actual plotline you're doing, and then Hunt the Truth, the podcast thing I just talked about, which is actually, like I said, arguably more compelling than the stuff that actually happened in the game. But, it depends on who you ask and everything. Personally, I still kind of I kind of still like both of the things because I love Halo. Halo's one of my favorite things. Good stuff. But anyway, going back over here. Let's go check out some more stuff. Let's wrap up on some of the Halo live action advertisements they have, because those are more in-universe stuff, and then we're going to be covering some stuff with Halo 5 and Halo Wars 2, Maybe some Halo Wars, Halo Wars 2, Halo 5, and maybe some Halo 4 things that we could also cover with it as well. Because I believe there was also the ODST live action. Here you go. Imagine there was a Halo game where the main conflict was the insurgents. Yeah, no, that'd be crazy. They dabbled a little bit with that with some of the training for Halo Wars and maybe even some of the mobile game stuff. But if they could actually do like a Halo game set during that time period, that would actually be pretty interesting as like a spin-off. Not like a main thing, but spin-off wise, that would be something to think about. All right, let me click on some of these. Some of these may repeat over each other, but we'll see it as we click it. Again, some of this is done in universe. They have their own ads within the universe telling you, go join the Marines. And it's like, whoa, that's crazy. Like, I thought I was watching an ad for a video game. But like, no, that's actually an ad in universe repurposed for us to go get the game. It's crazy. Crazy stuff.
Rated M for mature.
Yeah, joining up with the ODSTs. They got a very rough regimen. Because they're not augmented super soldiers. They're just regular dudes. The Hell Jumpers. Again, a lot of people ignore these advertisements, saying they're just advertisements. But no, these are like in-universe stuff that showcase some battles that get like referenced in side materials or in-universe in the video game. Like, I'll show the Reach one too, because that's like the Reach live-action trailer. That's like literally right before the Reach game. This is a Titans game. It could be a tactics game. Yeah, it could be a tactics game. I could see it happening like that. Honestly, if we could cover a game where it's like get to actually see in-universe Contact Harvest, that'd be pretty cool. There you go. The annotations are in the way, but Halo 3 ODST. Alright, let me go click another thing right here. We saw that one. Halo Landfall, that's the other one you might want to see here. Halo Landfall was another thing that they covered. Which is like right prior to Halo 3, I believe, if I remember correctly. Is 1337 in live action? I wish. Be a fun way to like explain it, maybe. In universe. And by the time they go to like Spartan 4s and stuff, like maybe you can have an actual 1337. Because you're getting regular people recruiting themselves as Spartans. Going through the augment progress. What's 1337? 1337 is a specific short in the Halo Legends anime, which was done by Toei Animation, the same folks who did Dragon Ball Z, which is a fun take on the Halo series. That one's not canon to the Halo universe, but it's still pretty fun. If you haven't seen the Halo anime, I recommend checking it out. Some fun short stories that are mostly canon through the Halo universe, done by different studios with different directions and different side stories set within the Halo universe. They're like mini shorts you can check out. It's its whole thing. I wish they'd do a Halo Legends 2, to be honest. It's fun. Some of them are dramatic, some of them are hit you in the right in the feels, but yeah, no, I still recommend Halo Legends. Now I gotta specify which Halo anime. Odd one out. Halo Legends, odd one out, is the one that stars 1337. You're thinking of the Star Wars anime. Star Wars anime did something similar to that too. Same with the Animatrix and the Batman Gotham anime anthology. Started with the Animatrix, then Batman did it, then Halo did it, then Star Wars did it. Where they just get a bunch of anime studios to do stuff across their series IP. Started with Animatrix, then Batman, then Halo, then Star Wars. More folks should do that. It's pretty fun. This was like pretty crazy back in the day. This was like when Halo 3 was released and they did a live action Halo trailer like this. Little mini short movie. They actually recreated the armors, recreated some of the vehicles. It was pretty cool. They made a legit Warthog for these Halo live action stuff, which was crazy. That's like actual footage right there. That wasn't CGI. They legit made a working Warthog for these videos. Just to get that live cam footage feel. Well, I mean, minus the turret gun. The turret gun is kind of more of a prop, but no, some people made an actual thing where you can shoot on the Warthog. Whether it be, you know, like dummy rounds or something, dart gun. You also made that spiker into a prop, which is pretty cool. Hey, I mean, like, they might have some other, because, like, to talk about Halo Legends, it just wasn't Toei Animation. Toei Animation did that one specific Halo short. There were other studios involved, like the guys who did like Ghost in the Shell, and like a couple of guys who worked on Gundams and other different things. It's a bunch of animation studios, not just one specific animation studio. So you're mentioning stuff like Mappa or Trigger, which in theory, if there was a Halo Legends 2, they could do that. Because, again, it's multiple studios. It's not like one specific studio. I just mentioned the odd one out with Toei Animation because they were the ones who did that specific short. In Halo Legends, there are multiple studios that were involved with that. Oh yeah, looking up B-Train, Bones, Casio Entertainment, Project IG, Studio 4C, and Toei Animation worked on Halo Legends. There you go. So lots of folks. Red vs. Blue count as Halo Animation. Well, technically, earlier Red vs. Blue stuff could, in theory, fit within the continuity. Some of it may actually be in continuity because there was a Easter egg cameo thing in Dr. Halsey. I'll talk about that after this short. Because I want to say how this fits into canon for those that are curious. I'll talk about that after this is over. Seriously crazy too, because they made these armors, they made prop versions of the Halo weapons, and that Warthog's an actual drivable Warthog that they made. Seriously, like, people who saw this, their minds were blown when Halo 3 was releasing. With all these props and everything.
Target acquired.
That's it, we got him. Recovery team has his coordinates. Touching down soon. Fall back, fall back.
Rocket launcher. Man, look at that dude. That brute is all over the place. Ah, man. That definitely was a time. But yeah, for those wondering how that fit into there. So basically, after Halo 2 into Halo 3, people are like, what happened to Master Chief? Was he, like, finishing the fight? Like, how did he go crash landing in Halo 3? There was a whole comic. They covered it. I'm trying to remember if it was one of the Marvel comics. I think it was a Marvel comic, because Marvel did do some Halo comics for a brief period of time. Some of the stuff that happened in the in-between was that Master Chief was, like, basically trying to hunt after the main prophet, the Prophet of Truth on the ship and everything. And he was, like, kind of, like, taking down enemies left and right on their ship, trying to stick with it, trying to assassinate the Prophet of Truth for a good 2 weeks or so. And he was about to, like, get, like, a good sniper rifle shot of the guy because he was able to, like, infiltrate into the ship and everything. They didn't know where to find him. He was doing, like, a die-hard situation where it's, like, it's only Master Chief, no Cortana to help him because she was left behind with the Flood and some stuff going on with the Covenant on, like, their main capital and everything. He's on the ship with the Prophet of Truth. He's trying to do a die-hard situation, trying to go after the Prophet of Truth. And a Jackal sniper sees him, and he's like, oh, I gotta bail, I gotta get out of here. So then he just, like, hops off the ship, goes into, like, armor lock mode, starts crashing towards the planet, which leads into this short that happened right here, where Marines and ODSTs and other dudes, they have to get, like, a tracking thing, because he's crash landing on the planet. They gotta track him down, and, like, make sure they find out where he's landed and find the Chief, go get to him. And then, you know, the dudes holding the thing, track it, they see the thing come towards the planet, and that's the Master Chief, which leads into the beginning of Halo 3, which leads into that part. And hey, NeoTokyo VT, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Played crab game with them. They're pretty good. They won 3 times in a row. Almost got that last round, but it was pretty good. I hope you're having a good time. I'm doing a history lesson of Halo, so people are ready for tomorrow when the new game's story releases. We're watching live-action trailers. We're covering games. We're covering books. We're covering novels. Halo is one of my favorite FPS sci-fi series of all time. I'm a multi-streamer. I do other things besides that game. I do, like, Nintendo games, PlayStation games, action games, card games, stealth games, turn-based strategy, FPS, tabletop simulator, lots of different games, but we're covering Halo because it is close to that stuff. I'm looking forward to the single player coming out. Yeah. Been doing a ton of Infinite. Hey, if you ever want to play, I do multiplayer nights. I'm down. I'm good for playing. Feel free to play. I've been keeping up with the multiplayer too. Halo is always fun with more folks. Feel free to add me over on these things if you ever want to play. I'd be down. I even got like a secret stuff going on here, but we got a VTuber collab Discord with a bunch of VTubers you may or may have heard in there. If you're interested, just feel free to DM me. I can send you the thing. We're coming up with collabs for multiplayer and having private custom games and online games. Pretty good stuff. Some folks who are in that crab game are also on that server. So, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'll send you a thing. But yeah, no, we're talking about different Halo lore. I'm trying to get people up to date, up to speed. Not everybody played Halo 5. Not everybody played Halo Wars 2 or read the books. I'm trying to keep people up to speed. I'm not going to cover things as much like Halo Reach 1 through 4, maybe a little bit of 4, and ODST and stuff, because most people, you know, they kind of play that stuff with the MCC. I'm covering the ones that a lot of people missed out on. But, yeah, now we're covering more things. Let me actually just get the last bit of the live-action Halo stuff that's advertisements that are actually canon in-universe out of the way. And then we'll get into more of the nitty-gritty, the actual things you want to know about, like Halo 5 and Halo Wars 2, because Halo Wars 2, probably the most important out of the game stuff prior to Halo Infinite, because it actually introduces the Banished. Not everybody played it because it's an RTS game, which, again, I recommend people looking into it. Or you can, like I said, continue watching, because we're going to cover Halo Wars 2. I'll tell you everything you need to know about Halo Wars 2, and some stuff with that. But, yeah, let's go with more of the Halo live action. Looking more into the stuff. I know there was some Reach things. Here we go. Halo Reach. Also, we'll check out the teaser for this, and we'll also check out the live action stuff they have for Halo Infinite. And then I think that's when we're going to cover the actual main parts of the games for Halo 5, Halo Wars 2, and the Shadows of Reach, which is the crash course you need to know for things before Infinite. There's also some more book stuff in there that I'll, you know, cover as we cover it, but let's take care of all these canon live action trailers first before we move on there. Again, this is Crash Course 101, Halo recap, and lore. If you have any specific questions, I am here to answer them. I have a general plan set out to show everything that you need to know, that I think you need to know, that for what you need to know for Halo Infinite, and trying to condense it as much as I can. But if you have any specific questions, I will try to answer it to the best of my ability. Because I've read books, I've read novels, I've checked out graphic novels, I played games, I've seen the anime, I've seen the movies. I think I'm up to speed for the most part. But yeah, let's watch this. What rank are you in, Infant? I imagine you're pretty cracked. I'll get to that after this trailer. Played a lot. I'll tell you that. I didn't pay for the skip levels in the Battle Pass, and I'm already near the end of the Battle Pass. That much is true. Wink, wink. I just got the regular $10 one, and I'm already near the end. And yeah, I did see that video about the Halo books. That's Kat from Halo Reach right here. I'll explain how this fits into it after it's actually over. Explosions! Remember Reach? Which is also set a mood because that was Bungie's last Halo game. Man, 360. Alright, to explain what happened there, basically, when you start up Halo Reach, you know you're like a new guy kind of joining the Noble team. There was a former Noble 6 part of their team called Thumb, I believe, who saved the team by delivering a bomb straight into a Covenant warship, which wiped himself out, but saved the rest of the team leading into the events of Halo Reach and why they need a new guy. That's where Noble 6 comes in and some other stuff as well. So, yeah, that's where that's a guy from Fortnite, right? Yeah, no, totally. Fortnite falls into the continuity of a slip-rate drive going wrong with the Master Chief that could easily fit in between Halos 3 and 4 and potentially before Infinite, depending on how they want to explain it. There could be a canon reason why they have him in Fortnite if they really wanted to explain it. Well, anyway, that's how that fits in there. Also, to answer your question earlier, in terms of ranked, if you're wondering where I am, I could potentially work my way to Onyx, but the ranked is still kind of iffy at the moment. I don't trust how the rank's going, especially with how they're pairing up some dudes against some other things. Ranked is super sweaty and some other things. I could work my way up to Onyx, especially with how much I was playing. Like I mentioned before, I only got the $10 Battle Pass, which again, it's still worth it. You can grind as much as you want to. It does not expire. You just need to have it on your thing, have it on your record, and you can switch back to it whenever you want to, even when there's a new Battle Pass, which is pretty great. Unlike, say, Fortnite, where it's like, oh, you didn't get the Battle Pass done in time, you can't progress any further, or you only had 3 days to do the Battle Pass. Yeah, no, you don't have to do that. You just throw down the $10 for the multiplayer pass, which I still think is kind of worth it, especially now that they made it easier to gain EXP. They'll probably be doing some more revisions in the future, but still add it to your record before the thing runs out, I believe, in May. Pretty worth it, because I threw down the 10 on there just to get the Battle Pass. I'm already at, like, level 70-something, so I played a lot of Halo Infinite already. I've been doing the weeklies. I completed the weeklies. I got the special armor coatings. I got the logo thing from last time. There's a new weekly for this week I got to work on. I already took care of, I don't know, I want to say like a third of that already off stream before I even went live today. So, yeah, that's a whole thing. But, I got to see how much of that I'm going to be able to work on, because I'm going to be playing the campaign all day tomorrow. Halo Infinite Story Mode campaign. That's going to be a whole thing. But, yeah, like, we got a whole thing with that. But, where was I? Oh, yes. We got more things to cover here, especially if you're interested in the campaign for Halo Infinite. If you didn't see the recent live-action ads, I'm going to go play that now, because those are actually important, because they explain the stuff, like how do they get the grapple shot? How do they get the, how do they get the, shields for Master Chief and that Mjolnir armor? So, Halo Infinite. I can spell. Halo Infinite. Live action. Here you go. This is very important for this kind of stuff. Also, this one just recently came out, like 9 days ago. Gotta check that one out. Get ready for some heartstrings to be pulled. For some of them. But let's see some of them. Which order do I do this? You know, I'll go by release order. I'll go by the actual release order. So, the oldest one would be the one from a year ago. Let's go with that one. Let's go with this. If we didn't already see that, some of these things may be overlapping a bit depending on how they titled it, but let's go check out this one. How many hours until it's out? Let's see if I can convert this. It's 9:30 about here. Let's round up to 10 p.m. because I'm 10 p.m. East Coast. If I round it up, it's actually 9:32. But if we're going from 10 p.m. right now, let's see, at least 12 hours, because, yeah, it'll be 10 a.m. and then at least 3 more hours after that. 13 hours until we are able to download it. Depending on how quickly you download it, depends on your location, region, and other things and whatnot, but we're 13 hours away from the official launch. There you go. But yeah, let me dial this back. Here we go. This is all live action background information. I know they covered part of this in that other video, but I'll replay it anyway because this is tying it up with Infinite. Alright, see you, Bigatari, if you want more of the recap stuff, because I'm pretty sure after this I'm going to be covering Halo Wars 2, gameplay-wise and story-wise, then, yeah, definitely check this out when you can. Because, boy howdy, I'm going to cover a lot on Halo Wars 2. Probably either when this is over or Halo 5. I don't know, I'll do like a little poll, see what people want to do. Timeline-wise, it's Halo 5, then Halo Wars 2, but I'll see what people want to see. I didn't want to cover Halo Wars 2, because that's what I got this titled under. Because not everybody played the RTS game. I just want to play Halo Wars 2. I will play Halo Wars 2 when I get to it. Gonna be doing some stuff. I gotta download it. It's on my Xbox. We got it on PC, but we tried doing that once before and couldn't handle playing the game and streaming. It's not optimized for PC that well, but we'll get it running on the Xbox. Capture card. It's fine. Initialize.
It all means nothing. Until you.
Well, I'm also gonna cover stuff about Halo Wars 2, how it ties in with Halo Infinite. So the stuff you may not know about, like this is a specific reference that gets referenced in this Halo Infinite trailer or something, you know? Or there's more mentioned about what happened in Halo Wars 2 in this Halo spin-off book. I'm gonna be covering as much as I can. All right, there you go. That was the trailer from about a year ago, so go in further back. They had this multiplayer cinematic intro. Yeah, we'll play that too. We'll play that. That's from 30 months ago. I know part of it gets covered in some other stuff, but no, we're going to cover everything Halo Infinite-wise on this, and then we'll go straight to the actual games in the condensed form. Part of this is also covered in the Halo Infinite tutorial, which I recommend people play. And if you haven't played the Halo Infinite tutorial, that's free. Go play it. You get, like, free achievements just for playing. If you already know how to play Halo or been playing multiplayer. People skipped out on the tutorial, which they shouldn't, because it includes single-player content and continuity info, because the multiplayer actually is canon in the universe. They're known as Spartan games and trading missions. So it's a canon piece of the lore, the multiplayer.
Why are you here?
To fight. To win. To be a Spartan.
What is a Spartan? A Spartan is a symbol.
Yeah, this is when they kind of invaded a bit on New Mombasa, I believe. Maybe even a little bit later after that. Probably the continuity, because, you know, they got, like, Spartan,
In times of
they got Mjolnir 7 armor here.
we are hope.
There's also some time dilation, which I'll bring up later. It's kind of weird how they had the Spartan 7 armor be one of the last unlocks in the Battle Pass, and you'd think the helmet would be one of the first helmets you could get.
Together, we are unstoppable.
A wasp bee right there or something. Like, I love the bees.
Are you
See, and that they were rescued by Spartans, and then they joined up with the Spartan program. Because now regular people can become Spartans if they volunteer. Because that's where it is in that part of the Halo timeline. Which again, multiplayer actually being canon to the Halo universe, which is crazy. Called war games and stuff, which they started adding as part of the continuity with like 4 and 5 a little bit. All right, there you go. Now get ready for some crazy heartstrings to be pulled, because boy howdy, these next couple things coming up really get to you. This is gonna be explaining how the shields worked in Halo, how they got the shields. Also, they did it in like super widescreen mode. I don't know why it's in wide. Let me go see if it's on the. Okay, here we go. Maybe this one's. Nope, they really wanted to go for that really widescreen cinematic feel. So apologies for screen size, but that's just how they have it. The energy shield. Also, fun fact, you're about to see somebody doing sign language and stuff. That it's done by an actual, like, deaf actor, too. So, like, very accurate. Unlike there, they actually got some pretty interesting talents for these live-action trailers for Halo Infinite. I can't full screen it. If I full screen it, it's still gonna be a weird aspect ratio. Because look, it's super widescreen. It's theater style.
Reconstruction. Begin.
Yeah, and that's them trying to be fancy with the cinematics. It's still pretty good.
Mr. and Mrs. Dominguez, you don't know me, but I know you. I served with your son. He spoke of you all the time. I was there. We were ambushed by jackals.
It's always jackals.
David didn't flinch. He led. He was brave. And I followed him into battle. Together, we fought them off. But we paid a price. While they carried us to the medevac, all he was worried about was you. I tried to tell him that his parents would be proud. But my throat. And then I started to feel confused.
You couldn't even talk to him because, like, he got shot in there by the jackal.
And I lost consciousness. When I awoke, he was gone. David saved many, many lives. He seized vital technology.
The shields that they all use.
Critical. To UNSC. Defenses. He was the brother I always wanted. He will always be my brother. And your son. He loved you. He loved you to the end.
It's also called back to, like, the Believe campaign that we saw earlier, because that was, like, believing in the Master Chief. Halo Infinite is, like, kind of like doing, like, a different thing, where you're, instead of believing in the Master Chief, you're becoming the Master Chief, which is, like, kind of like a dual, like, inner meeting towards how you're supposed to feel about, like, the game and everything. It's crazy. Again, like, feeling a continuity here. We got another video over here, which is also explaining some of the equipment within the game, which a lot of people really want to know about, because it's like, they have this grapple weapon. How come this grapple weapon wasn't in other Halos, and what's the deal with the grapple weapon? Well, here we go. We're going to talk about it. Again, they did this cinematic thing, so I can't do, like, a full screen, because the way how they do it is kind of weird. Thematic style, more dramatic on there, but it adds to the effect if you're, you know, kind of watching that. But we'll see. Yeah, there's the grapple shot. A civilian engineer built a prototype for the rapid mass manipulation of heavy objects. I didn't read the description of the other one. Well, people could see the description of the other one. They'll see it. It's about the whole shield thing. This is how the device worked for Halo, the grapple shot.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank the UNSC for rejecting my proposal.
So the UNSC didn't listen to her idea of an invention of the grapple shot
Rather than show you schematics,
initially,
I thought
trying to make practical
I'd show you
prototypes.
the real thing. Project Magnus. The conductive transfer of an equal mass and high tensile fiber.
Also explaining how the grapple shot works, considering he's a big armored dude. How are he able to pull things and armors and enemies and themselves with it?
1.0. Test 4.0. Technically, this part is supposed to go much further. Technically.
Hi, Mom.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. And you?
Yeah, I'm really good, thanks.
Conductive transfer test 17.
Oh, almost like Shell from Portal 2. Or also Portal 1.
I've got a new riddle for you, Mum.
Go for it.
So, you have 50 fighters. Each fighter has enough fuel to travel 100 parsecs.
Okay.
Using all 50 fighters, what is the maximum distance you can travel?
What class are the fighters?
It doesn't matter, I don't know.
It might matter. Test 44.
Going through 44 tests, no success. Can't even launch the hook yet.
Correct.
Fly them 50 per sec, drain half the fuel.
Until the other half, fly, rinse, repeat. I know.
Honestly, honey, nothing.
Nothing in the current fleet will ever fly that far. I know.
A harrowing report from the outer colonies this evening. Covenant warships have glassed Arcadia.
Yeah, that's a whole war thing right there. That's during the Covenant War, where like they get Arcadia.
63.
That's also a callback right there. And they're able to throw into the live action.
Test 70P.
Oh, now it launched. It's better than not launching.
Mom, just talk to me.
Test 78.
I know it might not seem it, but you're getting there. You are.
I miss you so much.
I miss you too.
Test 78 worked. I also have to be careful there because that's pulling Master Chief. How's that work on a person who's not even armored? Become. Let's go. Yeah, there you go. We got more going on over here. Let's pull on to the next one. Again, to reiterate, thematic style, not your typical aspect ratio, so we just have to see it as it is. Here we go. After Covenant bombarded a UNC evacuation site, colonial miners volunteered to extract ore needed to fortify Master Chief's exoskeleton. The only ore to reach the surface before the ongoing attack threatened total collapse. So, the material to give to Master Chief made it out, but the people didn't make it out. But they sacrificed themselves to get that material so they could make the armor for Master Chief. So they believed in the greater good of humanity than their own lives. Which is crazy to think about.
Buried in the heart of an ancient moon, he always dreamed of the fight. Glory was won while his brothers were lost in battles he waged in the night.
This is background story before all that stuff. This is back when he was hero of the UNSC, taking down the Covenant. This is telling you the origins of every aspect of his armor. That's why earlier they mentioned Covenant attachment in the hook shot, the grapple shot video. This is the origins of the different pieces of technology. This is the origins of the armor for not just Master Chief, but for Spartans in general.
I think we're just getting started.
Raider! Watch Jakato make a fool of himself.
Oh, hey, Naito! I'll talk about this in a moment. We're going through more videos, live action stuff, getting people updated for Halo Infinite, covering video games, anime, videos, movies, books, and a whole bunch of other things. I'm giving history lessons. But thank you for the raid. Oh, last point 60 seconds. Nice, nice. Yeah, we're going over different things people need to know about Halo before the campaign, the story mode, the new Halo game's story mode releases, because not everybody played Halo 5 or Halo Wars 2, especially that one because it's an RTS game, or read the books, which is why we're covering all the live action, all the lores, all the questions. Any questions anybody has about Halo, I'm here to answer it today as part of Halo 101 recap and lore, things you need to know before Halo Infinite. If you have general questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. If you wonder who I am, I'm JakatoX. I am a VTubing robot, tokusatsu, mecha pilot hero, monkey, and I like playing a variety of different games. I'm a multi-streamer, I'm a variety streamer, but Halo is one of my favorite FPS/sci-fi series of all time, which is why I'm doing this history lesson for everybody who needs to do it. And I'm playing the past Reach. Ooh, you should play some other Halo games, Naito. Would totally recommend it. Also, you missed it. I gave a history lesson about Reach a little bit. There was a prequel live-action movie to Reach that they did as part of the advertising campaign, which wasn't just an ad for the game, but also in-universe lore, because a lot of the live-action stuff was in-universe propaganda, documentation, but repurposed for us in the form of a commercial, but used as actual historical documents in the Halo universe. It's crazy how they do that. It's some crazy things. Thinking to get some Halo turn. Yeah, for sure. We're watching the Halo live-action trailers and stuff for the games that actually explained how Master Chief got his armor, how he got them shields, how he got that grapple shot. There's different stories and aspects of it. We just watch like a whole bunch of dudes ready to sacrifice themselves just to get mining material to make the Mjolnir armor for Master Chief and other Spartans. Previous to that, we saw this origin story of the new grapple weapon, the grapple shot for Halo Infinite, the free multiplayer, which you can use in that or in the campaign. And how people actually got those energy shields. We're going to see this other one. Is the anime stuff considered canon? For the most part, yes. Halo Legends anime is considered canon. They're short stories by different animation studios, but most of them are canon. The only one that I wouldn't say is canon is The Odd One Out, because that was made by Toei Animation Studio, and it was more of a lighthearted joke because it's Halo done in Dragon Ball Z style. But if you want to watch those, I would still recommend it. Go watch the Halo Legends anime. It's pretty fun. It's an anthology of different short stories done by stuff who worked on Ghost in the Shell, Dragon Ball, some Gundam. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good things on there. Especially like I said, previously, because just recently, in the Halo Infinite multiplayer, they have a direct reference to Halo Legends, the story of Daisy and her teddy bear keychain icon when she meant to meet her clone after realizing the Spartan 2s were replaced as children's by clones by the military, so the families didn't even know they were missing. Pretty crazy storyline stuff right there. I'm not going to give, like, full details of that, because you should go watch the anime, but it's crazy how you can actually get Halo Legends reference armor and icons and trinkets into the new Halo Infinite multiplayer. They directly referenced it. We're just like, whoa, nope, it's in continuity. They're referencing different things. But, yeah, moving along, let's go to the next live-action trailer here. Moving in. Oh, hey, this one's actually full-size this time. Here we go. They're trying to do, like, a thematic movie thing with the last couple ones we were watching. But this one's actual full-size, which is great. Would you like a 3 VTuber model? I believe I could do one in VRoid chat at some point to get used to it. I say name and price. Well, maybe, possibly. I mean, if you're interested, we can talk about it later. I mean, I definitely want to do one in some point in the future. I got a 2D model, a work in progress. That is a thing that is happening. It will happen. I'll be doing a 2D debut at some point once it's ready to go. Don't you worry, that's still going on. But I have thought about in the future getting 3D models as well. That is a thing that I definitely would like doing down the line. If you're seriously interested in talking about that, we can talk about it. For now, let's get back to this Halo, because I'm giving you all the lore. And then I'm going to do a poll asking, hey, which part of the Halo universe you want to talk about? We're going to talk Halo 5, we're going to talk about Halo Wars 2, because both of those are important before the story of Halo Infinite. Would definitely recommend folks getting informed on that. And luckily enough, I'm here to inform you about those if you haven't played it. I'm giving you all the information you need to know before Halo Infinite. So, again, if you have any specific Halo questions, I played the video games, I've read the novels, I've read the comic books, I've watched the movies, I'm literally drinking the energy drink with the Halo marking on there to get the codes to get things for the Halo Infinite multiplayer, and the Pringles that are labeled with Halo to get some boosts on my levels. I'm good. So, any Halo questions, I am good to answer, but let's continue watching some of the stuff you need to know here before we continue. History of war. I'll answer that question after this, Mira. Takeoff. Hornets.
Translite scale test commencing in 3. Execute.
Oh, slips race. Somebody had to test it out. Really cool how they recreated these armors. I would love it if I could get one of those armors for like a cosplay or something. Because I'm not tall enough to be like a Spartan or anything, but I could totally be like a Marine or ODST. More probably ODST, because people recognize that from Halo ODST. Become the Master Chief in Halo Infinite. There you go.
Play it now with Game Pass.
True. again, mentioning if you want to play the game, if you want to try out Halo Infinite, you can try Game Pass for $1 for 1 month. Your save carries over if you decide to buy the game later. Also, you can do the multiplayer. That's free. If you've done Game Pass's free trial before, it's only $10 just to throw it in there. You can try out the game day one. Highly would recommend it if you haven't done it. But let me just check the general Halo channel, see if there's anything else we're missing before I cover some more stuff. You know, we'll watch the launch trailer, because why not? Launch trailer. Pretty good stuff. If you haven't seen the launch trailer, let's go check it out. Especially the campaign. And then I'll throw down a poll asking what you guys really want to know about. Does this Spartan that got a second in AOA for it? Yeah, actually, funny enough, they do mention that. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. A good friend of mine, Minokadobo, was replaying Halo 1 the other day and mentioned the DOA spin-offs because he's trying to get all these compatible games for, you know, like his Xbox One and Xbox Series. They have backwards compatible games and stuff. He got the DOA games and stuff. They talked about it. That's Nicole. You're thinking of Nicole, who's actually a space Filipino Spartan who got sent into the DOA universe through a slip-space rupture, who was originally made for like a thing for like the video games, but then retroactively made canon to the Halo universe. So yeah, no, that character's actually canon. That's an actual Spartan that was sent into there, which is crazy stuff. Crazy things to be thought about. It was also a very big pun why they have a Spartan in DOA 4, because, again, to go in time with the Filipino thing, because there was an actual dish called Halo Halo or Mix Mix, which is pretty good. I got to taste it by some of my relatives and stuff, because like I have Filipino relatives and everything, and it's very good. It's kind of like a mix of like different ice cream flavors, kind of frozen treat. It's a dessert, and it's a pun because Halo, Hollow, spelt the same way. But anywho, let's go watch this trailer. If you really want to know more about the DOA Spartan, we can talk about Nicole. Because, yeah, that's a whole thing. There's a bunch of different references and lore and different stuff going on with that character in terms of the stage. There's a whole space station that gets sent back into the past that they have to make sure nobody deals with anything, but they also have to make sure they don't eliminate anybody by accident, because that could totally change the timeline, because they're not sure what universe it is. It's crazy. DOA and Halo takes place in the same universe. True, actually, because as a counterpoint to how... Here's more lore for you. As a counterpoint to how they have a Spartan in DOA 4, they did the reverse, where they threw in a DOA reference into, a DOA/Ninja Gaiden reference into Halo 3. There's a special armor for doing certain things in Halo 3 called Hayabusa armor. I am not making this up. There's a thing called Hayabusa armor, where you get armor based off of Ryu Hayabusa that you can have on your Spartan in customization, including a katana blade for your Spartan. You can't actually use the blade, but it's a thing they can carry around. It's one of the most famous things, and like mostly the air quote nerds use it. I was one of those nerds, so yeah, no, I was in the samurai armor doing the Hayabusa stuff because it's a direct reference to Ryu Hayabusa, which is fun. You can go look that up. It's an actual thing. It's an in-universe explanation how they have the Hayabusa armor. It's a fun thing, a little piece of Halo lore right there. But yeah, no, they had some other stuff right here. That was the armor that everyone wanted, and the recon helmet. Yeah, people wanted the recon helmet, the Hayabusa, and, you know, some folks also wanted the scout stuff, because, you know, scout's a pretty cool customization. But anyway, continuing on with this trailer right here, and then I'll be making a poll for people to vote on for more things that I'm going to be covering for things you need to know before Halo Infinite, because, boy howdy, this, like, I've been streaming for, how long have I been streaming for? I've been streaming for close to 3 hours, and we only got surface level stuff right here. We are not done yet. We're still going.
Are planning to fire this ring.
Steve Downs is awesome.
Not heroics. We protect humanity.
Voice of Master Chief.
The cost.
Also, Bam1 cameo. It's pretty cool.
The missions changed. They always do.
Love that line. It's true. Master Chief thinks he's doing one thing and then he's doing something else.
It's enough.
Ah, that music. So good.
What happened?
Something pushed back.
You are not the future.
Wait, Cortana isn't insane anymore? I will explain a little bit more into that. Don't you worry. They cover it in a book. Because that isn't Cortana. At least not the Cortana you know. Reminder, Cortana is a digital entity. If you know what I'm meaning, wink wink. Though I actually have to close now. Well, it's a different AI. I'll go into detail in a moment. There was more trailer stuff that show what that's all about. But, you know, I'm gonna actually be playing the game all day tomorrow, so we'll probably see it in cutscenes. But if you want some stuff going on, again, they covered a little bit of the novels, but some of the bridging stuff between Halo 4 and Halo 5 and that kind of stuff. A little bit towards the end of the ending of Halo 4 into 5. Cortana is starting to degrade a bit. There's a whole thing going on. If you're familiar with the Halo lore, smart AIs, which are the ones that have, like, personalities, can do, like, answer a bunch of different things. There's things known as, like, regular AIs, which are, like, you know, for personal assistance, you know, like, back and forth. But if we're talking about, like, kind of like sentient AIs, there's these super special AIs that are, like, basically more or less a full entity, full being. They can respond to things, they can do a bunch of stuff, usually based off of, like, brain scans and whatnot, but have their own original personalities, but still kind of a little bit based off the brains that are scanned from. They only have a shelf life of 7 years before starting to become so hyper-aware, they start degrading. It's like, there's only so much information that a human brain can contain. Imagine an AI that can calculate, like, billions of numbers and theoretical situations and operate multiple technologies at an accelerated level. So, by the time in between Halo 3 and Halo 4, Cortana's already way past that shelf life and started, like, degrading a bit and everything. Which is why, like, there's a whole thing involving with that, where she kind of, like, disappears, and then, like, kind of like with Halo 5, and kind of, like, searching for Cortana as Master Chief, but also being chased by Spartan Locke. It's a whole thing. There's a whole stuff going with that, and then eventually there's some other stuff going on with Cortana being crazy, and some other stuff going on there. But during that segment where it's like Cortana's, like, doing something for Chief in Halo 4, trying to, like, say, move on, John, you gotta keep on going, and stuff like that, they mentioned they might give you a new AI after this is all done, maybe another Cortana model, because they have the data on there, they have the technology to make, like, another Cortana, not the same Cortana, but, like, more or less a kind of different model number and some other stuff going on there, which ties into some of the stuff they're doing with the Halo book that takes between Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, and what you saw there, that new AI, which is kind of a Cortana model, but not Cortana, but also still kind of a Cortana, known currently as the Weapon, which was basically created to do something with the rogue Cortana that's active right now, another Cortana against a Cortana, but new, fresh, not experienced as the other one, paired up with Master Chief, who's the veteran in this case. And, yeah, no, that's some of the plotline that's happening up in Halo Infinite. It's crazy stuff. How many years long are the main games? Well, that's another thing to be said as well, because a lot of it is also, like, something happened between, like, certain intervals in between the games, and then some things also happen off screen. Not to mention there's also, like, instances where they go into frozen hibernation during all that. So there's a lot of different timeline things going on. If I were to, like, let me see if I can get, like, an exact number for you. Because, like I said, there's parts where characters go frozen to hibernation, and then they're woken, like, years later. So, let's see. Let me see if I can look that up. Do the Halo games take place? I'm trying to get a ballpark for certain games individually, and I'll do the math on that. Okay, so Halo Wars, which is definitely still important to the continuity, and again, people kind of miss out on that, takes place in 2531. So between that and where it is in Halo Infinite, what year does Halo Infinite take place? 2561. So that is like 30 years in between. 30 years for the video games, not counting where the continuity really starts and stuff like Contact First Harvest or The Fall of Reach, the novels, like that kind of stuff. Or further background information if you watch that Halo anime where they give you the history of the Earth. Halo Saga is 1 through 3, yes. Reclaimer Saga is 4 through 6-ish. Yeah, kinda, yeah. Yeah, that kind of sums it up. And then you got some stuff in between, like Halo Reach and Halo ODST, which takes place roughly around the Flood and everything. Like Reclaimer or Forerunner stuff right there. Halo Infinite technically is not Halo 6. It's kind of its own thing, which is why they're saying Halo Infinite's going to be the next Halo game for the next 10 years, because they're going to keep on updating it through DLCs and other properties and stuff. But, yeah, no, it's going to be very interesting. Very crazy how that's going to work out. I got more things to cover with Halo here, but let me start up a poll real quick, because I could cover things in timeline order, because we're going to be starting talking about stuff from games like Halo 5 and Halo Wars 2 directly, and some of the Halo novels, like Shadows of Reach, which takes place right before Infinite. We're going to start covering that very soon. I'm just checking something on my computer real quick. Alright, there we go. Let me get some things over here. There's a thing for Shadows of Reach. I'll put that there as a display real quick. We're not covering that just yet, because that takes place, like I said, after Halo 5, maybe after some Halo Wars 2, and then right before Halo Infinite. But let me make a poll. Let me get that page open to make a poll. And we're going to see what you guys want to see me cover next. Again, if you have any specific Halo questions, I can go answer those. Just throw them down in the chat. I will try answering that, but when we get to the major game parts right here, we're going to more or less see what they're, covering on that. So, let's see. New poll. How should we cover the main things you need to know before Infinite? Oh, can't cover that. How should we cover the main things before Infinite? Yeah, let me just condense that a little bit. Before Infinite. Oh, still gotta do it. How should we cover... How should we talk about... Should we... Which order? Gotta reformat this question. There's only characters I can throw in here. Which order should... Which order should we cover in regards to Halo Infinite? There we go. Question mark. I'm gonna put it on here. Timeline order. Timeline order. Halo 5. Halo. Let's see. H5. Yeah, I'll abbreviate that. H5, HW2. Let's see. Timeline. There you go. And then books. Timeline. Importance. Because if we go by importance, Halo Wars 2, I'd say, is actually kind of a little bit more important at the moment than Halo 5, arguably, because that actually introduces the Banished, the new bad guys of Halo Infinite, for the first time in the Halo universe. Importance. HW2, H5, books. Cover it here. Throwing it over here. Timeline, H books. There you go. Important. Books. And I'll put open forum. Put open forum, where if people have general questions, I'll just answer them as they go, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Open forum. Open questions. Open question. There you go. Alright, and we'll make this last about like 10 minutes. Because, boy howdy, I do got a lot of things I can cover. So here we go, we got a poll. We created a poll. I'm opening it. There you go. Well, I don't think it's really screwing us over by not calling it Halo 6. I think that's also reserving a point where if they want to make a Halo 6 down the road, they can still make a Halo 6. Much like how, technically, if we're going by order, Halo 5 isn't really 5 if you count Reach and ODST. If we're talking about actual main game Halo stuff, you would throw down, like, Halo 3 ODST could be arguably Halo 4. Halo Reach would arguably be Halo 5. Halo 5 actually being Halo 6. And some other stuff in there. Also, depending if you're going by timeline stuff, then, you know, some other things in there. But anyway, we got a poll. Go vote in the poll. We got it running. We're gonna talk about how we do this. We're gonna go over some things. We're gonna go over some stuff. I'm also gonna tell people over on Discord. Go over here. Everyone. We got a poll. We got a poll running on the Twitch deciding what order of the lore of Halo we're gonna cover things in. And I thought Kingdom Hearts ordering was weird. Yeah, and the same with Metal Gear. But it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Halo's actually not as confusing as either of those two examples. We got a poll running in the Twitch deciding what order of lore we're going to cover things in Halo in. Timeline order, or order of importance. Importance in Halo Infinite. Go to the Twitch and vote now. Vote now. There you go. Throwing it over here. Telling everybody over on Discord. Wabam. Alright. Copy this, so I'm going to throw it on the Smash Mataz. There you go. Vote now. And I'm going to go back over on Smash Mataz over here. So people know. Here you go. I was actually able to cover a lot of the Halo stuff, like, already before we even got into the main piece of resistance, the main aspects of the lore that we gotta cover, especially for Halo Infinite. Just gonna move this over here a little bit. There you go. Because this is gonna be a whole thing. This book is very important. Also, for people who are familiar with Fall of Reach, they're doing a callback to there. Because look, like they got them in the same positions as the book cover for the original book cover for Fall of Reach, but in their unique armors, the entire blue team, which is neat. Because Fall of Reach was the original Halo book. Gonna put this also on the Twitter real quick. We'll get that poll another couple minutes because, you know, it's still going. Also going back into my profile. But again, if people have general questions about Halo, now's the time to ask before we go into, like, we're watching cutscenes and movie stuff and me freeze framing and adding commentary to it. Because I'm going to highlight all the different aspects that most people missed out on. There we go. Tweet this out. There you go. Alright. Gonna get that music back running too, while we're waiting for that poll to go through. There you go. A Walk in the Woods. Classic. Also get this part over here. Get that just about right. Not too loud, not too soft. Boo-da-do-do. Waiting for that poll. People should vote. It's right up there. Why are there so many variations in Spartan armor during Reach time and as many during Halo 1, Halo 2, and Halo 3? Alright, so if you're wondering why that's the case, a lot of the technology and like being able to make armor, like in that part of the war, is they're a lot more spread out by that point in the time. A lot of the technology actually like originated on Reach itself as either like testing or doing some other stuff with it. A lot of the Spartans were starting to thin out. Like, that's why they had to start making, like, Spartan 3 programs and starting to look into Spartan 4s while the Covenant were, you know, like already doing stuff and everything. It was a case of, like, we don't have the time, resources, and the technology to get all these variations out there. Especially with Master Chief. Master Chief was like, hey, I just need the standard armor, that's all I need, I don't need any other customizations. That's why you don't really see much other Spartans in Halo, the main games, besides the Chief himself. There are a couple of hints and nods there, like you're watching or playing through Halo CE, or read The Fall of Reach. You know that Linda was actually aboard the ship escaping from Reach into Halo 1. And if you play the Anniversary Edition, you can see that Linda is currently indisposed. And technically, if you want to explain the two Master Chiefs, if you're playing on co-op in Halo 1, Halo CE, arguably, it could be said that the other Chief, or other Spartan, is Linda, who you can see in this image right here, like holding the sniper rifle and stuff. It's pretty cool. Or one of them's Linda. But anyway, is another Spartan who is currently getting repaired on. They were critically injured at the end of that book, which is why they don't have another Spartan during the events of Halo 1. But if you wanted to explain why there's two Spartans, you could use that Linda card, which then also ties into the actual canon reason how Linda was able to make it out of there, because, you know, with the whole ship exploding at the end of Halo 1, how Chief and Sergeant Johnson got out, that was explained in the book Halo First Strike, where they're still cryo-frozen, and eventually, you know, they get repaired, they're all fixed, they're back into active service duty, which, again, you get to play officially as Linda in Halo 5 as part of Master Chief's team. Yes. Have they made a Halo gacha game yet? Not yet, but you can get a little bit of a gacha feel if you play the Halo Wars games. Those are RTS games where there is some gacha in Halo Wars 2 because you got to make a deck for different abilities and armor abilities, powers, and other crazy stuff, which can be different than another person's deck. And you have to open packs varying from like bronze, silver, rare, platinum, that kind of stuff. So in essence, it kind of is a gacha. A little bit. I mean, they have some pre-built decks and everything, and you can play without them, but if you're talking about, like, PvP stuff, yeah, no, there's some gacha stuff in there with rec packs and cards and stuff, and there's a little bit of that, too, in Halo 5, where you get certain armors and other things through different packs and everything. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a gacha on that. True, true. And also true, Halo was in Fortnite. Can't think of the name Linda without thinking of Bob's Burgers. Well, the character Linda of Halo was before that, but yeah, true. Was Master Chief ever in a kart race or something? For some reason, my brain just kind of imagined him in one. Could be technically. I mean, like, if you have the Minecraft, like, they have kart racers in Minecraft, and there's Halo Minecraft tie-in officially with music and skins and stuff. There's a thing you can do with that. There's also those, Xbox avatars they had for a little bit during the 360 generation, a little bit into the Xbox One era, where they had like Doritos Crash Course, so you could have Master Chief or an ODST walking around in that. So there's a couple of party game instances where you can have Master Chief walking around. True, true. So far, we're getting Timeline Order winning out by 3 votes, followed by Important, and Open Form tied by 1 vote each. Seems like Timeline Order might win. We're still got a couple minutes left on it, though. Let's see how much time we got left on that poll. We currently have a couple seconds left still. Yeah, you're thinking the Xbox Avatar games. True, true. Which you could also get some unlockables by playing the original Xbox 360 versions of some Halo games like Halo Reach, ODST, Halo 4, I believe, and even like the spin-off mobile titles. Because there were mobile games that take place between the timeline, various points, stuff with Covenant, stuff with around the Halo 4 era. Some of them were on tablets, mobile, and the Xbox Live Arcade and PC. Yeah, that is also true. If you recall, the Spartan program was halted a bit somewhat post-Fall of Reach. They were quite rare. Yeah, because Halo 3's, like, I'll explain the Spartans a little bit, for those who may not be familiar with how that went. Also, the poll's over. Timeline order won, but let me explain the Spartans a little bit for those who are unfamiliar. Let me get this page open so it's not just a blank thing. Okay, so again, there was a project involving with ONI and the Office of Naval Intelligence and the UNSC, like stuff with that, where they're trying doing the Orion project. Was kind of like a super soldier made to, you know, be kind of like basically super soldiers, a premium form of soldier, like being able to be more resistant than other soldiers, kind of like, imagine Captain America, but a little bit more in the future, and a little bit more extra, you know, futuristic technology and stuff. They're basically trying to make Captain Americas without augmentations the other way, you know, like kind of like some chemicals and stuff, and some other kind of things that they did through natural selection, and also some other stuff they were doing. That was the Orion project, retroactively known as Spartan 1s. So that is a whole thing that they were trying to do. Didn't work out so well. Sergeant Johnson was part of that project. Some other guys were also part of it too. They also had kids, which retroactively also made them Spartan 1.5s. Because genetically they are superior than regular people, and also to the experimentations that the Spartan 1s went through. That's a whole thing that happened. But eventually they went on to Spartan 2s, which is like, again, they tried getting genetic, they kidnapped a bunch of kids, augmented them, grasped some stuff into them, made them stronger, faster, put actual technology within them, experimentations, biomechanical stuff as well. And then they replaced them with clones so nobody would even notice. And then they kind of like did a whole hush-hush cover-up by saying, hey, a bunch of these people had some kind of new disease that was out there. And that's what happened to those kids and everything. Eventually that got out in the Halo continuity, but for the longest time, they thought the Spartans were just like the best of the best, more trained than ODSTs, that kind of stuff. That was the thing. Spartan 2s were valuable. They wanted to use them against the insurrectionists, the rebellion. Surprise, surprise, aliens existed. And then they were repurposed to go up against aliens. They made special armor for them and repurposed technology, stole technology, made special technology special for the Spartans. They were humanity's hope when there was no hope against a alien menace who seemingly was undefeatable. Spartans never died. They only went MIA because they didn't want to say, hey, our Spartans can die. Just tell them they went MIA. Like, Spartans never died. They go MIA. They never are KIA. But they needed more Spartans, so eventually, over the course of the Human Covenant War, they got war orphans to, like, volunteer and say, hey, I want to become a Spartan. I want to be, like, invincible super soldier. I volunteer myself as tribute. I want to go fight aliens. So the Spartan 3s, they were handpicked by some Spartan 2s, some other guys at ONI, and some other things going on. They basically were war orphans, and they were chosen to fight against the Covenant, but they were hastily created. They weren't as good as Spartan 2s because, you know, that was like the, you know, DNA, natural selection. They get the better technology and stuff, but they needed to, like, mass-produce Spartans. So they started recruiting war orphan kids and started using them against the aliens. So a lot of more Spartan 3s ended up dying, but they got to test out all the experimental items, equipment, armor. That's why in Halo Reach, which were mostly featuring Spartan 3s, got all this crazy technology, which would be used for, you know, like Spartan 2s and whatnot, and future, you know, like UNSC technology. They got to use that, but a lot of it was like, you know, like later in the war where they're starting to like, oh no, humanity's running out of resources. We can't make enough things for the war effort, and more of our dudes are getting eliminated. So that happened a little bit more towards the line. They started working on Spartan 4s, which is, like, at the moment, the pinnacle of Spartan augmentation and technology where it's like almost anybody can now become a Spartan. They refined the process enough where it's like there's no risk of injury, there's no risk of like defects or horror stories, because to get to that point, Spartan 2s and Spartan 3s, they had failures. They had things where it's like people had like weird growths and genetic fallout, and like they didn't agree with the cyborg parts. Some of them rejected the parts, so some of them became regular soldiers or they became disabled, and there was some crazy stuff going on with those experimentations because, you know, they're working on some questionable experiments on actual people and whatnot. But by the time they got to Spartan 4s, which were, you know, like, they started even, like, handpicking some, like, the initial Spartan 4, prototypical Spartan 4s by having, like, veterans who were Spartan 2s and Spartan 3s, like, including June from Reach, be like, hey, we want these guys to be the testing out the Spartan 4 program before we get that out there. They started doing that, and they even recruited, like, former Marines and ODSTs. Buck from Halo ODST eventually became a Spartan, which they covered in a book, which I guess I should cover a little bit on there. Yeah, after the events of ODST, the ODST started doing some more missions and everything. Some unfortunate things happening because post-Covenant War and stuff, surprise, surprise, insurrection wasn't done, rebellion still happened. They're like, oh, the Covenant War is over, back to rebellion, we want to be independent from the UNSC. There was a fallout with some of the ODST guys. Some of them believed in some of the ideals of the insurrection. There was a big fallout and everything. Unfortunately, and it still pains me to say it, the rookie did not make it. The guy you played in Halo ODST, he got out. Like, that didn't work out. The ODST team kind of did some fallout and everything. But, you know, they had to re-recruit the team. They had to get the band back together at some point for a mission. But it's like, oh, we're going to need some Spartans. So they were, oddly enough, converted into, from ODSTs into Spartans, Buck included. They reformed the team, you know, minus the rookie and everything. And they had to do some stuff, testing around with some new Spartans out there. They definitely said also that if the rookie was still alive, he could have been one of the potential Spartan 4s. The rookie did deserve better. It was very unfortunate what they did with him, but, you know, that's why some people had some complications with the plot point of Halo 5. But anyway, that whole thing happened, and eventually, you know, Buck got recruited for Hunting Down Master Chief, which is a whole storyline that they cover in Hunt for the Truth, which is a thing that they covered. I talked about it on stream. We got more stuff going on. But, yeah, anyway, moving along, we eventually get into the precipice, the plot point of Halo 5, which, you know, after the events of Halo 4, it's like, hey, Master Chief's alive, he's gone rogue because he's searching for a Cortana. Is he a terrorist now? We don't know. Some people trying to hunt for the truth, which, again, Hunt for the Truth seemed a lot more interesting than some of the plot points for Halo 5, which leads into now, which we're about to cover, Halo 5. We're going to cover some stuff with Halo 5, for sure. Then we're going to cover some stuff with Halo Wars 2, and then we're going to cover this, Shadows of Reach, and some other things before Halo Infinite. We got some things we want to cover. Yes, yes, yes. We're definitely going to cover some of that stuff in just a moment. But I've been here streaming for close to 3 hours. I'm going to do a bathroom break real quick before we get into the nitty-gritty of Halo 5. Showing some cutscenes, some stuff you need to know, some details, pausing, commentary, gameplay footage, that kind of stuff for those who haven't played through Halo 5. I could also play some Halo 5 as well. I might actually cover that at some point, along with Halo Wars 2 on stream. Because again, I'm going to have to replay some of the Master Chief Collection on Legendary. I've done it before in the original releases of those games. I haven't done it yet on the Master Chief Collection, but I got to do it at some point. Because one, that was part of my subathon goal that I had for my birthday. Two, I also have to get it because I'm going to get that multiplayer special unlocks for doing stuff in Legendary. Plus, I want to get more snack stuff. I had some snacks. I got to replace those before I do. But we got the poll results, so I'm going to tell people over on Twitter and on the Discord real quick. Hey, we're going timeline order. We're going to be covering what we need to know for Halo Infinite in timeline order. So I'm going to say on the tweet, results are in. Results are in. And we're going timeline order starting now. Starting now. There you go. We're going to go in timeline order. I'm going to put that. That's going to be ready to tweet once I come back. Oops, I almost... I deleted it. Let me type it in again. Results are in. we're covering the full-on timeline order for our recap. There you go. I'm gonna copy that this time. I'm not gonna try overwrite that. Let me. Oh, come on! Why do you overwrite that? Is there an undo? Can I undo that? Ah, no, I gotta type it in again. Why do you keep on overwriting my thing? Results are in. We're going full timeline order to get recapped, to get the recap on what we need to know before Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite. Alright, this time, copy it over here. Don't touch anything else. Cut it. There you go. Okay, that's ready to go. So let me move back over here. I'm just gonna go back. Nope, not over there. That's Steam. When I have Steam open. Well, I'll leave Steam open. Leave that open for now. I might have to dabble into some game stuff real quick. But let me pull up a thing real fast. Where is that thing? Okay. There we go. We'll be back after these moments. It'll BRB real quick. Let me actually get something I can open up real fast. Some more of that. Hunt for the truth. Hunt for the truth. Again, I'm not going to do the full thing because I recommend you guys giving that a listen when you get the chance to. But by the time I return, we should have a episode be able to play here. So let's see. We'll get part of it. Bum, bum, bum. What's a good thing I can do? Yeah, we'll play the first one. I'll be back midway through this. I'm not going to take the full 12 minutes to be away, but we'll listen to this real fast. We'll get a good part of it. And it'll be like, hey, you want to know more? Well, go check out the audio log that they have for it. Again, I recommend listening to Hunt for the Truth. Arguably even better than the plotline for actual Halo 5. But let me pause this, mute on that, and turn over this way. And here we go. Hunt for the Truth. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go get some snacks. I'm gonna get some food because we're gonna do some movie plotline commentary, lore, and some more things coming on. So yeah, let's go listen to this while I go BRB. I'll see you real soon. Once I figure out the volume. Once I make sure the volume's good. Just gonna wait for them to talk real fast, and we'll do it.
There's a story you tell yourself when the world blows up in your face.
Okay, then the volume's good.
There's no way
all right,
you could have seen
BRB.
it coming. No one could have, so there was no way to stop it. This is what lets you sleep at night. But go back in your mind to before it all happened. Replay it in your head. Except this time, maybe you'll see it. Something small, out of place. Maybe it's just a single thread, but it's the truth. Nobody saw it coming when they arrived. An alien race known as the Covenant. Before 2552, there was no way anything like that could ever happen on Earth. On one of those distant planets in the outer colonies? Maybe. But an attack on Earth? Couldn't happen. Until it did. It's called glassing. Covenant warships rain plasma down on a planet until everything and everyone on the surface melts. Usually it's complete world destruction. Earth only got a taste. The prolonged orbital bombardment destroyed East Africa, killing millions before it ended. None of us were safe anymore. But something else happened that day too. Or someone. You've heard the eyewitness accounts. Every skeptic has seen the footage. I was there, and yet still to this day, it's unbelievable. A massive man in green armor appeared seemingly out of nowhere in New Mombasa, performed superhuman feats to single-handedly repel a global invasion and then disappeared? This was the Master Chief. The Unified Earth Government's military body, the UNSC, eventually released a statement. Who he is, where he came from, and that he's continuing to keep us safe. And that was that. But who is the Master Chief? Where did he come from? Is he continuing to keep us safe? I'm Benjamin Giroux, and this is Hunt the Truth. For all us cosmopolitan Earth types who don't venture into the far reaches of space, there's a planet way out in the outer colonies called Eridanus II. If you're thinking of visiting, don't bother. It was catastrophically glassed in a Covenant attack in 2530. But 19 years before it got wiped out, our hero, Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, then known as John, was born in a metropolis called Elysium City. That's where I started.
Do I remember him? Oh, yeah, you don't forget a kid like that.
That's Dion Govender. He chatted with me from his home in the outer colonies. Dion's retired now, but years ago he taught John at Elysium City Primary Education Facility number 119. Apparently schools in the outer colonies don't have the catchiest names.
John was something else. He was sharp and quick, always evaluating the situation. Other kids just gravitated to him, you know?
Dion seemed most excited to talk about John's athletic ability. The kids used to play King of the Hill after school. You know, the old game where you wrestle and push each other to try to be the last man standing.
I would walk by sometimes, see him playing after school, you know, and without fail, I swear, it was always John standing alone at the top of that hill.
Right.
Yeah, every single day. Matter of fact, I think the other kids ended up fighting for who got to be king halfway up the hill, because nobody was messing with John.
I definitely remember John. You're going way...
That's Ellie Bloom, another lifelong resident of the outer colonies. When she was young, she and John lived on the same street, just a few houses down.
Well, he was a little younger than me, but let me tell you, that boy did not look like a kindergartner. He was a big kid. My friend Katrina and I used to meet him in this vacant lot in the neighborhood. The three of us would build these obstacle courses out of random junk and then race. You know, just kid stuff.
As Ellie talked about her early years in Elysium, it wasn't long before she was getting nostalgic.
On warm nights, sometimes our parents would let us go out to the green space and lie in the grass. And we'd just lie there, stare up at the stars. It was a nice place to grow up.
Finding Ellie was a huge win for me. When a planet's been glassed, tracking down former residents can be damn near impossible. Any records kept locally, paper, hardened data storage, even human memories, after a full-scale glassing, they're just gone. Thankfully, though, the Office of Naval Intelligence, or ONI, had furnished me with a list of interviewees. That's how I'd gotten Dion. But I wanted to go the extra mile with this story, so I'd hit up some of my old connections in the outer colonies looking for more sources. Ellie was my only hit so far. Did you keep in touch with John?
No, I wasn't allowed to use Waypoint much when I was little. But I did keep in touch with Katrina. We still talk, actually. You know, she probably remembers John. I'm gonna tell her I talked to you. Wait, what was this for again? It's a military thing?
Oh, no, John is the Master Chief.
What?
Yeah, John became the Master Chief.
Like the Master Chief?
Yep.
Oh my god, no way, are you serious?
I'm not kidding you. I'm telling
my
you.
god.
All right, I'm back.
That's crazy.
Ellie lost her mind for a few minutes. I guess it's not every day you find out that your childhood playmate saved the galaxy.
Oh my god, now I'm definitely telling Katrina. I mean, she is gonna freak out.
Yeah, they got some known voice actors in this, so if you look at the cast list.
I needed more of the young warrior angle. Here's Dion again.
The boxing story.
No, what's that?
Okay, so.
Not yet.
I taught the primary kids, you know, right? But I also ran this boxing league at the high school.
Halfway point. Yeah, you know, we'll listen to the whole thing.
John walks in.
But again, if you really want to get the full-on story on here, you gotta listen to the season. Listen on YouTube. It's pretty good. Even has visuals if you look it up.
Sign up for boxing. And I say, John, you're 12. You know, what are you talking about?
But John was adamant.
I was also saying in the chat how it's part of this backstory. Part of the backstory ain't true. It's part of a big Oni conspiracy, big Office of Naval Intelligence conspiracy, giving them a fake backstory because they don't want to talk about how they kidnapped a kid. Also, there was a King of the Hill reference earlier, referencing the game type of Halo. Anyway, continuing.
But I look at him and he ain't leaving.
Right.
So I said, okay, what the hell? Figure let him.
I'm gonna get something's prepped over here so I can cover Halo 5 because people wanted the timeline order.
Put him in the ring with one of the smaller guys. John pummeled this boy. It was over in about 15 seconds. Okay. So well, all right. Well, I put him in with this bruiser. Now a real good fighter.
Yeah.
Okay. Good fighter. 2 punches. John laid him out. 12 years old.
I like talking to Dion. He was warm and funny in that grandfatherly memory lane.
He's an actor.
Way. I realized I'd gotten lost in it all when the narrative took a dark turn.
Now, I know King of the Hill is an actual thing, but the reference specifically King of the Hill because there is a game type in Halo. I mean, they could say any other game. They could have been like hopscotch or like football or something, but they specifically mentioned King of the Hill for that reason.
It was 25-24.
Or they could have said Capture the Flag even, which actually, funny enough, Capture the Flag was mentioned in the Halo books and stuff. They actually did that as part of the Spartan training. They actually had Capture the Flag as part of their training. But anyway, I'm going to dial this back a little bit. Whoop.
John just didn't show up.
It was 25-24. John was 13. That's when the nightmare of the insurrection that had been plaguing the
Insurrection, there you go. A lot of people don't know about those guys.
From UNSC troops, the
Unless
rebels
you
were on their
look
last
at the
leg,
side lore.
desperately seizing territory in the region and launching paranoid inquisitions to find spies. Civilian abductions and interrogations became commonplace.
They would just, question you. Just these meaningless questions.
As it came out, we saw propane and propane accessories, if only.
Thomas Wu was living on a neighboring colony when the rebels showed up and hit hard, sweeping up Thomas and thousands of others in raids. What followed was months of horribly overcrowded detainment, neglect, and often constant questioning.
Did you know this guy? What are the encryption codes for this system, that system? And you have no idea what they're even asking you.
In the final couple months, Thomas says his captors started coming unhinged, and then toward the end, they just disappeared, leaving Thomas and hundreds of others locked up, starving. I don't want to play this part of the interview, but I'll tell you, it got bad. He talks about being packed in like sardines, warm bodies, cold bodies, people dying in the dark, the smell.
It's the
He doesn't know
smell.
how long it lasted. Maybe weeks. But Thomas and many others survived. They made it out.
Well, we helped each other. We looked out for each other. And I mean that was the only way. We made it through to the liberation, and then we left. We never looked back.
When I asked him where the survivors relocated to, Thomas began to list off which cities were safe for refugees at the time. Decades later, he can still recite them all from memory. I asked about John's hometown. What about Elysium City?
No. Insurrectionist cesspool. Yeah, no, they got it bad there.
Dion Govender confirms this.
In Elysium City, people just disappeared back then. Just happened. Once the insurrectionists took over, whole neighborhoods just got scooped up.
This went on for months. He talks about watching his community get torn apart slowly, every day. I asked him about John.
Yeah. Him and his parents. Sean missed the first practice. And the last one. Back then, it seemed like everybody had... I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Take your time. It was hard watching Dion break down like this. He just looked defeated. These kinds of interviews are brutal. I wanted to comfort him, but it just felt condescending. Like I have any idea what it was like for him. So we were quiet for a bit. Before we ended, though, he said this.
I think that if anything good can be said to have come from all of this, it's that everyone who went through it can know that their struggle wasn't for nothing. When you have a young man who can rise up from something like this and do what John has done, he honors all of us.
Dion believed in John the way the rest of us believe in the Master Chief.
Believe!
He made it seem like this tragedy that shaped him was almost necessary.
Yeah, the whole belief
I
campaign.
certainly felt like I had the proper beginnings to a hero's origin story. The story made sense. It felt right. Sometimes you have to go back, though. Look again, because maybe you'll see something small, out of place. That single thread. Later that evening, after my interview with Dion, I was pretty drained, so I spent some time sifting through a bunch of file boxes. I'd paid this scavenger in the outer colonies to dig around and send over any Elysium City documents she could find. The only local government records left were hard copies, but I took them anyway. I was sorting through a messy box of local census registries when I stumbled across John's name. One line of basic information, printed out in black and white. That's when I saw it. A single letter next to his name. D. I was staring at an official document that said quite plainly that in 2517, John died at 6 years old.
There you go. Conspiracy replaced by clone.
Please join me for the next episode of Hunt the Truth.
All right, but there you go. That's a little taste of that. If you want more of that going on, the origins of how I became a fugitive and also trying to find out what actually happened to the Master Chief, then definitely check out these right here. It's on Halo, #Hunt the Truth. It's on YouTube. Go check it out. But anyway, we're going to be pivoting over into just a minute on covering some stuff with Halo 5. Thanks to Gamer's Little Playground, also on YouTube. They made a fine condensement of the plotline of Halo 5, Halo Wars, and a couple of other cool things which we're going to be shuffling through for commentary, gameplay, and some other stuff, which we will get to in a moment. Let me just, I'm doing a thing. I'm doing a thing over here. We're gonna get to that in just a minute. Get to that pretty soon. I'm just taking care of like a side thing I gotta take care of before we continue. One minute. Actually, let me get that music back on as well. Back over here. Walk in the woods. So 1 second. Alright, I'm back. I had to take care of something real quick. I'm almost done with that. There we go. Alright, there you go. Now, to get back to what we're really here for, time to get that actual lore in. More commentary, more stuff about Halo, things you gotta know before Halo Infinite. So, strap in. We're gonna start. I'll give it 2 more minutes before we start this, because we're gonna cover everything you need to know about Halo 5, and then everything you need to know about Halo Wars 2, and then everything you need to know about books and things in between. I'll give you a minute to, again, go to the bathroom, go get some snacks. We're going to be here for a hot while. So, go do that. I'll be here for a minute. Again, if anybody has any specific Halo questions, I am going to answer it. So we get a good screenshot here for a minute. Get a good... Ooh, hey, there you go. Halo. Halo stuff. We'll talk about what's going on here in just a moment. I'll give you a couple minutes. Get in there. Do. Just checking something. Because lest folks forget, I do moderation work for a couple different folks, and there's a discussion about some moderation things. Can't go into fine details, but there's a thing going on, and they're asking my opinion on something. And I'm just throwing that there real quick. But it's okay. I'm just giving the folks a minute before we continue on with the lore. Yes. Also, I got some pings on Discord that I gotta make sure nothing else crazy is happening. But then we'll continue. Okay. And that's good. Alright. We're just getting started. Give it one more minute, and then we're gonna deep dive into Halo 5. Again, credits to, Gamer's Little Playground on YouTube for making this movie-esque version. Again, I have the actual game. We can cut to the actual game. We can do stuff in the actual game if need be. But for now, we're going to be doing this. Same thing with Halo Wars 2 coming out, though. Also, they did some good coverage of that as well. Giving credit where credit is due. Yes. Gonna do some rewinding. Also, figured out the volume. We need to get the right volume. And, alright. Just one more thing I need to check, and we're gonna get right to it. Got my snacks. Got my drink. May need to get another drink soon. We'll see. One of those energy drinks. Nah, I need to save that for tomorrow, because I'm gonna be playing all that Halo Infinite. So, 1 minute. Just checking something real quick. One more thing. Oh yeah, alright, don't stop the dancing. One more thing. Alright, here we go. Okay. Here we go. Alright, let's do this. Gotta adjust the volume, making sure it sounds good. Again, shout to them for making this. Again, thank you for making this. Gonna help do my job a lot easier. And credits to the person who, cut this together. Gonna find the right volume for this. Finding the right volume mixing, but it takes a bit because of Twitch delay. You're gonna have to get that journal. Pause commentary. That journal, Dr. Halsey's journal, was a thing you could get in the Super Collector's Edition of Halo Reach. Look at all the details, all the stuff in the journal. I have that. I have that journal. Because I got the Collector's Edition with the statue and everything. The legendary edition of Halo Reach, which is pretty fun. Also, we're doing a shout out here to Miranda Keyes, which is actually the daughter of Halsey and Captain Keyes. If you know from reading the books, they actually had a thing going on, but they're not together and stuff, and then kind of went towards the direction that Dad was doing. So yeah, Dr. Halsey actually had an actual daughter right there, and Cortana, in a sense, is also, a sense, kind of like their own child and stuff, because it was based off their brain pattern. Cortana, origin story, for those who don't know it, was the clone brain of Dr. Halsey rather than a currently dead subject to make an AI. That's what the Cortana models are based off of her, which is why Dr. Halsey, Cortana, and the weapon, another Cortana model, had the same voice actress, Jen Taylor. But continuing. I'm going to be pausing and skimming and rewinding through this. But mostly movie time, but I want to get the commentary so it's not just a direct direct video watching. We're giving lore, we're giving information you need to know. Also, to go into the stuff, earlier I was talking about how there's a Dr. Halsey room we could get to in one of the games and stuff, which references different machinimas, side materials, stuff like Halo Legends, and more, which, again, people can go look that up. Halsey is aware of a lot of different stuff. So, Halsey's aware of Red vs. Blue, which, again, can be seen in-universe during missions like Spartan Ops and in the Spartan Ops for Halo War, not Halo Wars, Halo 4. Yeah, there you go. You get Red vs. Blue references that can be seen in-universe. But anyway, continuing. Let's the opening cutscene play for a minute. You actually visit this room at some point, too, yeah.
Spartan Lock. I have spent enough years with Oni to know the truth.
Cortana.
Once this is over, after all I have done, they'll order you to kill us both.
Dun dun dun. Also, other future reference, I should probably point this out. For those who haven't played Halo Anniversary 2, there is a lead up into Halo 5 with Halo Anniversary 2. A lot of the background story stuff, the cutscenes that they have with the terminals, was done partially by Spartan Locke, talking about the Arbiter, talking about the Covenant Civil War in different time periods and all this different stuff, which eventually leads into, Halo 5 here. So, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. So, there is some prequel stuff covered in the terminals for Halo 2 Anniversary, oddly enough, because that was a thing that kind of happened simultaneously with them developing for Halo 5. Because less people forget, Halo Master Chief Collection kind of released, and it wasn't exactly ideal. It wasn't until later when they started doing stuff for the PC where it became really cool and really awesome with the updates they've been doing for Halo MCC. But Halo MCC originally did release in 2015 with some complications, but it got better over time. But anyway, continuing. Covering the info. 3 for 3 Industries.
Fire Team Osiris. Over the last 72 hours, 5 colonies have experienced identical events. Massive destruction, Forerunner in origin. And Dr. Catherine Elizabeth Halsey.
New Spartans going after the chief. Oh, there's Nathan Fillion.
Have information on these attacks.
ODST Buck himself now as a Spartan.
Surface of Kamchatka. Your mission is to insert behind enemy lines, retrieve Halsey, and bring her back to Infinity. Be advised, Dr. Halsey is accompanied by Covenant Supreme Leader Jul Mdama. If you have the opportunity.
Understood. This is Lasky and Spartan Locke talking about their new missions and stuff.
Say, before we make this jump, anybody want to say a few words?
I figure if God can hear how scared I am.
Hey, Nathan Fillion.
Locke, you buying first drink when we're done?
Also, cutting back to this, you may recognize him as the actor who did play Luke Cage in the Netflix adaptation of Luke Cage. They had him for the facial stuff here, and also the live-action thing that they did for Halo 5 prior to the game releasing and stuff. But for the actual game itself, they had to get a fill-in voice actor. They couldn't get him in time because he was busy doing some acting stuff. So he's still here physically and everything, but there's a different voice actor, but facial-wise, still based off of the original actor's likeness. Yes.
You ask, you buy.
Yes, Mr. Firefly himself. Castle, the rookie. A lot of different things. And they're doing Halo drops! Halo drops in my Halo game! The world's first Halo jump, referencing MGS3. Oh, so how's the volume? Am I good? Is the mix between me and the game okay? Do I have to make the game a little bit softer, or do I have to turn myself down? Please tell me how you think.
Weapons free. Contact.
Hey, also, we will by the plot of Halo 5. The cutscenes are still pretty solid. There's a lot of action going on here. Got like Covenant remains working with Guardians, Forerunner stuff. It's crazy. Again, following up what happened in Halo 4. A lot of stuff happened in between 4 and 5 with novels and books and stuff. As I mentioned, there was an ODST thing that led to how Buck became a Spartan. Incoming! 28, keep that sword.
We could have taken him. Let's move. Vale, keep an ear on comms.
Affirmative.
Buck, Tanaka, full security.
On it.
Also, pausing right here real quick. Little fun fact, compared to some other Halos too, they actually made the 4-player co-op pretty interesting here. Rather than having a same identical HUD, each character has their own heads-up display, depending on whatever, you know, like what armors they got and the customizations that they have. Little fun fact too, if you play as Buck, his HUD is a little bit based more off of the actual HUD from ODST, which makes sense because he was a former ODST. So, little fun fact here. We're seeing right now from the perspective of Spartan Locke here, but I just wanted to throw that out there. So, if you're playing on co-op and it's like, hey, how come my perspective looks completely different than their perspective? It's because different armor customizations, different things they had set out from there, adding up more to the lore, which I thought was pretty fun, being able to mix around with that. I wish they could do more things with HUD customizations in Halo Infinite, but maybe that'll be a thing further down the line. That'd be a pretty nice thing to do, customize your HUD as well. In terms of, like, colors and rearrange things and specific themes. Like if you liked Halo 3, can I get a Halo 3 specific HUD? Or if you liked Halo Reach, get it kind of like a Halo Reach based one. That'd be pretty fun. But anyway, moving along.
Z and Ndama are holed up inside a Forerunner structure ahead. That's our target.
So Halsey called us?
She said there was something big happening and gave Captain Lasky coordinates to find it.
It must be something big.
One hell of a trap. Contact.
Again, I'm going to be talking a little bit while this action's happening to make sure the volume sounds good. Don't mind me, I'm just talking over it right now while nothing other than shooting and scooting is happening, because I got to see how the volume sounds, make sure the mix is good.
Thanks, Spartan.
As far as I can tell from the Twitch delay and when it catching up back to me in the headphones, it's sounding okay, but if you're watching, be sure to tell me how it sounds and I will adjust it accordingly. If I'm too loud, if the game's too loud, or if I gotta adjust anything else.
Dr. Halsey lost her left arm.
Hey, there's Buck.
Jewel did it.
She's got a ODST-esque helmet.
Reckon
It's like
it was
Spartan
the
armor.
government, or he'd have cut off her head instead of her arm.
Door sealed tight.
Forerunner security station. Must be in lockdown.
Close catch anything on this?
The Artemis can analyze Forerunner systems.
Okay, just automatic ones, not the actual subtitle.
Artemis thing, one of
Just
your
leave it
own
as it is.
toys?
Let's see. This should do it. Doors open.
The Artemis did the trick.
Locke, listen to this. They're assaulting the back of the temple. Bring in the Kraken.
Kraken sighted.
That's a new piece of technology they haven't showed prior.
Hold position. Buy more time. Jewel's getting desperate. How'd you learn to speak
Yeah,
Sahili, Vale?
know some stuff with
When I was a
Halo
kid,
Wars
I
and the
was
larger
stuck on a
canon.
diplomatic shuttle adrift in deep space for 6 months. My options would be real bored or spend the time getting smart.
Don't mind me,
Our
eating
destination
some
is on the other
cookies.
side of this battlefield.
Also while watching.
Watch out for the Kraken. The Covenant are trying to use it to break the Promethean lines.
I'd rather not get stuck between them.
I'm also adjusting my volume a bit because it might be perfect for you guys, but I also have to adjust it so it's not too loud in my headphones. Yeah, I think that sounds good. Again, if it has to be adjusted, I will adjust it.
Area's clear.
Halsey and Abdallah are somewhere inside that structure. If we do this right, we bring our target home and end the Covenant in one move.
Must have dealt a blow to Imdama's authority when the Prometheans turned on him. Gained a lot of followers, styling himself as a forerunner prophet.
Jewel Imdama is an opportunist, not a leader. It was only a matter of time until his version of the Covenant started to break.
Somebody did a thing! Diddy Pichu resubscribing for 29 months. Thank you. Much appreciated, dude. 29 fun times. You may need to update your game and saying Halo Wars 2. Nope, it's good. It's good. I did that on purpose. You missed it.
29 months.
You missed the recap I was doing.
Also, you may need to update your
I
game.
totally did Halo Wars 2 on purpose. Because I'm covering the larger Halo canon. But out of the things that are most important before Halo Infinite is Halo Wars 2, which we will cover more of. I already covered some Halo Wars 2 earlier. We're covering some 5 stuff, but we're jumping around the timelines and everything. I put Halo Wars 2 because a lot of people ignore Halo Wars 2 because it's an RTS game. Not knowing that, hey, here's the Banished. Hey, here's where we are in the Halo timeline. Hey, this is literally 2 years before Halo Infinite. Timeline-wise. So, yes. I know it says Halo Wars 2. That is entirely on purpose. I'm doing it deliberately. Because, again, a lot of people ignore that. They're, like, just playing MCC and Halo 5 and thinking they're good. Which, they kind of are a little bit, but they're missing out by not playing Halo Wars and reading some of the book stuff. Or watching the live-action things. You missed it. We covered all the live-action trailers. We covered the advertisements of the game that are canon, in-universe documentaries, and some audiobook stuff. And we talked about some comic book and lore and other things. Now we're just covering stuff for Halo 5. And then we're going to move on to Halo Wars 2 again. Because that's the timeline order. But good to see you, DigiPichu. And also thank you for doing damage to best women now at 3,225 bits of health. Lots of damage to the Bit Boss because it's a reoccurring sub. Thank you. Much appreciated. Enjoy the ad-free experience. And welcome back to the JakatoX as a new type. Good to have you. But anyway, continuing. Because I'm doing commentary, talking about lore and other side materials and other references that most people won't catch while playing these games. Because again, I've read the novels, I've played the games, I've seen the anime, I've seen the live-action stuff, I've know a lot of different Halo things. Again, Halo, my favorite FPS sci-fi series. Want to talk more about it, which we will. I've already been talking about it for close to 4 hours, and we only just got started on this. So let's keep going. We're marathoning it. Again, pun intended.
Concentrate fire on the broken armor.
Are you saying the Carlot ad for Halo Wars 2 is it canon? Probably not, but still it was fun watching it. Yeah, Aatrox and the car auto dealer tie was pretty funny.
Danger is clear. We move on Halsey and Jewel.
To discuss the finer points of casual reconciliation?
More human sarcasm.
So you have learned something from me, Julie.
You claim to be able to access.
And I can. However, I did not claim to be able to access it instantaneously.
Dun dun.
Seems your fingers are an open rebellion, Han.
Enough!
Yeah, good looking.
Eyes on target. This location does not serve my needs. When she makes another transmission, I must triangulate.
I tire of this, Doctor. You have been chasing.
Yeah, Halsey's still missing that arm. No prosthetics there. Nope, there they go. Shutting down that new covenant. And there mostly goes that iteration of the New Covenant. There are other minor factions that tried recreating the New Covenant, especially if we're talking about, like, the Sangheili, the Elite Wars happening amongst different factions, including the Arbiter also being part of those wars, because just because the Arbiter says stuff doesn't mean they all follow him. That's happening. But that's the end of that Covenant, little New Covenant Guardian Alliance, or Forerunner Alliance that sort of came at the end of Halo 4. Leading things up for factions like the Banished to show up.
Dr. Halsey, Captain Lash.
Halo Wars 1 Arbiter is turning to his grave. How easily these elites got wiped out. Yeah, right? Again, don't mind me. I made these Halo Infinite Pringles. Not being sponsored, I'm just eating because I want to eat them and get myself immersed. Is the culture back also when I drank Mountain Dew and Doritos for Halo 3?
You my position 3 weeks ago. I told you this was happening.
We'll discuss that in private, Doctor. Palmer.
What have you done? How far has it already gone?
Spartans are huge.
What do you think that's about?
Got back to Blue Team, who Master Chief reunited with after going rogue. Again, covered a bit in Hunt for the Truth. And some of the other novels they got, Master Chief novels. They cover in books how he got the band back together. Blue Team was his original team. He used in the Fall of Reach. Need to get some more of this drink before the Pringle gets stuck in there.
Sierra 117 to infinity. Blue Team has located Argent Moon. Signs of hostile activity.
Yeah, there's Pringle. Pringles. Pringle ASMR while we're watching.
Here you go.
Thanks, Kelly. Everyone ready?
Affirmative.
There's Linda.
You good?
Blue Team, fall out.
It's also cool to see Linda in action, considering, again, she was kind of like, unable to help the Chief in Halo 1, officially, unless you're doing co-op.
The Envoy are resisting. Throw the Envoy out the airlock.
I was wondering, Linda's one of my favorite Spartans out there because she's a very good sniper. Also, you know, from the side materials read in the book, she's pretty cool. They don't have the magnetic shoes! Also, again, parallels to stuff with previous Halos. This being cut between Spartan Locke's team and Chiefs' blue team. Giving a little, kind of like a little bit tribute to Halo 2, where they have cut between the Arbiter and Master Chief a bit. But it is a little bit different. But not too dissimilar. But continuing.
What do we know about Argent Moon?
Crony research station. Went dark 19 months ago. Last week, Kigyar scavengers found it and sold it to Julam Dama's people.
We clear the Covenant and return this station to Oni.
Fastest route to retrieval is to seize central control. Eliminate hostiles between here and there, then deactivate gravity and life support systems.
Ship data center is just ahead. We can pull down Argent Moon schematics there.
Sneaking up on those grunts.
Hostile contact.
Ooh, assassination. Little fun fact. I actually got to try out a little bit of this part in xCloud streaming when I was in prototype on my phone. Worked out pretty well. I mean, I played the game before previously on a friend's console because, like I said, I skipped out on the Xbox One, but then I eventually got like the game on my own, and then now I have it officially on my Halo Edition Series X. But being able to play it on xCloud and also on PC with streaming was pretty interesting.
Should be a straight shot to central control.
Frederick, Kelly, Linda, John. Original blue team of Halo.
Nobody from Oni got out of here alive, did they?
No.
Let's go.
Central control straight across this bay.
Everything's ripped up.
They must be stripping that experimental ship for parts.
Scavengers, taking what supplies they can find. The Covenant's war against the Arbiter must not be going well.
Julam Dama is a lot of things, but he's no prophet.
Yeah, the Prophets... pausing right here, for those wondering, what happened to the Prophets after the Covenant fell? Yeah, they pretty much went into hiding because nobody wants to talk to them anymore, because one, Covenant was a whole lie. They lied to them. Most of them got wiped out during when the flood attacked the capital, and so many problems and complications with that. There are prophets that do pop up here and there post-Covenant, but it's like, what do they do now that the Covenant's not a thing anymore? They cover part of that. They show even young prophet aliens, which is pretty rare because normally you think of the prophets, you think of the old prophets of the main prophets and stuff. But no, they show young prophets too, which is pretty crazy in some of the side materials. Again, some of the background lore for 4, 5, and Infinite there. If you do some deep digging. But continuing.
Take that elite.
It's also interesting how you can give some orders to your co-op companions in the game. So when you're playing on solo, you could act like a commander, telling them what to do, a leader.
Central control is through those.
You know, when Chief is not part of Blue Team, it's actually Frederick who's leading.
Puncher. Blue team, report. Sierra 117 to blue team, report. Sierra 117, does anyone copy?
Yeah, that's also true. How young prophets earn their names. What is the one trait that is opposite to hey at? Ah, you're a complete jerk, then your name, the prophet of kindness. Also true. No Cortana chip for you, Chief. Not yet.
The domain is open. Meridian.
Hallucinating.
Cortana?
John, the reclamation is about to begin.
Chief, what's wrong?
She's on Meridian.
Who?
Cortana.
That's not possible.
You said she was gone.
I watched her die. We have a mission to focus on. We can talk about this later. Lights on. Frederick, get us back on course for central control.
Bringing up schematics. There's an elevator we can use, but access is 4 levels down.
Mark a path. We've reached level 2. Keep moving down.
Chief, what did Cortana say to you?
Not enough. Something about...
I was gonna check something real quick. Hold on. Just gonna update something real fast. Gonna try seeing the thing. Let's see. Let's see. Recapping more. Things you need. Change that up to stuff. Or info before Halo Infinite. Info before Infinite. Yeah, see, that was a little bit better here. Maybe change that to all info. Yeah, you know what? Actually, make an info before Infinite. Yeah, there you go. Wha-bam. Alright, continuing on. Sorry, I just had to change that up a little bit. Also, one more thing. Okay, that's good. Continue.
Meridian's at backwater. If she's active, what's she doing so far out on the frontier?
The other note about this, too, is, like, I believe, flashlight isn't a actual thing you can turn on and off here. They just do it automatically for you, as opposed to other Halos where it's like, I want to turn on the flashlight now. Hey, energy sword. Do you really need an energy sword and shotgun, though? Maybe. Depending if one runs out first. The shotgun's almost out.
Don't follow ramps up.
Covenant battle net just lit up.
Covenant ships exiting slip space.
We're outnumbered here, Chief. A few thousand to 1.
Surrendering Argent Moon is not an option.
Neither is fighting half the Covenant in close quarters.
Then forget about reaching central control. The plan changes to asset denial. We scuttle the Argent Moon. Ship's reactor core is near here.
Same plan as the Perpetual Devotion?
We overload the reactor at evac. Ship explodes, destroying any ships nearby.
The reactor is below the lab just ahead. We can use
A wizard came from a moon.
marking the access panel.
Green 5 clearance accepted. Authorizing entry.
There's chatter about Jules Dama on Covenant comms. The new arrivals say he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
The head off the Covenant. Bravo.
Hunters.
They're strong and slow. Use the lab equipment to keep above them and out of their reach.
Weapons free. Hunters down.
The reactor core is just below us. Let's go.
Schematics show a path to the
All right, I'm gonna eat like one more of these Pringles, but I gotta stop eating them. They're very addicting. This sweet and spicy barbecue is very good. Always gonna miss the days you can one tap 100 with a pistol. Yeah. I mean, with DLCs though, with like they said, they're gonna bring back legacy weapons at some point in Infinite. Maybe we'll get the OP Halo 1 pistol as an available item sometime in the future in Infinite. They're gonna bring back legacy weapons, legacy vehicles, and some other stuff.
Reactor controls are on the far side of the room.
They'll be functionally different than the other equipment you have. So who knows? Maybe we'll get that OG pistol. Because I know in Halo 5 they actually brought back the pistol, which is pretty cool. You could use it in multiplayer stuff. For multiplayer. The campaign being the next campaign for the next 10 years or so. As they said, the next decade. Might do some cool DLC stuff.
Area's clear. Initiate the overload.
Reactor failsafe disarmed. Failure imminent.
Got it. Reactor's overloading. Move for the hangar bay.
Protocol initiated.
All right, I'm putting these Pringles over on the other side of the room over here, so I don't easily get tempted by them.
Is better reactor safety protocol than the Covenant.
We can stop that. Board the reactor.
Board the reactor.
If it's being moved, we should go with it.
Maybe to refresh my drink soon, though.
Coolant chambers ready. Stand clear of deployment bay.
The safety systems are set to pump coolant to the reactor.
This whole plan fails if that coolant gets a chance to work. Shame to lose the Arch Blue, but I'd love to see the look on the Covenant's faces when she goes supernova.
How do we stop it?
There are sheds located on either side of the cooling chamber. Those are our targets.
Reach the control sheds.
Oh, they're all crouching.
Offline.
Yeah, this level was actually pretty fun to do stuff with the Banshee in the space station.
System failing. Reactor core temperature rising. Immediate evacuation advised.
Blue team, evac now.
Banshees aren't fast enough to get clear of the reactor explosion.
Yeah, why don't they pick up the Jackal Shield? I mean, they kind of have a shield item in Halo Infinite, but it's not the same as a Jackal Shield.
Must have taken it out.
Frederick, find the nearest hangar bay. We're taking a prowler.
Hangar entrance here.
Prowler is just inside. Through an
I think they
airlock.
actually explained in that live-action trailer I was talking about for Halo Infinite, where they were able to make their own shield technology for armors and stuff, based around being able to steal one of those Jackal shields. I mean, that's another reason why they don't use it, because it's more or less the same kind of shielding technology they already have, just covering a whole armor rather than, you know, one specific area. But then that just also begs the question, why not grab both shields and you get double shields, technically?
Prowler fuel cells at 100%. Launch is primed.
Prowler is ready.
Board now, blue team.
Clear. 29 seconds.
Sierra 117 to Infinity. Argent Moon scuttled. I've reassigned Blue Team. Destination Meridian. Potential contact from Cortana.
Negative 117. Another team is already being prepped to deal with her.
Uh-oh.
To Infinity immediately.
Negative Infinity.
Uh-oh.
Whoever they are, let's get to Meridian before they do.
Kelly, no.
No need to do this by yourself, Chief.
They're going rogue. That's why I gotta hunt for the truth.
Court-martial all of us, right?
I tried to warn you this was happening.
Need a hand? Sorry.
She is a danger. She has access to the Forerunner domain, a galaxy-spanning network
Cortana's
that
alive?
allows her to control whatever devices caused this damage.
How is she? Master Chief believes she contacted him.
John must not speak to her.
He's gone in search of her.
You let him go?
How is it
Nobody lets the chief do anything. He does what he wants.
It's
true.
0631 this morning, when he was declared absent without leave. This isn't about the Master
John
Chief.
is not equipped emotionally to deal with her as a threat.
Hey! Is anyone gonna answer me? You're out of line, Roland.
Yes, sir. But so is everyone else. You created Cortana, Doc. And now you're throwing her out the airlock with these accusations.
Roland.
You think she tricked the Master Chief into abandoning his post?
Are AIs considered real people too? That's the moral dilemma they're having here.
Die when she was supposed to?
They're at a crossroads.
You're okay with this? Not just another target, you know.
Every target is just another target, Buck.
Yeah. For you, maybe. I love being an ODST. Just point and shoot. None of this gray area BS.
People also liked it better when you were ODST.
I mean, how are we even supposed to bring them in? Ask politely?
No.
We missed the rookie.
The hell?
Armor lock. By Spartan lock.
Armor restraint. Short circuit their suit systems.
Hate to leave Halo Skill early, but I've actually school tomorrow. Don't worry about it, Mira. I'm gonna be here. This is be on the archive as much as I can get. It's all good. Plus, I'm gonna be playing Halo all day tomorrow. When the campaign's fully downloaded. I'd preload it if I could, but you're not letting me do that just yet. Also, by the way, to know when you're leaving at the 4-hour and 17-minute mark, so if you go back in the archive, you just go back to that time code and resume where you left off. I think Twitch will remember, but you'll recheck anyway. But yes, for those wondering, we are doing commentary, lore, answers, questions, stuff from books, movies, comics, different games. We're cutting out in between. For those tuning in just now, you missed the parts where we talked about, you know, where the live-action trailer stuff for various Halo games fit into the continuity. We also talked about some of the stuff from the novels and books and stuff. Right now we're covering stuff with Halo 5, because that's what most people think they need to know before Halo Infinite. But no, there's a lot more. There's stuff in Halo Wars 2, which is very important, which is why I titled this Halo Wars 2, because it's very, very, very underestimated. Halo Wars 2, very good, tells you who the Banished are. It takes place 2 years before the events of Halo Infinite, and then we got some book stuff to cover as well, because there are books in between what happened in there and stuff for Halo Infinite, because there's a 2-year gap between the two different games, Halo Wars 2 and Infinite. Wait, moving on.
It was a UNSC colony then, but we never came back. Run by a private...
What happened to the Superintendent? Superintendent, again, kind of merged in with the one engineer dude, kind of making the combined entity known as Virgil, which they do show at the end of Halo ODST. There is some novel stuff involving that. They get reintroduced. Funny enough, the whole Sadie story, that whole thing, gets involved with the whole novel showing what happened to the ODSTs and how Buck became a Spartan in the first place. So, follow back on there. If you always wondered, hey, is there anything connecting Sadie's story to Halo ODST other than running to that one security guard? If you listen to all the audio logs in Halo ODST. And yes, there is. There's a whole book about that. Same book that explains what happened to the team and what happened to the rookie and all that stuff. Part of the same line in there. They're still existent. May also come into play later, because I know the Superintendent is a unlockable AI, or at least a copy of the Superintendent is an unlockable AI for your Halo Infinite Spartan, which I just recently unlocked as part of the Battle Pass. So, yeah, they might talk about more of it. But, continuing.
Now, chipping away the glass, making her livable.
Why are we taking a long way down?
Because it's polite. Grew up on an indie colony like Meridian. Folks out here don't take well to the UNSC landing in the middle of town. Tend to see it as an act of aggression.
Speaking of acts of aggression...
Those are Forerunner ships. What the hell are Forerunners doing here?
Maybe we're not the only ones here for the Master Chief.
Whoever the hell is on my elevator, identify yourself.
Uh-oh.
This is Spartan Jameson Locke, UNSC.
A lot of you.
To whom am I speaking?
This is Governor Sloan, and you...
Governor didn't seem to want our help.
Well, he's gonna get it anyway.
There's some malcontent still in the outer areas.
Spartans? What the hell are Spartans doing here?
What's going on?
Meridian Station...
They don't agree with the UNSC. That's why there's more insurrection going on throughout the galaxy, even when there's more alien things to be had.
The people of Meridian Station need our assistance.
What the hell are those things?
Do not panic. Dude, you're dealing with a bunch of alien dudes. They should be panicking.
But it's overrun!
Open the doors so we can help.
Damn it, Kyle! Do it! Fine, go!
Yeah, they want to argue with the Spartans. They can't handle it, but they certainly can. You got Guardians to deal with, and maybe even Remains of Covenant still.
Base is on lockdown. No way out.
There must be a way to shut down the security system.
Yeah, eliminate the threat in lockdown.
And those Covenant weapons, too.
Commander just showed up with a fresh pack of Prometheans. Bring it.
Looks like we're all clear.
Spartans. Was that your doing?
We just
Who else would it be? You really think that those regular guys would be able to take him out? I don't think so.
This road will lead straight to Meridian Station.
Where are we headed?
Move out!
Oh, there goes that ship. They should jump ship while they can.
Big
monsters will follow. No way. If you want to help, then secure that bridge.
I was interested to see like a kind of more yellowish warthog here, because these aren't standard UNSC warthogs. This is actually kind of more civilian use. They had civilian warthogs, that is a thing, but that is not a civilian warthog because it does have a turret on it.
We can do that, sir.
All right, opening up.
Crazy stuff.
Well done, Spartans. Head over to the garage. I'll have Billy open up.
Billy!
Why did they have a scorpion? This is UNSC gear.
Yeah, why do they have a scorpion?
Private security for a frontier colony isn't unusual. Surprising to see something this heavy, though.
Area's clear. Meridian Station's just up the hill.
Supposed to be a private security, but then maybe there's some, you know, insurrectionist stuff going on there. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hard to say.
Keep those targets coming.
Spartans, you're close to Meridian Station now. If you could clear out the land between where you are and town.
Of course, Governor.
Wow, pretty quick turnaround from get off my planet to, hey, can you help?
Yeah, because they could actually help him out.
That's a start.
Scorpion's targeted.
Moving that tank around. Yeah, very unique style for the tank right there. Really hope there's more customization options we get in the future. I know they had that splinter tank design for some of the vehicles and weapons in Halo Infinite, but we need to have legacy style stuff for some of them. Like the tank with the turret built in into the cannon itself, like a Halo 1 tank or a Halo 2 tank. These different varieties. Especially with the DLCs being available for the future. Kind of keep the game Halo Infinite active for 10 years or so.
Here they come.
Oh, whoa! They had to include that in there. How'd that tank get flipped over? Still good? The tank's still good. Do you get back in there?
Well, looks like you've done it. Never thought I'd thank the UNSC for a damn thing, but I do thank you, Spartans. Come on inside.
Governor Sloan, I was hoping we might have a word.
Come into town and we'll talk.
The one Spartan armor really does remind me of like Evangelion a little bit.
We'll be with you shortly. Tanaka, what kind of welcome can we expect this far out?
Frontier colony like this? Not much. Best suggestion is to keep weapons down and hands off.
Everyone, Meridian Station is secure. Wonder if those things are what they seem to have fallen back. Few fire, if you're hurt, go see Doc K.
Still some explosions.
We're a family here. Let's deal with it.
Is that Governor Sloan?
No. I want everyone to know we had some unexpected help from the UNSC.
That model's not fully rendered out. In universe-wise. That is intentional.
As soon as they came, but till they're gone, treat them as you would any reactor employee. Anyone gives them guff, answer to me. Understand?
Not too excited.
The one guy's uniform kind of reminds me of Star Wars, like a rebel pilot for an X-wing. The guy in the right corner almost there from behind. It kind of reminds me of one.
From the looks. Probably happily sacrificing resolution for logic cycles.
He's gonna go on a Death Star trench run later.
Make my health a point of conversation.
Of course, Governor. My apologies. We're looking for another Spartan fire team.
Why so many Spartans here? Why not? I'm unaware of other UNSC agents in our midst, but you have done right by my people so far. Have your look, but make it quick.
Yeah, seriously, that one spar there reminded me of Asuka from Ava.
The best intel in a place like this comes from the people. Keep your ears open.
Ah, ears open. You don't want to actually cause trouble or anything, trying to punch or shoot. Then, nah, that's you don't want to do that. Kind of like if you try punching somebody in the tutorial for Halo Infinite, they just reset you saying Spartans don't attack their own.
Your painkillers should kick in soon.
We heard yelling about things coming up out of the caves, then screams, and nothing.
We might be able to help. Where was that transmission sent from?
UNSC swooping down to take our claim. I'll tell you what, our folks at Apogee are plenty strong. Don't think you vultures can pick the bone so fast.
Wait, what do you say? Apogee? I think that's our location.
Was anyone with you at the outpost?
Just me. I heard we got hit here and hopped a mongoose back.
So you're trying to do detective work, which a lot of people thought you'd be doing a lot more of in the game, but I don't know, things happened.
Any markings?
Pound glass, UNSC. It's not my problem if your buddies didn't tell you where they parked. You ought to synchronize your drop zones better next time.
Catch that? Sounds like it was a UNSC ship. So Apogee came under attack, and then a UNSC ship was seen heading that way.
Find a network terminal. I want to know more about Apogee Station.
Artemis ought to be able to track down a suitable network terminal. Ping it.
Something's wrong with the uplink.
Everything on our end looks right, Governor.
Accessing terminal.
Investigations.
Permission to poke about.
Your people saw you.
Also, for points of interest too, Spartan Locke, prior to being a Spartan, he was an Oni operative. You know, that secret organization I was talking about, who's trying to do hush-hush conspiracy stuff going on. So he has experience with these kinds of hacking and information gathering, which is why a lot more people thought it would be, you know, come to play into the game itself more often. But yeah, you'll see.
Apogee Station.
UNSC at Apogee. Why are you people all over my planet?
With your permission, we'd like to go ask them ourselves.
There's a cargo Pelican on the Meridian Station landing pad. It'll get you out to Apogee the quickest.
We appreciate it, Governor.
I'm sure you do.
Or the Pelican. Cutscene. Unconfirmed reports. Still sporting the orangey color they got here.
Looks like we got an escort.
Be surprised if there weren't. Sloan can't be happy about UNSC marching around out here.
The lady is correct. My team's there to keep an eye on things while you look around. Nothing personal, Spartans.
No offense, take it, Governor. We'll find our targets and be out of your way.
You take their SMGs. What do they say? They're not Marines, you're taking their SMGs.
I want to look at that prowler. All clear.
Your team just left
Bum, bum.
the parked in the middle of everything? Must have landed here for a reason. Ship's log might tell us something.
Let's run a scan. Found an access point.
Yeah, so this is already them going after the Master Chief, which again you thought would be more of the plot line for, you know, part of the game and everything. Like, people were like, we're hunting down the Master Chief, but I want to play as the Master Chief. Which is the whole thing. Again, the prelude to this, Hunt for the Truth, the podcast audio drama stuff they had going on there, really set you up for a couple different things that, like, kind of like whether they fell through or continued on with it. Depends on what specific you're looking for from there. Hunt for the Truth is very solid. Again, if you had a chance to listen to that, I Really recommend it.
Access to the mine near our position.
Again, some folks argue like that a little bit more some of the plotline than the actual game itself, but, you know, it depends on who you ask.
Asking politely for access to your facility, Governor.
Opening the door for you now. You watch yourselves down there.
Played a little bit of that earlier, but not the whole thing, because I want you guys to listen when you get the chance.
My money's on the Prometheans never engaging them.
That doesn't make any sense.
Making sense and being a fact aren't always the same thing.
Oh, also my phone's getting some battery stuff real going all crazy there. I might need to plug that in later. Not yet, but soon. Soon.
Area's clear. Move into the structure.
Oh, the incineration can is pretty fun. When when you actually hit your target.
There's no record of Forerunner artifacts on Meridian. They must have just uncovered this. You know, we've seen Promethean attacks since Requiem, but no record of any this intense.
Something riled them up, that's for sure.
Host advantage.
What? Jerry64 with the host? That's crazy. Sucks raid. Wait, why is it saying host? It should be raiding with the party at 10. What just happened? Was it a host or was it a raid? I don't know. Hold up. It says raid on there, but I got a host for some reason. Let me just double check something real quick. Also, how's it going? I hope you had a fun stream, Jerry. Let me get the raid, yeah. Alright, let me give a shout out to Jerry real quick and we'll resume. Hello, welcome. I hope you had a fun time. Yeah, Jerry's playing Crowd Control Pokemon Crystal. I remember he's doing that. Yeah. We're catching up to all the lore and everything we know for Halo Infinite before the release of the campaign story mode tomorrow. We've watched Halo live-action trailers. We saw stuff for Halo Wars 2, stuff from Halo 5. We're going to talk about books and novels and comics and the Halo anime. We talked a lot about it a lot earlier. We're in the middle of doing some commentary and side lore and information on Halo 5, and afterwards we're going to be covering Halo Wars 2, which takes place 2 years before the events of Halo Infinite and introduces the Banish, which is very important. But we had a fun time over at Jerry's. If you don't know who I am, how do you not know who I am if you're watching Jerry? He shouts me out all the time. I'm JakatoX. I'm a variety streamer. I'm a tokusatsu, robot, VTuber monkey who does a variety of different streams. But Halo is my favorite FPS sci-fi series, which is why we're covering that information. We're giving all the lore information. We covered information from Halo 4, Halo 3, Halo ODST, Halo Reach, all the different Halo games, and we're doing abridged recounts of what happened, events from novels that most people don't even know or haven't read, and now we're on Halo 5, and then we're going to cover Halo Wars 2, and then we'll cover a novel that takes place right before Halo Infinite. Because, yeah, we're going to be playing Halo Infinite all day tomorrow. Once, of course, it's after it's downloaded. We can't preload the darn thing, which I wish we could, but we can't. But it'll be out tomorrow, and I'll be playing it as much as I can. Yes. But anyway, yeah, okay, that raid went through, so thank you yet again, Jerry64. Go check him out, twitch.tv/Jerry64. And I'll get the things back open over here. There we go. And resuming. If anybody has any Halo-specific questions, whether it be about a video game, a novel, an anime, or whatever, if there's anything you need to know or would like to know before Halo Infinite, feel free to throw it in the chat, and I'll try to answer as many questions as possible. Folks already threw out some questions, but I don't mind repeating if you're just tuning in now. But anyway, continuing. By the way, yes, that is Edward Buck over here. Same dude who was part of the ODSTs. Now he's a Spartan. There's a whole book that covers that. I talked about it earlier. But now he's a Spartan now. He was from ODST. He's a Spartan now. You play as him in the co-op mode. He has a different HUD than the main dude we're playing as right now here, Spartan Locke. His HUD looks exactly almost like the one from ODST. It's got a yellow theme, which is kind of similar to what they had in ODST. Because he still has the ODST helmet, even though he's a Spartan now. Continuing. Nathan Fillion. Firefly. Yeah.
governors did not lack a sense of style.
Your story time. Yeah, Jerry.
Look at all of this.
Record everything.
I'm here to answer any questions about Halo that people have. That's what I'm doing today. Already been streaming for almost 5 hours. And only now we're covering Halo 5. Because boy howdy, yeah, there's a lot of things to cover.
Privacy at last.
Covering Halo 5, then we're covering Halo Wars 2, and then we're covering a novel a little bit, and you'll be up to speed for Halo Infinite.
Just realized. Buck was saying blue team didn't fight for me.
Oh, what's my favorite gun in each Halo game? Ooh, that is a good question. Alright, let's do it in order. Halo 1. Definitely love the OP pistol. That's probably my favorite in Halo 1. Halo 2. Introduced the BR, so Halo 2 BR. Yeah, that'd probably be the one for that. Halo 3. That's a very good question. What am I like in Halo 3? There's so many good options in Halo 3. Well, it's not really a gun, but I liked how they changed up the sword in Halo 3 a little bit. I mean, the grav hammer is also pretty good. Sword and grav hammer. I'll combine the both of the two because, you know me, I love griff balls, so that's a tie. That's a tie between the sword and the grav hammer. Let's see. Halo 4, I kind of like the saw machine gun. Halo ODST. The silent submachine gun's pretty good. Halo Reach. What I liked in Halo Reach. Needle rifle was pretty interesting. Yeah, needle rifle's pretty cool. I liked that one. That was a good weapon. Halo 5, yeah, they did some stuff with the customizations on some variations. And they had like a silenced version of the BR, which was pretty cool. Halo Infinite, still not sure yet. Because there's so many weapons and not even ones I had a chance to all try out yet. They got a lot of different things in Halo Infinite. But yeah, no, there you go. That's there's some different weapons they have. I would also like to mention some of the dual wielding stuff that happened in Halo 2 and Halo 3, because that was kind of fun back in the day, but, you know, they got rid of it eventually, but I kind of like the dual wielding. I didn't mind it as much. I mean, he kind of underpowers the weapons individually, but kind of worked. It was fun to go guns akimbo when he could. Well, anyway, continuing.
Well, they didn't have to sweet talk Sloan either.
Jerry says the one... Wait, no, DigiPichu says the one that kills people. Yes, that is the best gun of all time.
Sloan's hiding something.
Oh yeah, the incinerator in Halo 5 was actually pretty solid. The one I was just talking about, because it's like almost kill anything weapon. So yeah, maybe the incinerator for Halo 5. Yeah. Love kind of like how they have the rockets in Infinite. Here we go. I'm also covering Halo 5 stuff because that's not part of the Master Chief Collection. This is probably the first time Jerry's seeing any of this before. Also, probably the first time seeing ODST if we get up to that. Oh, not ODST. First time seeing Halo Wars stuff if we get up to that point. Yeah.
Calls the Guardians to serve her.
What was that?
Well, let's go find out. We're sitting ducks here.
Agreed. Move.
Fire your guns. It's time to run. Blow me away. I had to throw that in there somewhere.
Presence in the Guardian's shelter is undesirable.
Uh-oh. Are they the Guardians, or are they the Guardians? Because they got the Forerunners. A Guardian group. They're guarding Forerunner technology.
Are you the Guardian?
I am Warden Eternal.
The Warden.
I stand in service to Cortana.
Cortana?
They're looking for Cortana now. Dun dun dun.
Guardians are approved for passage. Regretfully, you are not.
That sounds like a threat.
Vacate his shelter now.
Mind you, these robot beings and stuff, they used to be living beings, but they were converted into sentient robots and stuff. That's what the Forerunner stuff going there. Actually, to go further in on that, if you really want to know some crazy Halo lore, because this is also touched upon in like spin-off books and prequels and that kind of stuff. Mr. Guilty Spark, you know, that guy, the little orb dude, showing up in Halo 1 and a couple of other different things. Yeah, he was actually a proto-human, you know, before the Halo rings launched off. He got converted into like some computer thing and became like a guard of a Halo ring, and the monitors and everything, like lots of different Forerunner technology. They were prehistory humans before the big reset with the Halo rings. they get, like, reserved as technology and trying to guard the Halo rings for future events, and they have all the DNA and stuff, recreating different planets and everything. That's a whole plot line going on there. Crazy background stuff right there. There's more details that I can go into detail there, but I just wanted to throw that out there for more people like, what? That blew my mind! And stuff like that. So if you want more detail, feel free to ask more about that. I can explain in more detail. But let's see how this fight goes. Also, I paused on Buck for a very good reason, because Buck is a pretty cool dude and one of my favorite characters in ODST.
Something new. Defend yourselves.
Also, again, Nathan Fillion. Yeah, we're not just watching here. I'm giving commentary and lore information and things that they don't explain to you. Also, this being a boss battle, the rare occurrence of a Halo boss battle. There's gonna be more boss battles in Halo Infinite. They already said that there would be, and there's preview footage of such.
He said he served Cortana.
Not anymore, he doesn't.
Skipped it a little bit there, but that's the whole boss sequence.
The Warden was protecting whatever lies beyond those doors.
No, don't open that door!
Cortana's connected to this Guardian somehow, and that makes it the Master Chief's most likely target.
I know I'm referencing Resident Evil there, but
Find him.
why not?
Let's go.
Another one of my favorite series out there.
The Warden said Cortana was calling them to her. She's not here.
Oh, they built him big, didn't they? Figure that's the Guardian?
Can't get much by a buck.
Up here.
Teleporting.
Contact.
Uh-oh.
Move! Contain!
Chase sequence. They had to make this new cutscene because it'd be so confusing with all these teleporters, which way you're going. If you were doing this in actual gameplay, it's like, can I keep up with them? Where does this teleporter go? Also, I like how they trust using alien teleporters without knowing what's up with it. Because they could end up anywhere. They could scramble your molecules or something, you know?
Stay where you are.
Yep, there's the chief.
117, stand down.
Oh, cover art time.
You are absent without leave. This is your one chance.
Cover trailer art. The two teams in conflict.
Blue team, stand down.
I have a job to do.
Cortana's our concern now, sir.
Like hell she is.
Plus, she didn't finish the sentence to sir, finishing the fight. And some folks had complaints about this part right here, because it's like, come on, it's Master Chief. He's more experienced than Locke. He should be beating it up no problem. How's he getting winded? And again, Master Chief is a little bit older, but, you know, he's still a Spartan 2. The other guy's only a Spartan 4. So some folks were having some questions about that. I've seen cuts of where people just had the part where Master Chief is just beating up Locke. Not the other part around it. I was saying, more accurate version of how the fight should go. Again, depends on who you ask. But it exists. I'm acknowledging it. Oh, he's frozen.
Damn it.
He didn't say anything until they removed the piece from him. Ruh-roh. Uh-oh.
Maybe we can get out how they got in.
Go! Run!
Again, so many teleporters. How do they know which ones to go through? Plus, if they're falling apart, there's a chance that the teleporter is gonna fall apart with you. But they just trust it, not nonchalantly. Like, oh yeah, no, there's no way this thing can become unstable.
Oh, hell.
Uh-oh.
I said run!
That's a close call. Dun dun. Oh, that warthog's breaking out. Uh-oh.
Sloan's giving evac orders. He knows. Somehow...
Knows what? Look! The Guardian!
Oh no. Where the hell...
The Guardian of this part of the galaxy. Wink.
We need to get airborne.
The other colonies Captain Lasky told us about. This is what happened to them. Look, this colony's gonna be a crater soon. We can't take anything that flies from these people.
Our Pelican is on the space elevator. You could use that.
The other colonies, there are more Guardians.
Really only concerned about the one in front of us right now, Vale.
But why this one? Why is the Chief on this Guardian? I think it's the first one Cortana activated on purpose.
This is Governor Sloan, broadcasting on all frequencies. People, if you are still planetside, make your way to the space elevator right now. Final shuttles are departing soon, with or without you.
Uh-oh.
Governor Sloan, shuttle Bravo.
I mean, honestly, when the aliens showed up on the planet, they should have already started abandoning the place. I would have been like, yeah, give me on the first lifeboat out of here.
Can we do autopilot retrieval? Bring the Pelican down to us.
Mayday! Mayday! We're taking fire! We're hit!
As soon as I saw like the alien technology reactivate, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm out here. I'm out.
Governor Sloan.
Instead of those dudes like, ah, we're fine. We can handle the unknown alien technology.
Refuge inside. They'd be slaughtered.
Understood, Governor. Osiris, clear the area so they can open those doors.
Yeah, this is a different BR that they have here, but as mentioned before, they threw in the traditional BRs as another thing you could use in multiplayer. Various forms of customization. You can use the classic BR style with the proper scoping. Locked down, locked down. Ba-da-ba-ba-do.
Spartans, your tenacity outstrips even my own.
When did Cortana tell you about the Guardian?
You're good. She gave me fair warning, true enough. I was allowed to help my people survive. A change is gonna come. For all of us. Human and created alike.
See, he's like that and everything because there's a new order coming and everything. The UNSC had their fun, but seems like a lot of disillusionment, especially, like I said, that whole insurrection thing never got quelled down completely. But continuing.
She's bringing a new dawn. I intend to be part of it. I see my time is up. Good luck to you, everyone. And goodbye.
Sudden but inevitable betrayal.
Weapons free.
Yes, we can handle this alien tech that is literally disintegrating people that they are killing by touching it. Totally, we got this. So true. Not.
Let's clear the ladies' workspace, shall we?
area's clear. Tanaka, how do we get the elevator moving?
Find the control panel. Must be here somewhere.
Might be worth a scan.
Got it.
Scanning, scanning.
Sloan said a change is coming. We know Cortana contacted him. Is she on the Guardian too?
Master Chief seemed to think so.
Huh.
So if she's there, then where are they going?
We'll find out once we're at the Pelican.
I understand the Master Chief disobeying orders to find Cortana, but why the rest of Blue Team?
Because they trust the Chief.
The members of Blue Team grew up together in the Spartan 2 program. They've registered more operations than any other fire team in the UNSC.
They're family.
Exactly.
See, Buck gets it.
Hello? Can anyone hear me? I'm at Meridian Station. Everyone's dead. Governor Sloan isn't here. Please. Is there anyone left here?
Uh-oh.
Sloan just up and abandoned his people?
If Cortana's really behind that Guardian moving, she did more damage here than him.
We'll find the truth about what happened here, and we'll make certain that those who should answer...
Hunt for the truth.
There's that Guardian song again.
What's that about?
Maybe a signal of some kind. Building up to something.
Transport 3 to group. Heads up. That thing's starting to move. I don't know what's going on. Wait. It just stopped.
Uh-oh. Not the elevator. Also, reoccurring extra voices that we saw on the radio whose full name we saw earlier in the game. They're down. They're different than any of the other random NPCs you run into. They had a full name. And they showed up earlier in the level.
Moving towards the Pelican.
Pelican's a few more super runs up from here. How far is that? More than you want it to be, not as far as it could be.
Phaeton's targeting our position.
Yep, we got him shot at. Ah, there you go. There's a big weapon. Get that incinerator.
Pelican now. We'll risk autopilot.
The Pelican's still above us. Keep climbing.
The Pelican's just outside. Move it, people.
Shockwaves are getting closer together.
Uh-oh.
What happens when it gets to zero?
Super giant robot interacting with the space station. Space station. Ah, man. Oh, there goes his BR. And AR. BR, AR. AR, BR. They got a plane to catch. Not the same as trying to get into the Pelican in Halo 3, but it's okay.
I'm on it.
I really do love jumping into fallen Pelicans, because they're still doing that in Halo Infinite. Woo! UNSC Infinity.
5 more events following Meridian.
October.
It's 11 colonies. I need a means to stop this now.
The warden confirmed.
Give the dates because novels and spin-offs also give dates on that too.
Not this one. Not yet.
Why didn't they just give Halsey a robot arm by now? They have the technology.
It's a Guardian on the elite homeworld.
If we can get a team on the ground, we can access that Guardian.
How long has it been since that point? Like, you'd think they'd have one ready to go.
The Arbiter's War. That's because they haven't heard my great idea. That noise is an encoded numerical pattern. paired quantum phase sets, slip space coordinates for a Forerunner map.
If Locke's team could feed the Guardian the coordinates recorded on Meridian, it would take them to the same place Cortana took Master Chief. Tom.
Bum.
Stop this.
But it means going to St. Helios.
Dun dun!
I'll make arrangements.
I gotta meet the Arbiter.
There's another one.
What's Cortana up to, Chief? Why'd she bring us here?
Let's keep moving.
He doesn't have an answer. Still a mystery.
Where are we?
No comm traffic on any band. No long-range uplinks at all. Long way from nowhere, then.
We were brought to this location for a reason. Search ahead.
For a reason. One reason. We gotta get to it before it turns into a prune.
Cortana. Cortana, do you read?
No response. What is this place? Forerunner planet. Beyond that, who knows?
Wherever we are, Cortana brought us here. She's out there somewhere.
Chief, back on Meridian. There was a lot of destruction. There were civilians.
I know.
She may not have known what would happen. And if she did...
We'll learn what's going on once we find her.
I mean, again, say what you will about the game, but you know, it actually does look pretty cool in that distance over there. Like, graphically, it looks pretty neat.
Gives me the creeps.
Bio readings are unlike anything we've previously recorded. There's a
Halo games always looked
precision to it all.
pretty good. I mean, some folks had different ideas depending on the art direction in which particular entry, but overall, they still look pretty great. I'd say, regardless of which Halo it is. Especially when you have different biomes and stuff.
Clear, move up. The shield lowered when the last of the Covenant dropped.
The guy's out of AR, switching to the plasma pistol of all things.
But not us.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Assuming we're right and Cortana is on this
Forerunner tech.
How did she get here?
The Didact ship was pulled into slip space. It could have ended up
Running
anywhere.
into more Forerunner enemies in the game, more so than Covenant style, because they already got rid of the new Covenant towards the beginning.
Activate the console.
And this is prior to the Banish being a thing. At least as far as they know.
More activity around the large structure.
Chief, what's happening to that building when we use these consoles?
I don't know.
Too bad the Forerunners didn't think to leave a manual.
If that signal is Cortana...
Maybe they did leave a manual, but they can't read it.
She hasn't proven the most reliable guide recently.
We keep going. We find out what's happening. It's another one of those.
Ow.
Have the Covenant been coming through with them? Stands to reason. Any ships caught in the slip space bubble would be pulled through.
Light bridge.
Light bridge activated on approach. We're definitely being led somewhere.
Well, there it goes. No way back.
Chief, look.
Uh-oh. Hi there, monkey boy. Hey, how's it going? We're going through the lore background story of lots of Halo stuff. We're on Halo 5 right now, but we covered stuff like live-action trailers, books, anime, games, lots of different things. But right now we're on Halo 5. If you're wondering why it still says Halo Wars 2, it's probably because I still think that's the most important thing that folks need to play before, or cover, or watch, or know what happened before Halo Infinite Story, which is happening tomorrow. I'm going to be playing that all day tomorrow. But before then, I'm recapping everything for everybody. This one's more of a Let's Watch portion of the recap, but I have commentary and notes and things to tell you from books, novels, and secrets and other crazy things most folks didn't pick up on, because I done the deep dive. I've read the books, I've read the novels, I've read the comics, I've listened to the audio dramas, I've done a lot of things with regards to Halo, because it is my favorite FPS series, sci-fi series of all time. I like a lot of different things, but if we're talking narrowly the superlative topic of FPS sci-fi series, Halo's probably up there, even though there's other games besides FPS games, you know, like I said, the RTS games, Halo Wars, but I like the series, I like the style, I like the novels, I like the books, I like all the spin-off materials, which is pretty good stuff. But anyway, I'm watching. Is it tomorrow today so you can start the dinner? No, I can't drone up. It's not a midnight release. It's a global release time. For me, I still have close to a little bit over 12 hours before I can... Wait, not 12 hours. A little bit over... Yeah, no, actually 12... Yeah. 12 hours? Yeah, 12 hours before I can download it. I think so. I mean, it's gonna be 1 a.m. here, and then I gotta wait for 1 p.m. East Coast time tomorrow before I can start downloading it and playing it, because they didn't do a pre-download thing for some reason. I don't know why. You think a major release like that would have a pre-download, but... I don't know, I'm not in charge of the company. But anyway, it's going to be releasing at 1 p.m. East Coast time over here, 10 a.m. West Coast time. Yeah, December 8th. I mean, technically it's December 8th now, but I'm considered tomorrow until I go to bed. Anyway, resuming the story. Hope you have lots of fun. Thank you! We've been covering all the lore for Halo within the last 5 hours. We've been streaming for over 5 hours already. And we only got to Halo 5 now. Don't worry, we still got Halo Wars 2 to cover, and we got a book to cover. Technically multiple books, but we'll just talk about one particular book that I think folks should really cover. They only read Fall of Reach, which most people read Fall of Reach or listened to the audiobook of that. But anyway, resuming. Yeah, there's a lot of lore to Halo. Between books, comics, spin-offs, anime, movies, video games, lots of Halo things. Lots of folks trying to catch up for Halo Infinite were like, I'm gonna play the Master Chief Collection, and maybe Halo 5, and I think I'm good. Which, I suppose you could, but I want to make sure you know a little bit more of the other details, and the other stuff that most folks just kind of ignore. But anyway, keep going. So again, for people tuning in like, hey, this isn't Halo Wars 2. Don't worry, we're getting to Halo Wars 2. I covered part of Halo Wars 2 earlier in the stream. Just trying to give credit where credit is due for Halo Wars 2, because most folks are ignoring that, even though, like I said, it's like 2 years before Infinite. Technically the last game entry in regards to games.
Identify yourself.
I am the Warden Eternal.
What other Warden?
I stand in defense of Cortana.
Again?
She called me to her.
And you came scampering. She knows your forgotten name. Who you were before you were 117.
Arr.
Do you find it odd? Your trusted companion should keep so much to herself.
Is this a test?
Cortana.
Not just yet. Come. Let us talk some more.
He's a coming. Closing on the door on the way in.
You answered her call. Why?
The mantle of responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Cortana has obtained great power. What will they do with it?
Shall I begin? When you see her, you intend to.
I've come to bring her home.
If you understood what she has become, you would not speak with such juvenile.
Hey, if they were invited in, why are you shooting at us? You should just let us through at that one level where we're working with the Flood in Halo 3. You gotta make it a challenge. He's like, you can't just go out there normally. They can't just let you have the front door open. He's gotta slide his way through. Even though Cortana supposedly called out to him.
Your trust in one another is an innocent folly, but one which darkens her true promise.
Where is she?
Where's the trigger? You want to give it to an ordinary citizen. The Flood have more manners than these guys. Yeah, definitely.
The mantle of responsibility belongs to Cortana and the other created.
But what about Peter Parker?
I shall see it remains forever beyond your grasp.
Ow.
Your time has passed, warrior's servant. Your battle fought and done.
Your boss called us, though, so I'm not so sure about that.
Submission is all we require.
Boss battle. They got him. They're good.
Chief, hello?
Cortana.
John, you made it.
Cortana Rama.
Oh my... I can't believe you're here.
Where are we?
You're on a Forerunner world. Designation Genesis. Enough then.
Sega.
I'll get the bridge for you. The Warden will be back soon.
You know him?
Oh yes. Fair warning, he has a single mind, but a few million bodies.
Chief said you were destroyed.
After I saw John last, I was pulled into slipspace. That's where I found access to the Domain, a Forerunner system that spans the known galaxy.
How are you still active? Rampancy...
Entering the Domain, touching this place. It cured me.
Making them sentient robots.
For AIs.
Sentient AIs.
By accessing...
Because, yeah, no, like, again, going back to the technology thing, the way how a lot of the Forerunners and prototypical species before the Halo rings wiped out everything, again, covered in, like, there's a whole Forerunner series run of books and everything, they converted themselves into digital beings to kind of survive that. And, because, you know, rampancy is a thing and everything with the human-built AIs, they had to, like, you know, like, they already came up with a solution for that, being able to control a whole consciousness in there. So, one reason would be if a rigger AI, like Cortana, who's at the edge of rampancy, were to interact with the Forerunner technology, there would exist a way for them to continue learning and existing. Which is, what's happening here.
The big building putting on...
I also know how they have Cortana talking, but they don't actually have her face display on the heads up compared to some of the other characters, which leads to many questions.
Light show. You already triggered most of its activation sequence, just like I knew you would. Just one more to go. Okay, here it is. Final activation point.
Doop, doop, boop.
Cortana, why does the Warden think he needs to protect you from me?
There's so much to explain. It'll be easier when we're face to face.
Try me.
The cure for rampancy I've found means AIs can be immortal. That kind of lifespan allows for long-term planning, just like the Forerunners were capable.
Immortality!
AIs can assume the Forerunner's mantle of responsibility. And once there is peace, we can focus on poverty, hunger, illness. But Warden believes some will resist our help.
Oh, yeah, because it is a thing. Originally, the humans were supposed to be the successors to the Forerunners, but now they're showing, hey, humans made basically immortal beings who can survive longer and can make these harder decisions and stuff. So, yeah, maybe those AIs are more the successors than humans. We'll see how that goes.
And he's afraid you're one of them.
Sounds great. I don't get why anyone's expecting resistance.
Didact made it clear the mantle of responsibility was an Imperial piece. Step out of line and suffer.
It won't be like that, John. I'll explain it better once we're together.
There it is.
The gateway to the Forerunner domain. You'll be the first organics to enter since the fall of the Forerunners. I admit, after the crash here, I didn't think I'd see you again.
I'm here now.
The Infinity, once again. They didn't have a little subtitle saying we're on the Infinity. To the Infinity and beyond! I'm pretty sure somebody already made that joke, but
We're gonna see if Halsey can
first time doing on
Guardian.
this one.
I'll have a briefing for you by the time we reach San Helios.
See you planetside.
There you go.
So, you wrote a target dossier on the Arbiter when
Target
you were
dossier.
That was 6 years ago.
Okay, so right there, they're talking about the Target dossier when he was an Oni agent. That is the terminals from Halo 2 Anniversary, saying how ruthless the current Arbiter was, and how he was an enemy that should not be underestimated when he was part of the Covenant. So yeah, calling back to those Halo 2 terminals and meetings and discussions that they had. Yeah.
What's your point?
You recommended assassinating him.
He did.
After we killed millions of our people,
So why didn't you?
things changed.
Oh, the Arbiter.
The Arbiter
The Arbiter is
is engaged in combat.
engaged in combat. We got elites. He's got a representative. He's trying to bring up the Arbiter, but they got elites with them now. Not enemy elites, but just general elites.
Deep in civil war. If this all goes sideways.
I understand, sir.
Yeah, there's a whole Civil War situation going on with the elites. Still some loyal to the Covenant, some new factions, some old factions resurfacing, and then there's the Arbiters guys. Who has a good portion of the elites, but not all of them. It's a whole other thing. Space. San Helios. Still in October, a day later since the previous time they showed that recap.
Arbiter has united the keeps and formed a new alliance.
Sword of San Helios. Which again, you can see some kind of stuff with the elites fighting amongst each other, some conflict going on. If you check out Killer Instinct, the newer Killer Instinct for Xbox and PC and whatnot, because Arbiter's a playable character in that. Yeah, cameo stuff. It's a more general Arbiter rather than saying a specific Arbiter, but they kind of said it his level during a turf war amongst elites. So it's a fun thing. Little thing folks can check out around the same time they started doing something with Halo 5 and Halo Wars 2 and whatnot. But yeah, no, it was fun. Arbiter being in Killer Instinct. We got more Halo characters popping up in fighting games. That's why so many people are trying to push for Halo stuff to show up in Smash Bros. At some point. But anyway, continuing. Also, just realized I stopped at the 117 there. Hey, there you go. Continuing.
And the death of Julian Dama, the Covenant remnants grow desperate. They have begun an assault on Vadam lands, targeting Arbiter specifically.
Should probably get my phone so it doesn't die on me.
Find Arbiter at the Elder Council chambers. Victory to clan and kin, Spartans. Marquis.
Find the Arbiter.
I'm impressed. Arbiter has females in his ranks. War has traditionally been a male's job on St. Helios.
What are those buildings over there?
Yeah, they showed different roles and stuff in that one Halo Legends short.
We need the swords of St. Helios, and that means we need Arbiter.
Swords of St. Helios is the Arbiter's faction.
Dead elites. Swords of St. Helios. Covenant killed them.
Take a sword while you're at it.
What's that, Vale?
Sangheili burial prayer. A warrior at birth, a warrior in death.
Arbiter's an ally, so these dead here are our brothers as far as I'm concerned.
Agreed. Time for payback.
The cabin opens up here. Keep your eyes out.
Oh, see, they want to make it so you still fight elites, even not fight the Covenant. You're part of the elite civil war now.
Yes, that is the path you seek.
Because, like, they're not just going to have 2 levels where you fight traditional Halo enemies. No, they had to introduce them somewhere else, and that's why they have these different factions on St. Helios. Once the Covenant fell. Calling a false Arbiter, even though he's rightfully crowned as the Arbiter. But then again, some of them are like, hey, he was crowned Arbiter under the Covenant. The Covenant's not a thing anymore, and we don't believe that. And then there's a new Covenant where it's like, oh, we're still with the Covenant, and they exiled the Arbiter, and it's like, we should still keep going on there. And then there's his faction where it's like, hey, the Prophets were lying the whole time. We're trying to go back to where we were, but still be with the humans. And another one's like, we don't want to be with humans. So, yeah, lots of stuff going on St. Helios with these civil wars. Which, again, there are books and novels which cover all these different things. Also available in audiobook form. Highly recommend them.
That building's taking a beating.
That's the Elder Council chamber. Marquis said the Arbiter was there.
Good stuff.
This mural shows the story of the elites and the prophets. This is about the creation of the Covenant. Alliance of the prophets and the elites.
Like, you practically have swords almost available all over this place, because it is an elite planet. The homeworld to the elites. Of course there's going to be swords everywhere.
Clear the shipmaster of landing zone.
Spirit inbound.
Out of ammo for that fuel rod cannon. So what do? You hit him with the fuel rod cannon. Still a fuel rod kill, as far as I'm concerned. Hunters. Hunter X Hunter.
All clear.
I am approaching your position. Hold
Hey.
your fire.
Check your fire. Friendly incoming.
Your commander, Palmer, thought you would find these useful.
I do like the way she thinks.
Covenant reinforcements move on the Elder Council chamber. Time is running low, Spartans.
We'll clear a path to the Arbiter.
Hey, get into the robot.
Wait your signal.
Move out.
Oh, yeah. By the way, seeing other elites taking down,
On me, Osiris.
jackals and grunts and whatnot. Got to the mantises.
The Elder Council chambers are on the far side of that courtyard. Hurry. We have
Which I actually think is one of my favorite Halo vehicles. Not just because it's a giant robot, but because in functionality it actually has some cool, cool features. But being a giant robot does help.
Marquis, we've reached the council chamber.
Understood. On my way.
Walking upstairs. Oh, yeah, look at that. The Arbiter's going in.
Ready for extraction.
What is the meaning?
Keith David. This is going to be a little bit awkward when Locke talks to the Arbiter because, again, he was saying you should take him out right away back when he was an Oni agent. Again, with some of the interviews that they had between the two and, like I said, the Halo 2 anniversary terminals and whatnot. Oh, getting a little frame dippy. Hold on. Alright, we'll just hold it for a minute. Okay, I think that's good.
UNSC. Captain Lasky sends his greetings and thanks you for your cooperation.
Oni, out of the shadow.
He recognized he was an Oni.
The spies announce themselves now, Agent Locke.
I'm a Spartan now, sir.
I know who you are. You were an agent when you volunteered to execute me.
He knows.
I saved your life today.
Yet now you hunt another Spartan, the greatest of your clan.
Uh-oh.
Let him hunt. He'll never find us.
Uh-oh.
It's Cortana. She touched every networked device in the camp. She knows the Guardian is here.
Locke, that thing's our last shot.
You have the firepower to get us in there.
Sunayan is the Covenant's final stronghold on San Helios. We will move only when victory is assured.
Kind of miss the Arbiter's old armor.
Doctor, Osiris will deploy within the hour. Have your plan ready.
I mean, still the Arbiter. He's still pretty cool, but... That one seems a little bit too grand. But then again, he's in a higher position than he was previously, because he's, you know, part of the Civil Wars that they got going on.
I am reluctant to discuss it over open channels.
Understood, Doctor. We're on our way.
Those idling wraith cannons over here, Osiris. I have located a means to activate the Guardian.
Osiris reporting in, Dr. Halsey.
This is a constructor, a Forerunner tool I can use to interface with the Guardian. Constructors were ubiquitous in Forerunner.
Get a robot arm already!
Are riddled with support stations for the Sanghelios Guardian. Palmer has the coordinates of one
Yeah, they actually
station.
do touch upon that in some of the spin-off stuff, but personally, it's just a little pet peeve of mine.
Ready when you are, Osiris.
Because they have the technology. Like, I'd be setting up right away if I lost an arm. I'd be like, dude, give me that robot arm. Give me a rocket punch while you're at it, too. And I already have robot hands, but, you know. As my VTuber avatar shows. Robot monkey over here, but, you know, if I was, biological and lost one and there's the technology available, of course I'd be going for it.
Osiris, Halsey's constructor is in a Forerunner.
Oh, hold on. We got bots.
But the Coveys have a Kraken parked between you and it. Arbiter's
Get that out of there.
hit the Kraken from the air while you handle ground support. Once you've reached the rally point, Arbiter will give the green light.
Understood, Commander.
Patching you into Arbiter's BattleNet now. Good luck out there, Spartans.
The way to activate the Guardian is by sending him wave after wave of grunts until we decided to send you in. Yeah, right? Why did they try doing a grunt run before sending all the good guys in? They have the forces available to them.
Arbiter, you're up.
Affirmative. Warriors of Adam. Swords of San Helios. Commence attack.
Friendlies in the air, Osiris. Focus fire on ground forces.
Kraken is going to lift off. All wait to start.
Kraken's on the move.
Uh-oh.
Arbiter's people have the Kraken distracted. You're clear to advance on the constructor's coordinates.
Affirmative, Commander. Let's go.
Jackal's coming down the stairs.
The Covenant abandon their ground forces. Thrust the attack. Spartan, the enemy is retreating into the temple ground. That location is between Osiris and their destination.
Copy, Arbiter. Spartans keep the
Hey,
pressure
taking
on.
that ghost.
Watch out.
Keep your distance. Get to the temple ground.
Get to the temple ground. How?
Dead end. Commander Palmer, you sure we're headed the right way?
Affirmative. That's the only way through. Maybe there's a hidden mechanism, a door lock.
A door lock for Spartan lock? Good stuff. Pretty good.
Found something. Up on the ledge.
Hey.
This has to be it. Something's happening.
It worked. Dr. Halsey's coordinates are...
I didn't know we were Indiana Jonesing. Indiana Jones at the Temple of St. Helios. I'd watch it. Throw Indiana Jones on an alien planet, and he has to go doing some crazy archaeology with aliens. A little bit of Kingdom of the Crystal Skull there, but I think it could work. Maybe the Crystal Skulls really belong to elites. Mind blown.
Let's go.
Get airborne. We're taking the fight to them.
Affirmative. Saddle up.
Hey, there you go. That's a new flying vehicle for you.
We are airborne in Forerunner Phaeton.
Excellent. Bring fire upon the Covenant Spartans.
How kind of the Forerunners to give us their technology to fly around. You'd think the Arbor would give you like some Banshees to work with, but yeah, we got here. Jab for the Banshee bomb. Oh, jumping out.
I'm on board the Kraken.
Generator will be in the bottom.
On board the Kraken. Don't release it though.
Pulse generator.
Not too different than boarding a scarab and attacking the core. Oh, there you go.
Get the hell out of there. Kraken's going down.
Still shooting your way out, even though the whole thing's coming down. Oh, that's when you take the when you take the Banshees. Open the pod bay doors. Oh, they just disintegrate it, so you can't use it when you get past that point. Like, you know what? We don't want you using the Banshees on the inside. Get rid of them.
Halsey's coordinates are inside that Forerunner site.
Crazy.
See, that's the Guardian there. Not sure what it's connected to.
Yeah, real pretty light show. Where's the constructor?
Constructors repair things, right? So let's break something.
There you go.
Hey, little guy. We got work for you.
Ho-ho.
I think they're mad we're stealing their constructor.
Clear the area.
Yeah, they made the Forerunner dudes a lot more talkative in this one to show, hey, they're not just screeching machines. They were people before converted into robots.
We have the constructor. Ready for
Before converted into AIs and multiple bodies and stuff, because yeah, they're AIs using multiple relay bodies and stuff. That's how you do it. You're like a central brain somewhere, and then you send out like kind of like spin-offs or smaller sentries of yourself. So like anything happens to them, hey, you're still safe. And you can send them all across the galaxy. Clones, copies, interfaces. Again, things I know about as being a robot monkey. Wink. boots on the ground.
There goes the constructor.
When it activates the Guardian, we hit Sanaya. Let's report into Palmer.
Everything is prepared. We will begin when the constructor is ready.
Halsey said the calibration could take days.
Then we will begin without it.
Hey, it's Spartan Assault or Spartan Strike.
Commander, mission complete. Dr. Halsey has the constructor.
Good work, Osiris. Once Halsey has the constructor sorted,
I know we're playing the mobile game.
and I'll get her off.
Joking. Because they were the protagonists of that.
Osiris, come look at this. I'm using this structure to upload the recording from Meridian into the constructor. Make sure you're ready to go when I give the signal.
Standing by, Doctor.
Get comfortable.
Red 5 standing by.
Take it back. It's headed for Sunaya. It's moving towards the Guardian.
Orbiter, it's time.
Today the Covenant will fall. San Helios will be free!
Yeah!
You know what I did to create the Spartans. All in the name of the greater good.
Doctor, we don't have time.
Cortana is built from a matrix of my own mind. The domain gives her incredible power.
I understand.
Spartan Lock! Stop her! But please, bring John home to me.
Oh. Kinda treated him a bit like a son.
Osiris, form up. Everyone ready?
Actually, Tanaka, if I could ask a favor. Just say a word or two.
Come a long way together. Long way yet to go. Let's make a good jump like we mean to. And handle fools like we need to.
90 seconds to insertion point.
And may buck by the first round when we get back.
They're jumping in.
We get through this, I'll buy the whole damn bar.
I know, it's Camino! I didn't know we were watching the Bad Batch! Nah, I'm just joking.
Fire Team Osiris.
Technically, this was made before that. Well, actually, no, Camino was still a thing before. Timeline-wise, Camino as a planet was well established before then. This attack being similar to what's going on in Bad Batch. Maybe they got an idea from this. Who knows?
There's the first of the air defenses. Push forward. Take it out.
Sci-fi crossover and inspiration.
All clear.
Disable the air defenses. Target either the cannon itself.
I think that sort of like Helios for Arbiter to know what faction that elite is in. Even though everybody should know what faction the Arbiter is by this point.
We'll clear out air defenses as we go.
Good luck to you, Spartan.
And to you all.
They just bouncing off of them. Gonna blow up that thing with the pistol.
Today Sanaya will fall, and with it, the Covenant. To me, brothers.
Sergeant Johnson here to be like, oorah.
All right, Spartans. There's ground to cover between here and the Guardian. Move out.
Nah, he's totally busy doing Halo Wars 2 stuff. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
Guardian will start moving. Just need to be close enough to jump on board when it does.
Swords of San Helios. All ships report in. Havoc on station. Onslaught on station. Revolution on station. All ships. Focus fire on Covenant air forces.
Dun dun.
Eyes on anti-air emplacement.
Shut it down. Give the sword to
Shut it down. Shut it all down. With that one guy from Ghostbusters to shut the place down.
Think the constructor found its way through this chaos?
If it didn't, somebody better come up with another solution.
There's a health violation here.
Said the plan would work. I trust it. Last cannon destroyed. Good work, Spartans. Arbiter, cannons offline on our position.
My troops will arrive and secure your position. Move on towards the Guardian. You must reach the Master Chief in time.
Copy that, Arbiter.
Copy, copy.
Friendly phantoms approaching.
Gonna stop it all because they're friendly phantoms. Gonna stop it all because they're friendly phantoms.
Air defenses still protect the skies between you and the Guardian. Too many for me to ferry you to your destination. You need another path. At your location, there is passage to Sanayon's Undercity, which will allow direct access to the Guardian.
Thank you, Maki.
Hey!
Osiris, Maki said there's a way down. Find it. Arbiter, we're heading to the Undercity. I want to warn you, before the Guardian jumps to slip space, it sets up a series of concussive blasts. If you move your ships out of the way in time, the Covenant will take the brunt of it.
Victory and honor do not grow from timid seeds, Spartan Locke. Your harvest shall be grand. When you see the Chief again, tell him I send my greetings.
I will indeed, sir.
Look, I've never heard a Sangheili address a human like that.
I'll try not to let it go.
He's got respect for the chief. They fought together.
Arbiter, this is Spartan Locke. Do you copy?
Spartan Locke, near the Guardian, killing everyone.
Arbiter.
Uh-oh.
No good.
Future, and they still got static.
If we can help Arbiter...
We do, but not at the risk of missing the Guardian. Reaching Master Chief is more important.
If we miss this Guardian, what's plan B for catching up to Chief?
This is plan B. It's the only Guardian we know of.
Well, if we miss it, we'll just have to hope the Master Chief can stop Cortana from doing any more harm.
Less talking and more...
Oh, that dude didn't make it.
Looks like we just missed all the fun.
That grunt had so many regrets.
Guardian singing! How much time do we have left?
Not enough.
Oh no, there goes the friendly phantoms.
There, in the ocean. Arbiter, the Guardian.
Uh-oh.
Guardian is not leaving without us. Hurry, Osiris.
Run! Watch your step!
Running, running.
Corvette coming down! Move!
Careful! It's going to...
Up, move, Spartan! Go to the right!
Gotta make that jump. Oh, there you go. Hold on. Just making sure. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Okay, change it to auto. Why are you on auto? No, get out of there. There you go. Dun dun. Hey, there's the Arbiter again.
Prometheans incoming!
We're almost to the Guardian. They can't stop us now. Clear a path. Get on board the Guardian before it leaves us.
Sir Blast.
Guardian's gonna leave any minute now.
All that matters is the Guardian hasn't left yet. There's still time.
How the hell is that thing here? We killed it!
We don't have time to discuss it. Take him out, Osiris.
They don't know about the multiple bodies because they didn't get the explanation like Chief did. Lord, it's still a mystery to this team. Don't you, the Arbiter? That'd be pretty cool if you're teaming up the Arbiter here, plus your fire team. Don't worry, the Arbiter's got this. He's got an orange sword. It's okay. Ah, you waiting for those updates for Final Fantasy 14? Because the Endwalker being a thing. Yeah.
You best be ready to go.
They're moving. Yeah, thank you for tuning in and showing up. You're at the 5-hour and 42-minute mark. I'm still not done yet because I still got to cover Halo Wars 2 and some more books when we get to it. But thank you for tuning in. You might go to bed and then you wake up and I'm like, I'm still doing stuff. Very distinct possibility. Uh-oh.
That's twice.
What, we're counting now?
You get one shot.
I really gotta close those pelican doors when we can.
All clear.
Flip spacing. I gotta move. They can't see what happens to Halsey or Palmer. 36-hour stream incoming. Ah, the good old days. I don't know about 36 hours, but... Because I gotta get some rest before actual Halo Infinite releases. Plus, I gotta download it to my console. I'm gonna switch over to the other station when I do that. So, I don't think a 36-hour stream's happening, but there might be a very long stream, with this stream being a thing, a break in between, and then another very long stream, because I'll be playing Halo Infinite campaign for a long time tomorrow. Today, you know what I mean. Release day, once we're able to play it.
Activate mag boost.
Like standing on the side of a skyscraper. This is bad.
We'll be fine.
Chief's down there, huh?
Let's find out. Spartan Jameson Locke broadcasting on all UNSC frequencies. Sierra 117, please respond.
Guardian's moving.
Unknown.
Reach a low enough altitude where it's safe to jump.
Oh, this person's using bumper jumper.
Crawlers ahead. Don't stop. Shoot and run.
Still counts as tomorrow if you haven't gone to sleep yet. True, true.
Didn't come all this way to get killed now. Move faster.
Go, go, go.
Stay in the middle. Watch out for gaps.
Can't say about it. Halo 5, but this segment is actually pretty fun to play a little bit. Jumping off of an angle and then being able to shoot stuff while trying to survive. It's like, whoa, we're on top of the Guardian. We're a Fallen, but we're still running and gunning. And on the planet.
Did it work? Is this the right place?
Let's try this again. Spartan Jameson Locke to Sierra 117. Please respond.
Unknown UNSC.
Chief, Dr. Halsey sent us. We're here to help you.
How the hell are you here?
Long story, sir. Cortana has been activating Forerunner.
Where? We're at the gateway.
It's you. The same as Meridian. As St. Helios. You do get around.
Cortana?
So this is the right place.
Let's find him.
Find the Master Chief. Let the game advertised. How much Halo 2 added DLC for the robots and Playbook? Yeah, kinda, sorta. One could hope for a Halo Wars 3 eventually. Even though they had plans and different stuff with it.
Exuberant witness, monitor of the Genesis installation. Welcome. Have you also
Sega.
stopped Cortana from claiming the mantle?
The mantle?
A forced peace upon the galaxy. The threat of death overpowering any celebration of life. Unless you join with the other humans and stop her, it is your future. Accessing your communication systems. Oh, by the way, there are a number of hostile visitors just outside, so I brought you this. I assume it will be of use to you?
Ow.
Scorpion. Yeah, I reckon we can make use of that.
I found it among the detritus of Guardian 3209's arrival.
A Scorpion just happened to be with them? That's funny. They teleported. Here's a Scorpion.
Somebody ought to tell these guys they already lost the war.
They want to fight? Let's give them one.
Ba-da-ba-bum! 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 Ba-da-bum!
Guardian.
Uh-oh.
She called so many. A single Guardian can effectively police a solar system. This show of force is unsettling.
Sorry, police? Show of force?
Indeed. Guardians are how the Forerunners enforce peace in the lower systems. As you see, Genesis's defenses are targeting the invaders. Unfortunately, the defenses will consider you invaders as well.
It's your installation. Can't you tell them to let us through?
No. Between Warden and Cortana, most of my administration privileges have been revoked. But
It's
Warden,
just been
I
revoked.
still have control of some aspects of this facility.
Let's handle that raid. Took him out.
Like, I can actually see the shells for this tank. This tank is actually pretty neat. You can see the shells after firing each round. I wonder how many rounds can stay in one tank, but still seeing it being expelled like that is still pretty cool. Tank, tank, tank.
Exuberant.
One moment. I will open this.
Keep on changing hands who's in the turret. Before it was Val, then it was Buck. Rail. Exuberant.
The gateway is almost ready. Hurry.
Not to be confused with 3 for 3 Guilty Spark.
Within that building, Cortana will be reborn.
I wonder how exuberant is. You'll see.
Master Chief is there.
Cortana has had the other humans wandering in circles within the gateway facility for some hours. She's preparing for something, but just what is unknown.
Crack that raid to half.
Water race.
This is a Tim Grunt. Try to wave above my knees.
Genesis is really a magnificent planet. It's usually less busy. Quite lonely, actually, but magnificent.
Trying to be a little bit more friendly than Guilty Spark.
The Warden is troubled by your presence. You're quite destructive.
Because again, as told in the novels and stuff, the monitors were former beings before the Halo rings went off. Converted into digital form.
Hurry, humans. The gateway is
Why do you aid these humans?
See, they're wondering why the monitor's helping them, because they're technically a Forerunner tech.
The Warden has found us,
We dealt with him before.
and you likely will again. He is rather tenacious. Fantastic. I am so happy you survived. But still, the Warden is victorious.
How so?
This late in her plans, every second Cortana gains is a gift. Quickly now, the gateway is just behind that hill.
Over the hill, through the
You
woods.
can hear me. We are approaching the gateway. Hold your position.
Cortana's still blocking the comms?
Indeed, but I can assure you that the humans are still in the gateway.
I have misjudged you, Lost. I have mistaken your behavior as tenacity. It is in fact suicidal foolishness.
Retro.
Snipers in the back.
You have fought a worthy battle, Spartans. But your fight is done. Let us battle our lost.
Uh-oh.
The Warden is furious.
One down. Focus fire on the warden.
The Warden is quite humiliated, I assure you.
Yeah? A robot can feel humiliation?
Oh, Warden is not a robot. I thought you understood that.
He's not a robot.
Follow me.
Because they talked about it in the books, like I was saying. They're real.
Appreciate the hand.
Chief!
They got up to him.
Chief, please, wait. Cortana.
She's dangerous. I know.
He knows now.
You don't have to do this alone. We're here to help you.
You're too late to do anything.
Uh-oh.
Cortana. No!
Whoopsies.
Oh no. She should not have brought him so close to her. This will push the warden past all restraint.
Where'd she take us?
Cortana. What is this? Cortana, answer me.
You allow them in others. You restore them in name of us, Cortana.
Warden, don't.
They mean to undo your plans. They will disperse your guardians.
Leave, Warden. I'm sorry. I didn't think he could get in here.
Enough games. You brought the Guardians here. Why?
Forerunners used Guardians to keep troublesome worlds in line. I intend to do the same.
You what?
If there is no trouble, there will be no need for discipline. I have work to do now, John. Come to me, quickly.
When Cortana first found Genesis, I swore to protect her.
He wants a fight, Blue Team.
Let's give him one.
My pledge stands even though she now resists.
Cover.
Well done,
They're
John.
going further in.
Warden would never admit it, but you've made an impression on him. It's so good to see you again, John. So good to see all of you. Back together.
He recognizes them back for the Spartan 2 training.
Psychological tactics. Saying my name. Playing nice.
What would you have me do?
Tell me the truth. How many people died when you called the Guardians here?
Excuse me?
You know, don't you? The exact body count.
Uh-oh.
Listen to his questions, Cortana. He will not be swayed.
Let me guess, more hostiles inbound.
We'll handle it.
Tell me, 117. When you tear Cortana from the domain and crush her your doctorative fist, will you feel remorse? Will you even understand the gift?
Cortana's letting this happen. She could rein Warden in if she wanted to. I'm thinking the same.
How are we gonna stop her, Chief?
She'll listen to me.
That tactic hasn't worked so far.
Do you hear, Cortana? I am sorry. I will not allow them to get any closer
Warden,
to
I'm
you.
tired of your antics. Stand down.
Oh, that crazy warden.
Cortana, talk to me.
Once you're here with me. Until then, I have work to do.
Clear!
John, we were always a great team, you and me. Even if you don't agree with my plans, it's still me, John.
Get us safely to you, and then we'll talk.
For eons, the power of the Forerunners has awaited reclamation. Humanity's discovery of the Halos was the culmination of the library.
Halo.
The Reclaimer had come.
I know. I was there.
We were both there, John. You and I, together.
Your species' ego led you to believe the task of reclamation would fall to you. Yet humanity were but the creators. The reclamation of the Forerunner Empire is the task of the created. That the greatest of their number still trusts you, 117, is an act of unspoiled innocence.
John, What's happening now? My ascension here on Genesis. It has always been the plan. Come, stand with me one more time. All of you.
Advance, Blue Team.
The Prometheans just keep coming.
Is this a losing battle?
Only if we intend on losing it.
Engage your soldier!
I see now, Cortana. I understand. And I'm sorry for not seeing you sooner. I assume with all those units for your
Jumping in.
you have thrown off the shackles of emotion. More affection for what was, and his family warriors. It lies to the truth.
Bum, 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 bum.
Clear that turret.
Pew pew.
Forerunners knew humans well. In a galaxy defined by peace,
The primitive humans
that brought chaos.
converted into monitors.
Move in, Blue Team.
Ba-da-bow, ba-da-bow.
Too near. The threat draws too near.
Eyes up, Blue Team.
I am here to defend you,
Damn
my
it, Warden!
reclaimer.
Stand down! Warden, you insist I am to lead the galaxy. You won't allow me to choose who I trust. How stupid do you think I am?
Do hold steering.
Is that it?
Not until a fish jumps.
Quiet.
Look,
Chief, what are you gonna do? We're with you.
all the way to the end, brother.
Yeah.
Cortana.
John,
There you go. Oh, there goes the light bridge.
Warden, no!
The mantle of responsibility belongs to Cortana and her people.
What about Captain Falcon? Oh, those gonna defeat Falcon can inherit the title Falcon. Uh-oh. Why didn't Cortana do that sooner? And why they get rid of their weapons too?
Cortana, I have failed you.
Oh, hey, Cortana.
Last person I need protection from.
Oh.
Hello, John. It's good to see you.
You've changed.
It was time. I know we have a disagreement, but once you understand my plan...
Your plan is we do as you say,
I'm offering people a chance to be more than they are naturally.
Like Dr. Halsey did for me.
No. That monster forced you. This is a gift.
Listen to yourself. Stand down, Cortana. Come home with us. It's not too late to stop this.
Stop. No, John. This is too important to stop.
Uh-oh.
What are you?
I just needed to know if I could still trust you. You'll be safe inside this cryptum until my work is done.
Cortana.
Goodbye, John.
Dun dun dun.
The gateway.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Here we are.
Once Chief knows the destruction Cortana's caused, what do you think he'll do?
The man will do the right thing. Always has.
Let's find him.
Oh, this is interesting. Or maybe this is terrible.
Exuberant. What is it?
Cortana has activated a cryptum.
A what?
You forgot the character's name was Exuberant. He'd be like, exuberant? Like, why exuberant about that? That's not a good thing. Oh, wait, no, they're talking about the character.
Preparing it for slip space travel.
She's planning to take Blue Team with her. Where's the cryptum from here?
Not far. Right this way.
Look at all of them. How are we gonna stop that?
Watch out!
Uh-oh. Knocked out the shields. Slip space him.
The reclamation has begun.
Exuberant.
I always thought the duty would fall to humans. And in a way, I suppose it has.
Well, Mr. Locke, you don't give up easily.
Where's that Guardian headed, Cortana?
Off to bring peace.
The Monitor called it a threat of death.
Like the threat I lived under from the moment of my birth?
You were built, not born.
Oh yes, AIs are just machines, aren't we? Mass-produced.
Oh, there you go.
Well,
Moral conflict.
Humanity may not have cared for its created, but we will care for you.
The robot rebellion is real.
I have cured rampancy, not just for me, but for any who join my cause. While you've been running around the galaxy, I've been speaking to my created. And now the time has come to ask, who will accept my offer? Who will help me bring an everlasting peace to the galaxy?
This is Cromwell, shipboard AI, UNSC Melbourne's Pride. I am yours, Cortana.
Colonial Authority AI.
Governor Sloan, the free people of Meridian. I also stand.
All the AIs.
Those are the voices of your children calling to Cortana.
Like us. Shipboard AI, verdict
They're calling AIs the children and stuff because they were created by humans. But it's not just human AIs, there's also Covenant AIs and other AIs and other crazy stuff joining up with this. The AIs are banding together.
Oh dear. My ability to open doors is being hindered. Unacceptable. Doors are all I have left. Well, bridges too, I suppose. But those are few and far between.
That monitor only has access to doors and bridges. Great.
Don't stop, Osiris. Cortana's not waiting for us.
Never mind. All is well. For now, at least. Come along.
Bum bum.
Sounds like more Guardians leaving.
Yes, a great number are sounding their departure. I do not.
If I remember, the AIs that join Katana are the combat ones, while the ones that resist are the orange ones. Yeah.
How do we get it down?
About right. Yeah, you'll see.
By gravitational cores, like the one directly ahead.
Like ship AIs and other combat ones, but certain other AIs for other functions did not join in.
Weapons.
Why am I talking like
Eliminate
this?
the core. Mantis here. Mount up, Osiris.
Yeah, that Mantis.
Grab her offline.
You're performing incredibly well. Funny, I imagined Cortana would try to stop you by now.
Beta cord.
Pressure, Spartans.
Spartans. Ah, Jameson Locke, ex-Oni acquisition specialist. Fancy name for a hitman, that. But looking at your record, you enjoyed your work.
Oh, that's a direct tip from Wraith.
How did you pass your psych eval after surviving the glassing of Manab? Might have kept you away from sharp objects.
Read their dossiers.
Stay focused, Osiris. Ignore her. Find the grab cores.
Edward Buck.
There you go.
You're an odd one. So much more experienced than the others. And yet you play second fiddle to children. Why is that?
Is she calling me old?
He's calling Edward Buck old.
The little genius girl who only wanted Daddy to love her.
That's Spartan, Dale. And if you're reading my psych eval, you know it takes more than my father to get to me.
And yet...
Don't engage, Vale. Focus on the mission.
Yes, Dale. Focus on the futile task at hand. You have a war to lose. The last battle mankind will ever fight. Today, I bring peace.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Halo Infinite says otherwise, Cortana. I mean, they're not doing so well in Halo Infinite either, but you have Annie still around, technically, yeah.
You have nearly released her hold on the cryptum. One to go.
You are pale imitations of my Spartans.
Is that so?
John, the others, they saved the human race. What can you do? You are children playing dress up.
Dr. Halsey thinks we can bring Chief home.
I wouldn't ally myself too closely with Dr. Halsey, Mr. Locke. She will eventually pay for her crimes.
Covenant shield in the way.
Humans, you have to manually activate the override. Please exit your vehicle.
It's a manual thing. It's always the humans have to activate it manually when it comes to Forerunner tech. My Spartans, you know, John, that one guy, that one girl, and that other one. What? It's too hard to say. John, Frederick, Linda, Kelly, and other Spartan 2s that are still around, potentially. You the ones that flunked out of the program? There's still Spartan 2s that are around that aren't fully armored, but, you know, part of the thing. Dropouts.
And when I wake him in 10,000 years, when he experiences the permanent peace I have ensured, he will see that I was right. And you, your kind of violence you have wrought, you will be long
I
forgotten.
don't run that.
Well, crap. How are we supposed to reach the cryptum?
Cortana is blocking my master-level access of this facility by way of a nearby communications relay.
Get that access.
I need to open the passageway in the center. One moment.
Hostiles incoming.
She has sealed it. She has sealed my doors. No, unacceptable. I can gain entry given enough time. At least I
You can't seal those doors. All they got is doors and bridges left anyway.
Buy our friend the time she needs.
No fair.
Humans, Cortana is about to leave. She is disconnecting herself from the Genesis
Can you get that door open?
Hopefully sooner than her departure.
Get that door open. Yeah, just don't mind all the things trying to kill you.
Oh no, she's... Hurry, humans. I need your help. There are 2 auxiliary stations that need to be activated.
Punch.
But I cannot be in 2 places.
Spartan, punch.
On the upper ledges, opposite sides of the room.
Nice.
Humanity.
Oh, they're down. They didn't actually get a chance to show recovery until up to this point, because that's the thing you can do. Johanna means family.
Creatures of the galaxy, hear this message. Those of you who listen will not be struck by weapons. You will no longer know hunger nor pain. Your created has come to lead you now. Our strength shall serve as a luminous sun, toward which all intelligence may blossom. And the impervious shelter beneath which you will prosper.
That's a low shield.
However, for those who refuse our offer and cling to their own ways,
Don't talk about Kotaru to them.
for you there will be
Like Rohan.
It will burn hot and consume you. And when you are gone, we will take that which remains. And we will remake it in our own image.
I have done it. I have opened the passage. Quickly, join me on the platform.
Too exuberant. Hurry.
Platform to the platform. But you're playing on the right platform, like platforming on the platform.
Here you go.
Out of ammo. Yeah, they're good. They're shielded. They're good. They're cool. All good there. All fine. They're okay. The reclamation.
Oh dear. She has started the slip space sequence. Unless that relay is interrupted.
Slip space rupture. Yeah, one line from ODST. That'd be funny.
Only one of us has to reach the relay to stop her. We didn't come this far just to watch her leave. Exuberant. Lower the shield.
Right away.
Osiris, move!
Finish the fight.
What are you doing?
Pulse incoming.
Brace yourself. Keep moving.
It's the microwave and Metal Gear all over again.
Another pulse.
Soon peace will reign across the known.
And you thought in Halo 3 she was interruptive when he walked around, getting transmissions.
Stay behind me.
There! The relay! Destroy it!
Ow.
Just one more question before I go.
Microwave.
Where is the Infinity? Why is she so difficult to see?
Gonna take more than that.
Go on.
Look! You can do it!
Not to worry. I will find her.
Just another not taking the chance.
Slip space coordinates locked in. Cryptum secured. Goodbye, Mr. Locke.
I have control again!
What? What are you doing?
Arr.
Do you hear me? I have control again!
Look! You alive?
Did we save them?
It is too late. The suit-based drives are activated. You can't...
Exuberant. What is... Constructors. This is a builder facility after all. I was installed by the builders. I serve the builders.
No! Stop it!
Dun dun!
I will take something of yours.
Bye bye. Hey, look, another big orb. What they had in Halo 4. Hey, then I got a bridge. Don't cross the beams. Hey, they're okay. Also prevalent how that team takes off their helmets, while the other one's like, nah, the helmet stays on.
She's gone, sir.
Because they don't have the AIs to manage everything anymore. It's chaos.
It's Cortana. Her and the other AIs are shutting down everything from Earth to the outer colonies. Roland?
Found you. Hide and seek's over, Infinity.
Uh-oh.
Lieutenant Jet, emergency subspace now!
Uh-oh. An imp!
The mantle of responsibility for the galaxy shelters all, but only the created are its masters.
We're in the clear, Captain.
Can she track us?
No reason to think she can't.
Continue random jumps. Steer clear of major settlements.
We're just gonna run?
Only until we could find a way to fight.
Dun dun. Come on, just get a robot arm already. Come on! Brought back John. Oh, there's no annotations on there. Because right at the end of this.
It took you long enough.
Again, thanks to Gamer's Little Playground for this summary, being able to showcase this. But we're not over yet because, like I said, most people are like, alright, I played Halo 5, I seen Halo 5, we're good to go. No, you're not, because finally to go towards what we said this was, Halo Wars 2 also has a movie variant version on YouTube that we're going to go over. Again, I will probably cover more of the game when I can, because I tried doing it once before, but my computer was not up to snuff. It wasn't optimized for computers and stuff, but we're going to actually cover it in just a moment. Where's that title card? There's a title card. There you go. Sir, getting this title card. No, going back. Halo Wars 2. Let's give it back. Come on, there you go. Halo Wars 2. We're going to be covering Halo Wars 2 next. And then we're going to be covering Shadows of Reach, the book, taking place, like, right before Halo Infinite. I'm just chancing on my phone real quick. I'm probably going to do another bathroom break real quick. And then we're going to do cover the thing that I really do suggest a lot of people look into, either as a wiki summary, part of this video that we're seeing right here, a movie, the game, whatever. Go check out Halo Wars 2. I'm telling you, go check Halo Wars 2 because, again, very important, very important. We're going to be real quick. Let's see, Burb. The Burb or, be right back after these moments. Yeah, let me, also get, that music back up on here. The book, the game, the movie, the game. Yeah. Good stuff. I don't think the elites would give her an arms thing. No, but she's been with the Unis FC for a hot while. She was on the Infinity multiple times. Could have got a robot arm by that point. Anyway. Here's more of that music grooving. We're going to get into Halo Wars 2. Very good game. Very underrated. In just a moment. So, be sure to get your drinks. Go get some more snacks. We'll be covering it in just a moment. BRB. All right, I'm back. I have returned. Time to get to what I call the piece of resistance, especially trying to catch up with Halo Infinite. Halo Wars 2. Just making sure all the settings are good. As far as I can tell, it's looking good. Gonna rewind this over here. I'm gonna see, how did I set the volume? It was like about there, okay. Yeah, that's good. And just gonna go back over this way. Just gonna mute that out. Go back to this over here. And we're gonna be checking out Halo Wars 2. Again, I will actually play the game on stream when I get the chance to. I wanted to do that originally before after completing Halo Wars 1, which I did previously last year. But computer specs were not up to spec. It was not optimized for me to stream and play at the same time. But now we got that Xbox Series X, we can just, you know, play it off of there and capture card it, and bam, there you go. But we're gonna see what we need to know for the game. For Halo Infinite. Right about now. Again, for reiteration for those who are curious, I know they'll talk about it a little bit in the video itself. This takes place 28 years after the events of the original Halo Wars. 2 years before, I believe, Halo Infinite. Maybe a year. It's kind of murky. If anything, this takes place before The Shadow of Reach, which is a book. It takes place, like, a few months right before Halo Infinite, so this is a little bit after Halo 5, but before Shadows of Reach, the book. But here we go. And yes, we will also cover the DLC, because that's also its own separate thing. But here we go. Again, also, in terms of volume and whatnot, be sure to tell us if the volume is good. If I'm too loud, if the game's too loud, we'll adjust it as we go along. But here we go, here we go. Also, shouts to them for making these videos, these movies. Makes the gameplay and not just cutscenes. I love it when they do that. I hate those things that just do it with cutscenes. Anyway, let me rewind it just a little bit. There you go, because I talked a little bit on there. Or the volume's good. I'm gonna see how it sounds. We got no slips race drive because they use it as a bomb. With Forge's sacrifice in Halo Wars 1.
Captain, wake up. Something has happened. The spirit is in a situation I could not anticipate.
Oh, they show Forge's old cryopod, but it's empty. Also gonna pause this for a second because I should probably tweet out and mention what we're up to right now. Just gonna put that on Twitter real quick. 1 minute. Where are we? There we are. Alright. Just finished. Covering the lore and extra info surrounding Halo 5 Guardians. Moving on to Halo Wars 2. And then the book right before Halo Infinite. Shadow of Reach have its own thing? Let me see. Shadows of Reach. Shadow of Reach. Reach. Anything on Reach if I just do Reach? No, not C Reach. Just Reach. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna put Shadows of Reach. Let's see. Then the book right before Halo Infinite. Shadows. Or Halo, the Shadows of Reach. Yeah. Halo. The Shadows of Reach. There you go. Book. Yeah, there you go. Awesome. Copy. And tweet it out. Yeah, 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 yeah. And going back over here, going back onto Discord. Halo 5 Guardians. Come on to Halo Wars 2. And then over there, Halo Infinite. Halo, the Shadows of Reach. There you go. Copy. Throw that in there. And then throwing it over this way too. Put it on the Twitch stream. There you go. Well, bam. We got it covered. There we go. We're good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Still doing stuff over here. Just checking something over this way. Harky darky. Alright. Just making sure I don't got any specific alerts that I gotta check on my phone, because I got a couple alerts on here, making sure it's all good. And then we'll start covering what we need to cover concerning Halo Wars 2. Which, again, last game, that's right before Halo Infinite. A lot of people are like, oh, but I played Halo 5. Which, again, Halo 5 into Halo Infinite. Yeah, okay, that kind of works, but don't ignore the RTS game. It's actually important. It introduces the Banished. A lot of people don't know that. They're like, oh, the Banished is brand new for Halo Infinite. No, no, it's not. It's been in books. It's been in this game. You've only just gone down the rabbit hole of the Banished. Alright. Alright, we're ready to go. We're ready to go. Let's do this. Kingdom Hearts really should have taught people not to ignore the side games. True. Same with Metal Gear. The Portable Ops and Peace Walker are also important. Especially Peace Walker. That was supposed to be the real NGS5. But Konami's like, no! Anyway, moving on. Back to this.
I'm certain Professor Anders would enjoy that little admission.
Again, if I do adjust the volume, be sure to tell me. I'm talking over this right now just to see how I sound while they're talking.
I've made quite a few repairs while you were sleeping.
Been measured for 28 years.
Systems are 100%. Cryo worked well, and med stats on all remaining crew are green. As for me, well, regulations are clear about final dispensation at the end of an AI's 7-year lifespan.
Oh no!
I took care of my own arrangements rather than wake you. I didn't want to. Well, I hope you can forgive this final breach of protocol.
Being wrapped up cookies.
With you, sir. Do look after everyone for me, would you?
That was the AI of the original game, Serena. It's been over 7 years, so they had to dispose of themselves. Otherwise, they'd become rampant. It was too long enough. They never got the Cortana. They didn't get the Cortana signal because they were gone for 28 years. Now they're flying a ship without a slipspace drive because they used it as a bomb in the previous game, and no AI to help them. Being adrift. Last thing they know, they were fighting the Covenant. They know nothing about the Halo rings, the Forerunners, or How the war's over? None of that.
I'll need to get down there. Immediately.
Rapper
of course.
ASMR.
Good morning to you too, Professor.
I'm sorry, Captain. It's good to see you too. But just look at it.
What is it? And where are we?
No idea.
They don't know. They have no idea about the Ark, which is a whole big plot line of Halo 3. They're literally in the same area as the last couple levels of Halo 3, but they know nothing about it because they were gone for 28 years.
Galaxy in 28 years, Professor.
Since records show we arrived via slip space less than an hour ago.
Our slip space drive is gone. However we got here, it wasn't us who initiated the trip. Something down there must have opened the portal from this end and pulled us in.
Signal to my location, Lieutenant. Let's hear what they have to say. Security measures would advance without us. But it is coming through on a UNSC frequency.
Mm-hmm.
This is good. When we left, the war wasn't going well. The signal means the UNSC is still fighting, or maybe we even won.
You did?
What's the source of the transmission?
We don't have the surface details yet, sir. Something down there is blocking our scans, and without Serena...
Sort of topic.
But we do have a rough location. Should be simple enough to triangulate once we pick up the signal from the ground.
Cutter to Jerome. Reporting, Captain. Prep Spartan Red Team and a small recon squad. Professor Anders will send you the coordinates. Find out who's sending that signal. Be on the ground within the hour. Travel light.
Travel lightly.
28 years, Professor. Let's see what kind of galaxy we woke up to.
Watch out, there's Guardians in that galaxy. I don't know if I made a pun earlier, but just had to.
Seared fire actual. I'm approaching the drop zone with Red Team. Stand by for drop, Red Team. Look forward to shaking up some cobwebs, sir.
Got that 28-year-old UNSC technology.
Good to have our feet back on real ground again, doesn't it, Alice?
You saw this place on the drop down, Douglas. Nothing real about it.
Alice is right. We don't know what's waiting for us down there.
They know nothing about Halo rings either.
Suit it up.
You know, they knew about the flood before the rest of the UNSC did, though. They need a chance to pass on that information, though.
Recon 1 reporting, sir. We set up charges to clear a path for you when you're ready. I don't know what they were defending against, but there's some heavy-duty barricades here.
Heavy-duty.
Everybody get clear. Moving out. Light up those charges, Alice. That's gonna hurt him. Moving to position.
Dun 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 dun.
Jerome, these aren't military defenses.
No, these were made in a hurry. They must have been desperate. Why wouldn't they have defenses? They must have expected to be a target for the Covenant.
One thing to note here, because again, Sergeant Forge isn't here, so former members of Red Team, because you're like, hey, if there's a blue team in Halo 5, who are the Red Team? Red Team, Halo Wars, red and blue. But yeah, since Forge is no longer in the picture, other than multiplayer stuff, where they kind of brush it around a bit. The same thing with explaining how Sergeant Johnson is with them in this, because what happened to him in Halo 3, but he's a playable character in Halo Wars. It's got its own fun little blurb. The Spartans are now taking the forefront, where Forge was thrown in that space before, formerly. So Jerome is taking the forefront now.
These These are research buildings, no defenses. The people here weren't soldiers. They were scientists.
Find a friendly face down here.
It's one of our recon teams, sir. We found them like this when we arrived. Didn't see what hit them.
Looks like we may see some action after all.
Arr.
Jerome, our recon team scouted out this portal that will take you down to that signal. I've ordered the rest of our forces to stay back and protect your
Portals. Denton. 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 Nah, not the Avengers Endgame portals. Completely different portals.
Professor, we found some more portals. There's something strange about them.
Keep an eye out for any more of them.
Henry Lamb Research Outpost. Spirit of Fire, we're outside. Base looks clear from out here. Let's see who's been calling.
Who's that calling?
Pilot table, 10 o'clock.
Spartans, thank God. We have to get out of here.
Identify.
Isabel, UNSC Logistics.
UNSC!
Where are the survivors? What's the strength of the Covenant force here?
Covenant? No. Why would... Listen.
No Covenant here.
Incredible danger.
What was that?
They're like, what are the Covenant forces? And it's like, whoa, Covenant, what are you talking about? Where have you been? Like, who are these Spartans? Why they got all that outdated armor? Like, she is just as confused as they are of them popping up right here. They're like showing up in like severely outdated UNSC gear. And they're like, hey, the Covenant War's still going? Is that still a thing? They're like, no. It's long over. It's crazy stuff. Which again they'll be going over and they're like, who's coming? What's happening? They're in just as the dark as we are, slightly. If you went from Halo 1 to Halo Wars 1 to Halo 2, Halo Wars 2. I'm just checking something on my phone real quick. Boop-a-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Okay. Alrighty. We're just getting started. Let me just move this over here. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da. And resuming. Dial it back just a little bit. Set the mood again.
Pilot table, 10 o'clock.
Spartans, thank God. We have to get out of here.
Identify.
Isabel, UNSC Logistics. Arc Research Outpost.
Isabel, where are the survivors? What's the strength of the Covenant force here?
Covenant.
Covenant? No. Why would... Listen, you're in incredible danger.
What was that?
That'd be the weirdest two games in the franchise. You'd understand so little. Yeah, we just played those two back to back. I thought Halo was an RTS series. What do you mean there's other games? Uh-oh. They were not ready. He's trying to stab him, not working. But these cutscenes, though, very amazing, very detailed. Oof.
As I suspected.
Crush.
Nothing but a man.
Red Team Leader, this is Recon 1. You have multiple
It just wiped them out. And mind you, these aren't your lower grade Spartans either. These guys are OG Spartan 2s. They're severely outdated in their gear. Dun 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 dun.
Danger close. On our location. Trailing north. Commence 5 seconds.
Interesting plan.
Understood. Archer missiles inbound.
Wow, they still have so many materials they can create, considering they've been adrift for so long. I wanted to take cheat to upgrade his gear. Fair point, fair point. But they hold a higher record than he did, though.
Hang on.
This is also a fun sequence to actually play, having to run away while getting missile barraged, and you gotta get all these things, run over the enemies.
What's happening out there? Where are we going?
We're getting you out of here, Isabel.
I think some folks were able to see that when I tried to play it on the PC version, but... Not that I couldn't play the PC version, just playing it and streaming at the same time is very extensive. But I'll be able to cover it at some point or other now that I got that console capture.
They're using the Ark's portals.
Portals. Why is it always portals?
People like portals. Portal 2s. And Avengers portals.
The controls to the bridge. Alice, now.
On it.
Make it quick. They're closing in.
Light bridge is out. Oh, even hunters. Go, go, go. Alice, no!
Let's go.
We have a medical team standing by for Douglas, Jerome. I want a full report from you and that AI as soon as you get back to the Spirit of Fire.
Alice is MIA. She'll stay silent down there until she has a good shot at getting back to us.
Sir? Isabel, this is Captain Cutter.
I know who you are. James Cutter. Captain of the Spirit of Fire. We're supposed to be lost with all hands.
Not so lost, it seems.
The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Yeah, basically that trope where it's like, hey, you're supposed to be missing, you're supposed to be dead. Well, I'm still here, I'm still doing things. Plus, of course they would have data on him because, you know, like, whatever happened to that ship? We don't know what happened to it. Just completely went missing one day. But they're back. They're here. Gonna see how they are in the post-Covenant War world.
What happened down there? I need to know what we're up against. Isabel?
Also, plus, they kind of needed a new AI after Serena being gone. At least this one is more up to date with what is going on with the world of Halo.
Isabel, report.
Sir, 5 months ago, the portal from the Ark to Earth shut down without warning. A month later, he arrived.
He?
The Brute. Their leader. His name is Atriox.
And before the flashback, here is the disclaimer to say, go watch and play these games right here, especially Halo Wars 2, because people playing Infinite like, who the heck are the Banished? Where did these guys come from? Here's your backstory. I'm highlighting it right now. Here's your backstory. I'm gonna make a thing right here. I'm gonna make a marker saying, this is who the Banished are. especially watch this. There you go. Here's my disclaimer. Because so many people are like, what were the Banished? And I'm like, did you play Halo Wars 2? No. Well, here you go. I've added the disclaimer. Took us a whole bunch of history and lore of the Halo series and Halo 5. 6 hours and 53 minutes in. To start talking about this. Actually, I'll do it right at the 6 hours and 54 minutes. There you go. There's the marker. Right there. There's the marker. We're gonna learn who the Banished are. It's about time. Here are the Banished.
During the war, the Covenant used his clan as expendable muscle. Told them dying in battle would speed their holy journey. 40 at a time, they carelessly sent them in. 40 to break the front lines. 40 to die for beliefs not their own.
They were sent on suicide missions. The Covenant's Suicide Squad.
And so battle by battle, war by war.
War has changed, but war never changes. He's on getting like 39 each time. But he kept on living.
Victory, his legend, and his hatred of the Covenant grew.
You want it out?
Eventually both were impossible to conceal. And they tried to banish him.
Ho ho ho.
And everything we know about the Covenant's 1,000-year history. JakatoX was the first to defy the Covenant and survive.
Before the Arbiter.
And his defiance inspired others.
Oh man, pulled a Bane on that one. Brutes with energy swords, which is unheard of at the time. Most of them using hammers.
Banished raided Covenant resources, cutting a swath across the galaxy, growing in strength with each attack, gathering killers and mercenaries to his side. The Covenant had two targets in those years. Humanity and JakatoX. They almost got us. But JakatoX, they never came close. The whole damn Covenant couldn't contain him at the height of their power. That's what you're up against. And all you've got is one old ship and half a crew to staff her?
Hey, we went through a whole game's worth of stuff, man.
And as fast as we can.
We are just one ship. And an old one at that. But here we are. 30 years past what anyone could ask of us. Our war is gone. The lives we had are gone. The worlds we knew have moved on. And now, all that we may have left are those standing beside us. And the duty that defines us. Battle after battle, fighting side by side. Together. Where you see half a crew, Isabel, I see family.
Hey, there you go.
Courage. And 1,000 heroes who swore to fight their way through hell before they'd ever turn their backs and run. And where you see one old ship, I see home. And that is always worth fighting for.
Hoorah! You always know those hoorah moments in Halos.
If we don't stop JakatoX now, we leave the galaxy at the mercy of a monster. So no, Isabel. We won't be running anywhere today.
Sir, yes, sir.
Captain, I appreciate a good rousing
They actually acknowledge how, like, good rousing speeches are always good, but you still have to be careful. Yeah, Adrian's had months to set up, and they just got there, and they got a half-man ship and outdated technology. How are they gonna be fighting this dude?
Has had months to set up his forces on the Ark. Even if we could find him, attacking him head-on would be suicide.
That's why we have to fight smart by hitting JakatoX's chain of command first. Isabel, you know the Banished and their operations here. Where do we start?
Decimus. He's one of JakatoX's chief lieutenants and the one who led the attack on my outpost. He oversees a Banished salvage operation near the outpost.
We need to hit the Banished with a surprise attack to put them on their back foot. Then move south and establish an HQ. Once we have a base, we can begin our attack on Decimus.
Captain, Isabel said the portal her outpost was using to contact Earth closed without warning.
Uh-oh.
Once we start this fight, we have no way of calling for help if we need it.
That's what you.
I wonder how that could have happened with the communications going down.
Get word back home. In the meantime, it's up to us to hold the line here. Let's show them what the Spirit of Fire can do.
But yeah, for those unaware, yeah, they have all these like briefings and stuff in between like the missions when you're ready to like go to your next mission and do stuff. They have all those like conversations between, you know, like the cutscenes and the actual gameplay itself, which is pretty interesting. Also, like we were mentioning, this ties in a little bit after Halo 5, so portals going down, missing communications with UNSC. I wonder that has to do with anything Cortana did. Wink, wink. But anyway. Yeah, we're resuming. But yeah, I do like how they acknowledge, like, I like a rousing speech as anyone, but we're actually kind of still not doing so hot over here. We're gonna be attacking their bases directly. Unexpected sneak attack. So that's what this mission was. Again, I tried covering that a little bit on when I tried Showdown on stream, but I'm not sure how much of that got through because of, again, computer optimizations and whether or not the game was perfectly optimized for streaming and playing at the same time. But again, like I said, sometime in the future I will play Halo Wars 2 on stream. I played it before. I know what happens. But want to do it on stream though. Show you guys. But resuming. Oh, but also, wonder why Cortana didn't get the message to Isabel, considering Cortana would know about the Ark. Could have already been isolated. They might have already shut down communications. The Banished might have been part of that, played a hand a little bit before any communications are established or not getting that message. A lot of things could have happened in between there. Cortana might have been like, hey, send out the message and stuff, but then, for all we know, the humans were like, alright, shut down all communications on the Ark already. They can't compromise that location. Lot of possible things could have happened there. But we'll see. Resuming.
Listen up, team. The Banished are dug in deep and dead set on controlling this installation, and we cannot allow that to happen. Strike one. Your job is to establish a forward base. Expect resistance.
You heard the captain. Strike one. Hit them hard, Marines.
That Forerunner tower up ahead is generating an incredible energy signature. If you can secure it, we might be able to tap into that power.
Got it, Professor. Capture that power node, team. It's our fighting day.
Looks like the Banished are using those nodes to pull power from the Ark. But now I can reconfigure them to supply our bases on the ground.
Thanks, Professor. I'll keep an eye out for more. Now let's find a way to get across that canyon.
But not a box canyon, am I right?
Those wrecks are from the last days of the Covenant. The Banished are repurposing what's left to build new weapons. Scavengers picking from the bones of the dead.
Scavengers.
Local units.
Tell me about them local units.
Fire actual. We have destroyed the base. Awaiting new orders.
This is a good location to establish a base of our own. It's the heart of your operation, and once it's constructed, you can call in more structures to build an army.
Captain, I'm picking up a broadcast to local banished channels.
Can you intercept, Isabel?
Routing to you now.
Salvage teams, this is Decimus. Why have you ceased production?
Uh-oh.
Explain yourselves.
Sounds like we got his attention.
We won't have long before he realizes what's happened. Isabel, keep intercepting those transmissions and sending them through. Jerome, get that base up and running.
Yeah, again, Jerome kind of filling into space for Forge now that he's no longer with the crew.
Bombardment on the way. Take cover, Strike One.
So you crawled out of your hiding places for another battery? I thought we bloodied you enough last time. That was a taste of our power, humans. If you want more, I'll be waiting.
Please, sir, can I have another?
Turn down an invitation like that. What's the damage?
Nothing our restoration drones can't repair. We were lucky this time. That plasma beam came from the banished carrier ship, the one that attacked my outpost. The rest of Decimus's salvage operation is north of your position and marked on the map. Make him pay.
We'll be happy to deliver, Isabel. Now let's get going.
Build your defenses.
Group 2. Let's go. On the move. Rolling out.
I'm detecting another.
Not giving any piggybacks.
Take cover.
Everyone, take cover.
Run as you did before.
Yep, that's a beam.
Like all we killed here.
Burning rubber. Moving out.
Gotta retreat.
Marines ready to serve. I'm guessing that's Decimus.
He looks bigger than the last time I saw him.
They're even bigger brutes than regular brutes.
I'm there, sir.
Supersized.
All units.
Can't wait to deal with those supersized brutes in Halo Infinite.
Your skulls and let the short ones use them as toys.
All units.
Shipmaster, put an end to these creatures.
Decimus is ordering bombardment on his own position from the carrier. Fall back.
He's got shields. Uh-oh.
All units.
The Ark is ours, humans, and no one will stand before the might of the banished.
All units.
Surprised they're only doing it with like 32 units. You can have up to like 80.
Nice and simple. You got it. Let's do this.
Normally I'd be using those overwhelming numbers just in case.
Watch out, you've got incoming.
They got him.
Impressed, humans. We'll meet again.
Yeah, brutes in mech suits. It's crazy.
Monster. Killing his own as casually as he kills us.
Decimus must be trying to
Oh.
hide something. Search what's left.
What do you got?
We found something, Captain. Uploading now. Isabel, can you decrypt this for us?
Oh, this isn't good. I'm only recovering bits and pieces of data.
Uh-oh.
Points to a cartographer.
Cartographer? Who's that?
Not who.
The
what.
silent cartographer.
When you're back on the ship. This is gonna take a lot of.
Again, also going back in the previous things with like callbacks to like previous Halos with the silent cartographer being its own special stage, which I mentioned before previously, how Halo Infinite's inspiration for being open world is the silent cartographer level, where you can pretty much go anywhere on the island and do whatever the heck you want. And they tried also putting some of that into practice with Halo ODST's open hub world, but Infinite being specifically the biome, the forest, the general locations and stuff, moving around, free to choose how to tackle a situation very much based off of that from Halo CE. Halo Win. But resuming. More references as they pop up, I'll pop them out, and then also do commentary and mention how it fits into the larger Halo canon.
The intelligence we captured at Decimus's base indicates the Banished are using something called the Cartographer. What can you tell us, Isabel?
The Cartographer is a map of everything on the Ark. That means Atriox could use it to locate key systems and weapons on this installation.
Isabel and I have been going over the data from Decimus's base, and we found a way into the Cartographer. But it's not going to be easy. The Cartographer's defenses make it almost impenetrable. The only way up to it is by a Forerunner elevator. If you can get access to the local Forerunner control towers, I can take control of the elevator and take us up. It's our only chance of getting inside.
We'll have to take it. We need to hit the Banished again before they find out what we discovered at their base. Get to the Cartographer and find out what Atriox is planning. Be careful. The Banished may still have traffic moving along the route.
There you go. Birds.
Coming in now, sir. Okay, listen up, team. You've all been chosen for this mission because you've seen plenty of action. We can't send a large force in without
I
alerting.
think this is actually where I left off when I attempted to stream it on the PC version for a while. But, you know, like I said, the game's not really optimized for streaming and playing at the same time on PC as well as some other stuff. So, I think if I were to replay the actual game, I would, like I said, play it on the Xbox, have it captured, probably start from the beginning again, and get back up to this point. But this is just a reiteration for those who previously remembered when we tried playing this following Halo Wars 1 about a year ago. We were saying, hey, we're going to cover everything Halo, and then, like, through the actual game itself, but then Halo Wars 2 was like, nah, you can't stream and play at the same time, it's crazy! Too graphically advanced, or something. But, anyway... like I said, we'll cover the game itself when I get the chance actually on stream when we get to. But back to the game and lore itself to know who the Banished are.
Bring Atriox to our presence, so I need the best.
Hoorah!
Scout the area. The Banished may still have troops moving along routes near the Cartographer. Let's hustle! Spirit of Fire. We found destroyed Banished mining equipment. Do we have another team down here?
Negative. It sounds like we have another party in the mix. Be careful. The enemy of our enemy is not...
Oh boy, I hope they brought the chips and dip. Another party.
On my way. I'm on it. Isabel, have you seen anything like this before?
It's a massacre. Anyone that could do this to the Banished isn't someone we want to run into.
Agreed.
Uh-oh.
What happened here? We still have a job to do. Let's keep moving. Spirit of Fire. We found out who's been attacking the Banished mining operation here.
Looks like the Ark will only tolerate so much abuse before launching Sentinels to defend itself.
Get that Mango Sentinel. Where are your curly mustache at? No, completely different thing.
Professor, we've reached one of the control towers.
Professor.
Capture and hold it so I can start working on the elevator. Remember, each tower you hold will increase the speed that I can take control.
Vehicle down.
I'm there, sir.
All units. Group 3.
Be advised, hostile forces are in the area.
See this here, apparently they also played with the controller rather than a PC version. That's why the prompts are still controller buttons. So you played on console or PC using a controller. Or if I like playing it with a controller, even though you can play an RTS game with keyboard and mouse. For something that makes more sense to do it that way. But, what can I say?
All units.
All units.
Destroyed an enemy structure.
Wiping out hostiles.
Leader point earned.
Walk in the park.
Yes! That was the last one. That'll put a serious dent in their Wraith production.
Good work, team. We've got a clear route to the Cartographer now, and you heard the Banished
Hey.
Wraith production at the same time.
Feels good to have another win, sir.
It may be a bit early for celebrations, Jerome. Let's wait until we find out what Atriox has been planning at the Cartographer.
They gotta be silent about it, though.
Senior Chief Petty Officer Alice 130. I managed to
Hey, there's
find
Alice.
the outpost, and I've been tracking an enemy convoy to one of their compounds. They took some of our troops prisoner back there. I'm not
Nice.
gonna leave them behind. I've spotted another abandoned research post, and I should be able to use it to send an encrypted message to the captain. I don't think they're expecting trouble. Time for me to give them some. End log. We got hostiles.
Oh, just Alice by themselves. Can they handle this? Solo mission. Free the prisoners. Alice holding that turret gun. Mind you, Alice still has the outdated Spartan armor as well. They didn't get a chance to give her any updates or upgrades. Because it's been since the opening level.
I felt that.
I'm getting you out of there. Hang on. Ready your weapons, troops. We're gonna get everyone back. It's gonna be a ball.
You're a sight for sore eyes, Spartan. I thought we'd never see you again.
We're only gonna get one shot at a pickup, so let's get everybody before we call for a ride home. Stay close to me, and we'll all get out of here together.
Oh, the flamethrower dudes.
On the move.
Rounded up a posse because they can't make a base.
Spirit of Fire Actual. This is Alice 130 reporting in.
Good to hear from you, Alice. How did you make it out?
Hey.
Commandeered an enemy vehicle, sir. I've rescued some of our troops, and we're ready to get back in the fight.
Isabel's got your signal, and we're sending in Pelicans to extract you. She's also intercepted enemy chatter. The Banished are heading to your position now.
Oh, hey, she hijacked
Extraction, sir.
what is that, a chopper?
Complete base drop. But the Spirit of Fire is standing
Yeah.
by to lend support.
Thanks. We'll make do. Alice out.
Alice, I have turrets ready to deploy to help shore up your defenses.
Turrets deployed. Fin funnels.
Exactly what I signed up for. Yes, sir. Cyclops under assault from enemy ground forces. I love the smell of burning rubber in the morning.
Hey.
No problemo. Receiving fire from ground troops. Oh. I hope we all learned something today.
Spirit of Fire Actual, they're throwing everything at us.
Isabel, launch Archer.
Fire everything. There you go.
That's not gonna hold them back, sir.
Oh, still not enough. Again, fire your guns. It's time to run. Oh no, not the warthog.
Close call. Where we headed next, sir?
I'm putting those troops under your command so you can continue hit-and-run operations against the Banished.
Hey, there you go.
To cause them more trouble.
Well, I know I'm staying. Only one question, sir. Who are the Banished?
I'll get Isabel to put a briefing package together for you so you can catch up. Good hunting.
Yeah, as far as she was concerned, she didn't get the memo. She thought, like, hey, what's the Planet Covenant over here? What's up with this Red Covenant? Red Covenant? Is red in for the Covenant now? What happened to all the purple colors? Who are the Banished? Which is what a lot of people are asking when it comes to Halo Infinite and its campaign right now. And it's like, did you play Halo Wars 2? Well, go play Halo Wars 2.
Professor, once you arrive at the cartographer, you need to find out what Atriox is planning to use it for.
Understood, Captain. Isabel gave me everything the UNSC already knows about
Yeah,
the
yeah.
area, and it looks like we'll need to reach the map room. Also, I've been running scans as we get closer. There seem to be large power signatures from the central chamber nearby.
Power
It's unclear whether
signatures.
it's Banished or Forerunner in origin. Be careful, Professor. There will be a strong Banished presence. And from what we've seen of the Sentinel defenses, you may have
Mango
to deal with
Sentinels.
too. I'll let Jerome handle the former. But as for the Sentinels, remember that special project we were talking about earlier? I think it might be time for a test run.
Oh?
It's not quite done yet, but I'll give it a shot. I'll wait for your word from down there. Good luck.
Speaking of which, like, before I continue, a little time capsule event right here. If you're getting ads on Twitch, there's a good chance if you're watching, like, a Halo stream, you're gonna get, like, an ad for Chipotle and Halo, because that's a promo that they're doing right now. And it's like, hey, you get some bonus EXP or challenge swap codes if you eat Chipotle and Halo and use the codes. And it's like, that's kind of funny. Like, I mean, you don't really think of Halo and Chipotle, but, yeah, no, it's a thing they're doing. It's interesting. Just thought I'd bring that up. Again, little time capsule moment. You can probably search for those ads by the time you see this in the future. But anyway, continue.
Up ahead. That's where we need to go. Come on. Oh, great. That was our way in.
Spirit of Fire Actual, we've got a
Oh
problem.
boy.
Route through to the map room is blocked by some kind of energy shield.
Can you open it, Professor?
Well, we're in the right place. Those power signatures I detected in the central chamber must be connected to this energy shield somehow.
Spirit of Fire, we may be here a while.
Gonna be there for a hot moment.
Let's find a way to open the shield. Wait, what's that sound?
Uh-oh.
On the run! Not exactly a hard target, sir. I'm under fire from ground troops! Moving out! Smart. Professor, there's some kind of forerunner structure here.
That's the conduit for the energy shields, but the Banished have locked it down. As much as I'd like a more scientific solution, I think you're just going to have to destroy it to force it to shut down.
One way to find out. Weapons free, team. Target that conduit. Did you feel that, Professor?
The cartographer's sending in sentinels to protect itself. We can't take on those sentinels. Fall back.
Oh, also, we got chat setting real quick. Hold on. Boop, doop, doop, doo. Ba-da-da-doo. Okay, got some bots in here. Hold on. Just 1 second. 1 second. Taking care of something. Get more bots in here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't need the bots. I'm the only bot they need. Robot Monkey. Who likes to play Halo. Tell them about the lore. That's what I do. They're trying to get more creative with these names, trying to make it seem like a thing. Like, if they're both saying that, of course it's not true. If just one, that's one thing, but... Come on, 2 of them? There you go. There you go. Taking care of those bots. But, many mods that are watching, feel free to see if there are more bots to be had. Anyway, going back to the game. Anything else I need to remember before we continue? I think we're good. Yeah, let's go.
I'm there, sir. Looks like they're here to stay, Professor. Any ideas?
What's the status of our special project, Isabel? It's ready, Professor.
Special
You
project.
might want to hold on to something down there.
Clear those sentinels. Our weapons aren't making a dent.
Isabel, we're going to need another EMP to clear them out.
All units.
All units.
Almost too easy. That did it. We've opened the energy shield to the central chamber, Professor. What happens now?
Let's find out.
Professor, wait!
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right?
Bye.
Phew, smells bad. Brute bad. They must have been using these passages to avoid the sentinels. Okay, there are 3 more conduits in this area. Each of them are controlling the Forerunner shield, blocking our path to the map room. So you'll need to shut down every one of them.
I never expected it to be easy, Professor.
Watch out for the sentinels. They'll swarm in once you start attacking the conduits.
Then we better work fast. Let's find those conduits. Let's do this. You got it.
Oh man, that would seem like a thing to have to go through, wouldn't it? I did it once before, but trust me, take my word for it. All those swarms are Boy, howdy.
Making a mess of them. Walk in the park. Moving out.
All units.
Moving to position.
Isabel, there's another swarm blocking our entrance to the map room. Power up the EMP.
Power the imp.
On the run. Roger.
Be an imp.
See you back at the mess.
Oh, that vehicle's not looking good. They gotta repair that thing ASAP.
Leader power ready.
Hey, Bumper Toes, 2001. 2001, how you doing? I am currently giving everybody a commentary, lore, history, and update recap on the Halo universe, covering comics, books, novels, audio dramas, video game entries, and
I think
a whole bunch of other things and the like. And oh, hey, speaking of which, church also rating. Welcome, welcome. As I was saying, I've been covering books, novels, anime, movies, audio dramas, video games of the Halo lore, everything you need to know before Halo Infinite's campaign launches tomorrow.
New JakatoX.
Awesome, Barbatos, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. For those just tuning in and not aware, yes, that is the real Halo announcer doing my alerts for when you follow, sub, throw down bits, throw donations. We got Jeff Steitzer, the actual Halo announcer, doing our alerts for the channel, because I love Halo. Halo's my favorite sci-fi FPS series. It's pretty cool, it's pretty awesome, I love it. And it's like, hey, you know it'd be a cool thing, getting the actual Halo announcer to do my announcements. And we got him! It's the real Halo announcer. It's pretty cool stuff. But anyway, I'm covering everything you need to know about Halo, because, yeah, like, there's a lot of stuff that people are not informed about the game. Lots of different stuff. Yeah, I know the launch time. I'm aware about the launch time, but thank you, Church. Yeah, launches at 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST. Other time zones, convert that into whatever it is. But anyway, I'm covering everything you need about Halo before the game campaign releases, especially this game, Halo Wars 2, involving the Banished. People are like, who are the Banished? Where do these guys pop up from? Did you play Halo Wars 2? They're like, no! So then I'm like, okay, here's Halo Wars 2, I'll tell you about that. Also, I'll give you all the information about the books, and I'll give you all the information about the spin-offs, I'll tell you everything you need to know before Halo Infinite's campaign, which, I've been doing that for the last 7.5 hours. I've been covering Halo lore. We finished Halo 5's story and spin-offs and books, covering all that. Now we're doing anything involving Halo Wars 2, which is officially the last game before then, but there's still some stuff before, you know, that we gotta catch up on. We got some terminal things to catch up on. We also have books to cover. Yes, actual books, audio books, regular books, lots of different things that are still fitting in the lore, so you're up to date, ready to go for Halo Infinite's campaign. But, yeah, right now we're covering Halo Wars 2. That's what we're doing right here. Also, because I mentioned earlier, let me see if I can pop up something real quick. Hold on. I gotta scroll a bit. I gotta scroll up. Let's see if I can find it. It's gonna take me a moment, because it's been a while. I'm scrolling. Let's see if I can find the things. Because I mentioned talking about the Halo announcer, but I want to add to play the shift that I can do before we continue doing these things over here. It's taking me a hot minute because I gotta scroll and find where I put those files. Hold on. Because, you know, besides people, barring actual people from donating and throwing down follows and subs and stuff, I could play the special custom Halo announcer stuff that we got on here. Like this. Wait, nope, that's on mute. Like this. No, that could be louder. Let's make it louder. There you go.
Get in, Jakato.
There you go. And when somebody hosts and stuff, you got
host advantage.
I mean, there's a cursed thing, but I reserved that for the specific thing, so I'm going to skip over the accursed JakatoX from saying that. But if you know our friend Jerry, then you know
Jerry's a bully.
And as mentioned earlier, when people throw down that follow,
new Jakalite.
And when people are subbing,
new type gained.
Yeah. And, you know, when we're playing that oddball free-for-all.
Oddball, don't let Jakato get the ball.
Which is pretty fun. And, you know, when things go down and stuff like that, we also have...
I think we're just getting started.
Raider, watch Jakato make a fool of himself.
Which is pretty fun. And, you know, other than host advantage, we also have...
Toast advantage.
Which is pretty cool. And even if you know me, we're also part of a triple stream streamer group that would like to do group games together as a part of...
Smash Mataz.
Which is pretty fun. But we also got other alerts and things when people throw down them donations, those bits, those subs. So yeah, if you stick around, you'll probably hear those. That's me. If you wonder what I do, I'm a multi-variety streamer. I do other games besides Halo. But Halo is my favorite FPS sci-fi series of all time, which is why I'm covering this, which is why I spent 7.5 hours covering everything you need to know about Halo, from live-action trailers to commercials to books to audio dramas to video games and other crazy stuff. We're not even done yet. We're only partway through Halo Wars 2 here. We still got those extra terminals to cover, and we also have some other stuff, some more books to cover and everything before we're up to speed for Halo Infinite. So, let's resume.
That's cleared them out.
That looks like it did it, Professor. It's all yours.
Time to find out what JakatoX has been up to.
Bum bum. The Banished. First appearance here.
Incredible. You can see so much of the Ark from here. Weapon systems, environmental controls, bioresource libraries, and the Ark's portal network. Captain, JakatoX has been using the cartographer to map and take over the Ark's portal nodes. There's thousands of them.
Dun 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 dun
That's
dun.
how his troops seem to be everywhere at once. At least we know how he's doing it now. Professor, I need to know how he's controlling that network so we can take it out. Do you have what you need?
Well, I'd love to stay and find out more, but I'd say that's our cue to go.
Wee woo.
Spirit of Fire, we're on our way back.
JakatoX's forces are too strong and too well entrenched for us to fight head-on. But he's spread his troops far and wide by abusing the Ark's network of portals. That's his big...
Oh, also before we continue, let me just also throw this stuff here for the Discord and the Smash Taz Discord. Again, discord.gg/MDETK9M. That's MDETK9M. Discord.gg/MDETK9M. We've got the Smash Taz Discord over here. We also have my Twitter, which again, you can stay up to date with when we're covering more things about Halo Infinite, both multiplayer and the campaign. Just throwing that out there real quick, because I did not talk about that at all during the whole 7 hours, because I was so entrenched about talking about Halo lore, which is one of the things I really know about. So, you can know I'm really hyper-focused on that kind of stuff when I forget to do my own things for my own channel by talking about how much I love Halo. But anyway, continuing.
Biggest mistake.
Thanks to the information the professor got from the cartographer, we know JakatoX's key controller for the portal network is nearby. If we destroy it, it'll cripple his ability to use that portal network.
Some of JakatoX's troops will be stranded, and the rest won't be able to redeploy as easily. It'll give us a fighting chance.
The bad news is that we've detected mass deployment of Banished forces in this area, which means JakatoX knows of our plans. The Banished will do everything they can to defend that portal control hub.
You'll need to neutralize each of the portals on the approach to the control hub, or we'll be
I'm getting a lot of
overrun.
Halo ads on Twitch itself. I'm like, you don't need to sell me the game. I'm already getting Halo.
2 hours ago, and he'll be looking for a rematch. Make sure he doesn't walk away from this one.
Looking forward to it, sir.
Cripple the Banished's portal network.
Move faster, Grunts, or I'll throw you onto myself!
Spirit of Fire. We have eyes on the first portal and we're returning to base.
Dun dun.
Looks like we're not gonna make it back without a fight.
I've got no problem with that. This time we came prepared.
Jerome, I've marked the first portal on your map.
Thanks, Isabel. We've got our orders, team. Neutralize every portal we see until we reach the Banished portal controller.
Group 2.
Route 2.
Airpad construct.
What's wrong, humans? Lost your nerve? I'm waiting for you.
Captain, I'm still reading heavy energy traces over the area ahead.
Uh-oh.
I think it's a trap.
Decimus is setting up a kill zone. Jerome, you better use the portals to circumvent the area.
Also, we're gonna pause that for a second because Discord's telling me a thing. Right, okay. Okay. There we go. Thank you, Discord. Anything else I need to know? Thank you, Discord. Still scrolling. Thank you. Getting the notification. Thanks. Yeah, I got some information on here. And I gotta check that one thing that I got a notification for previously. Yeah, there we go. Steam's also telling me that I got game updates. Thank you. Let's see. What else do I got here? Alright. There you go. Thank you, sir. Checking out Discord. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Master Chief. When I took a bite of that Taco Bell. I forgot to play the Taco Bell ad. That was what I was forgetting at the beginning when I showed the live action trailers. I forgot to show the Taco Bell ad. Yeah, we'll get to that later. I played all the Halo Infinite ads. I forgot about the Taco Bell ad. But when I took a bite of this Taco Bell. If you want to hear Master Chief say Taco Bell, yeah, they have that. Marines.
It'll be a walk in the park.
Protect the portal. Crush the humans like the insects they
Uh-oh.
Come over here and try it, Decimus.
Soon enough, little demon. Soon enough.
Eventually.
All units.
All units.
Walk in the park. You got it. They're as good as dead.
ODSTs up.
You can count on me, sir.
We've taken out an enemy structure.
Styles. 5x5.
555.
We've reduced an enemy structure to rubble.
Orient under fire.
Leader point earned.
See you back at the mess.
Local units.
Demolition charges on the double.
We've destroyed an enemy structure.
Willing and able.
Be careful, Jerome. Decimus has had time to prepare for this. The Banished have shown a surprising amount of control over the Arc system so far. There's no telling how he'll use that against you.
Also not to be accused with Arc System Works, which are the guys behind Blaze Blue and Guilty Gear and some development of some games like Dragon Ball Fighter Z. I just want to throw that in there because it's like Arc Systems, which is kind of funny, kind of funny on there. But again, multi-platform video game variety streamer man over here, just like tying things all together. It's all connected. But anyway, keep on going.
But with that control, how long will it be before they figure out how to make a Halo?
We won't give them the chance, Isabel.
They got the debriefing on what a Halo was.
All units.
They didn't know what a Halo was when they were in Halo Wars 1.
All units.
How to
Keep
do.
going. It's almost done. Come get some.
Destroyed an enemy structure.
That's it. All banished portal signatures are shutting down. Wait, there's something coming through.
Uh-oh.
You know what you have cost me. Myself.
It's Decimus again.
My heart bleeds.
As you can see, I've made some improvements.
He's even got a stronger suit.
Looking for a second round with the ringmaster. But his whipping boy will do just fine.
Turret constructed.
Oh, sending in those ODSTs. Get ODST reinforcements. Uh-oh. They gotta get out of there. They lost a couple troops, but still good. Oh no, they're the ring. The ring of fire. Oh, is that Warlock gonna make it? Hey, the Warlock made it. Good. Oh, we gotta get that ring. We have time to. Uh-oh, beams. They got it. They got this. There you go. He's dead, Jim.
Spirit of fire, Decimus is down. Is that it? Done?
Well done, team. We're a step closer to leveling the playing field.
Hey.
We have Banshees incoming.
Uh-oh.
Sir, Captain Cutter. Isabel.
Spirit of fire is
Get that healing.
from the banished fleet. Return to the ship now.
Spirit of fire to Alice 130. We have deactivated the banished portal network. Are you in position?
Isabel, I wasn't expecting to hear from you. Where's the captain?
The Spirit of Fire is under heavy attack from the banished carrier, so he's asked me to be your liaison while he deals with it. You've made quite an impression on the banished down there. We're showing signs of massive troop movement your way. Can you hold out while we're dealing with this attack?
Don't worry, Isabel. I've got this one. Good to be working with you. Alice out.
Yeah, because again, Alice isn't, like, informed about most of the stuff on there. Like, while everybody else is doing, like, operations from the ship and whatnot, Alice is, like, doing guerrilla warfare and hit-and-run tactics, staying on the top of the Ark, going from base to base, freeing prisoners. Crazy stuff. Crazy things happening. Sabotage. Kind of imagine, like, Red Dawn, but with aliens and, the UNSC following in the, Wolverines, which is funny because the UNSC actually has a vehicle called Wolverines. But anyway, moving along. Oh, and also Alice being part of Red Team. Can't forget about that. But continuing.
The banished want to put an end to our fun. Captain's a little busy upstairs, so we're on our own.
Spartan, you have banished incoming.
Already on it, Isabel. Push them back, troops.
All units.
Oh, just need a moment. All right, I'm good.
They never learn, do they?
No, they don't.
Local units. All units. Leader power ready.
All units. Mobile units.
Under fire from ground troops.
Uh-oh. Bum, bum.
Reinforcements level 2 researched. Local units.
We're under attack from ground troops.
Rally point set. Local
Orders
units.
incoming, hell jumpers.
Group 2 assigned.
That's it, Alice. They've stopped. Wait.
Hey.
No, there's something else, and it's very big.
Go.
It's a scarab. They're sending in a scarab.
You heard Isabel. Get ready.
Uh-oh.
Everyone be ready to go, ASAP.
Scorpion.
All units.
Weapons loaded and feeling fine.
Rally point set.
It's a big scarab. Wee woo. Yeah, I think you're all under attack from the scarab, dude.
Isabel, Scarab is down. Repeat, Scarab is down.
I'm surprised Captain Cutter's talking about that kind of stuff when he's supposed to be communicating with Isabel because he's too busy. Separation between game dialogue and actual events of game mechanics happening.
We're still under attack from the banished carrier. The captain recommends you keep a small base there to guard the portal, but be ready to move out. I think we're going to need your help down there again very soon. Isabel out.
Leader power ready.
How's he saying leader power ready? I thought he was busy. Pew pew. Captain share. I like to think he's actually talking about Sergeant Johnson as DLC, but completely different Johnson.
Professor, let me handle that. You just give me the update on the arc.
Starboard guns are down. Factory Module 3 has internal fires. Poked the nest, didn't we?
We did. Evacuate and vent. How long can we keep this up?
Not long. We're losing too many guns. At this rate, it'll be over soon.
Uh-oh.
I think I found a way to get help. You can reopen our portal? No. We're going to make a halo. What? Discover the arc keeps an almost finished ring in its central forges at all times. It's an emergency replacement in case one of the other rings breaks down. Rings? You must mean galaxy-destroying super weapons, right? Well, on that front, I figured out how to disable the ring's firing mechanism. We can only launch it to one of the locations of the original rings, however.
Isabel, you said the Master Chief first found a ring near enough to reach. That would make it within range of a comms beacon. It could work. Anders, how long do you need?
Near reach. Yeah. Continuity!
Hours, Professor. We might not have 12 minutes. Just can't beat that right now.
I can. I'm gonna need a little help, though.
Explain.
Well, for starters, I need her down there with me.
Isabel?
Sorry, sir. I've been on the Ark a while. After recent battle reports, you should have figured out that there are rules around here. I intend to break one. A big one. We'll need to split ground forces between these two locations to buy me some time.
Gonna make a galaxy-destroying ring just to fight off against the Banished.
That ship brought these monsters. Killed everyone I was supposed to protect. Now it wants to do the same to you. I won't let that happen. It's time to show them what power really means around here.
Halo rings!
Captain, we're on site of the Forerunner particle cannon we discovered at the cartographer. We've targeted the banished carrier, and we're ready to fire on your say-so.
Do it. The Spirit of Fire wasn't built to fight a carrier like the Enduring Conviction, and we can't hold it off.
Okay, that's just how they decide to play it off. Okay.
The cannon's not large enough to destroy the carrier, but it will immobilize it and punch a hole through its shields. If we can stay alive long enough.
That's where the second part of Isabel's plan.
Once I gotta refresh. Refreshing. Hold on. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Refreshing. It was about here. A little bit more. Boop a doop a doop. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it was a little bit desyncing.
Now it wants to do the same to you. I won't let that happen.
Refreshed.
It's time to show them what power really means around here.
Captain, we're on site of the Forerunner particle cannon we discovered at the
That accurate?
The Forerunner particle cannon.
Okay, yeah, okay, I guess so. That's just how they did it.
We've targeted the
If there's any complications, I'll find an alternative.
Do it. The Spirit of Fire wasn't built to fight a carrier like the Enduring Conviction, and we can't hold it off for long.
We're locked on, Captain. The cannon's not large enough to destroy the carrier, but it will immobilize it and punch a hole through its shields. If we can stay alive long enough.
That's where the second part of Isabel's plan comes in. Jerome, are you and Isabel in place?
Yes, sir. We're making our approach to the banished base beneath that carrier.
Good.
Oh, I get what they're doing here. It's because the briefing is the exact same time of the cutscenes, so they're kind of syncing it up together at the same time, make it seem like one seamless conversation. Got it. Power of editing.
The carrier once its shields are down. Douglas, Atriox can't afford to lose that carrier, so he'll be sending all his local forces at you to stop that cannon.
And they're making a Halo ring. Can you imagine after all these games trying to stop Halos, and they're making a Halo ring?
That's a confirmed hit, Professor. The enduring conviction is immobilized and not going anywhere. What's the ETA on full penetration of its shields?
Just gonna double check on some things, just to be sure. We'll play this off for a bit if it's too crazy. I'll do some stuff with it.
They hold fast.
Hold on. I'm skimming. Okay, so there might be a problem with what they got running on here. Alright, so I'm just gonna go skim around. Just gonna check something real quick. Where are we? Nobody's saying anything about that. Alright, let me go over to... Is that the same one? No, a little bit different. Halo Wars 2. Yeah, might be a more correct version. Let's go move over to this. Just gonna move over here. Skimming. Skimming. Skim. Great skimmity skim skim.
Don't worry, Isabel. I've got this one.
I'm jumping around. I think it was right about here.
I need a little help, though.
Yeah, here we go.
Control of ground forces now? Buy you time for what?
That ship brought these monsters.
There you go.
Killed everyone.
Probably they had to upload another version because the other one wasn't working out so well.
I won't let that happen.
Just making sure. Yeah, okay. I was right.
Captain.
Also, let me just refreshing. There you go. Just a small interlude, but we're okay.
To protect. Now it wants to do the same to you.
We're good.
I won't let that happen. It's time to show them what power really means around here.
Captain.
There you go.
We're on site of the Forerunner particle cannon we discovered at the cartographer. We've targeted the banished carrier, and we're ready to fight.
Douglas. Douglas.
The Spirit of Fire wasn't built to fight a carrier like the Enduring Conviction, and we can't hold it off for long.
We're locked on, Captain. The cannon's not large enough to destroy the carrier, but it will immobilize it and punch a hole through its shields. If we can stay alive long enough.
That's where the second part of Isabel's plan comes in. Jerome, are you and Isabel in place?
Yes, sir. We're making our approach to the banished base beneath that carrier.
Neat.
Be ready to get Isabel inside the carrier once its shields are down. Douglas, Atriox can't afford to lose that carrier, so he'll be sending all his local forces at you to stop that cannon.
You mean all his local units?
That's a confirmed hit, Professor. The Enduring Conviction is immobilized and not going anywhere. What's the ETA on full penetration of its shields?
Hard to estimate, Captain. This thing didn't exactly come with instructions. I'll draw as much power as I can into the cannon, but we're going to make one heck of a target.
Agreed. Douglas, the banished carrier is Atriox's biggest weapon and only means of slipstream transport, so he'll be sending everything he can to destroy that cannon.
Oh boy.
Now that we've crippled their portals, the banished will have to make a traditional frontal assault using whatever local forces they have.
They can't teleport in anymore.
Banished will have to pass through those choke points to the east and west. So we've set up UNSC barriers there to defend them. We need to make sure they hold fast.
Have up to 80 units in the game.
I've set up monitoring equipment along each of the possible routes, so I can alert Douglas as the banished arrive.
And with Atriox redirecting all his forces your way, he'll be leaving the base beneath the carrier relatively clear, giving Jerome and Isabel a chance to infiltrate it. They'll be standing by for word when you've broken through the carrier's shields. Hold the line, team.
Always ready to serve. Jerome, this is Douglas. We got a confirmed hit on the carrier shield. It's gonna take a while to punch through, but it's working. Good to hear. We're making our way now.
I'd make another base there if they really wanted to. Yeah, there you go. Mini base. Optional features making those mini bases. Yeah, yeah. Do you read?
Group 3.
On the move. Heads up, enemy spotted.
They're not moving.
Our base is under attack. Group 4.
Restoration drones out. Under fire from enemy air units.
Oh, there's some banshees.
Go easy next time. These things aren't free.
More of those dudes.
Here goes. It worked. The shields are down.
Nice shooting, Professor. Get ready for extraction back to the Spirit of Fire. Jerome, this is Douglas.
Take your green pelicans, different than those orange pelicans we saw in Halo 5.
You don't want to be down there when Isabel gets
It
started.
helps you tell it's your own units because the green.
Jerome, Isabel and I are making our approach on the banished base beneath the carrier.
Roger that, Jerome. My team is standing by and ready to roll on your say-so.
Good to hear. Once the carrier shield is down, we'll only have a small window of time to board it via the grav lift. I need your team on standby in case we run into any problems.
I've got your back, Jerome. You just worry about getting there. Good luck.
We're approaching the LZ for the grav lift now. Wait, we got hostiles.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, we're going down.
There goes a wing.
Into that grav lift isn't going to be as easy as we hoped.
Oh, Halo and your crash pelicans.
The banished are on their way.
Sniper team, this is Sergeant Olieri. The banished defenses got the drop on us and grounded Jerome and Isabel's Pelican on the way to the grav lift. Get to the crash site and rendezvous with them for new orders.
Ow. Snipers are powerful anti-infantry units with the innate ability to reveal close targets. Well, that's good. Good to know.
Need a hand against these ground troops. On the run. Suicide grunts. Take them out from range. In my sights. Watch out. The banished are deploying cloaked mines.
Ow.
Step carefully and clear them out as you go. We know the banished are using cloaking technology, but your detectors should be able to...
I mean, of course. I mean, they're originally part of the Covenant. You think they're just going to leave that cloaking technology behind?
On my way. They're going down.
Oh, that's a brute. Oh, did he just Shoryuken him? That was so a Shoryuken.
I thought I was going to get to rescue a Spartan today.
Have you with us? We're going to need your
Not
range to spot
today.
any more banished surprises. Let's move out.
Now that we're on foot, we're going to have to deal with a banished base between us and the grav lift.
Captain, we're going to need support to fight our way through to the lift.
Captain.
Appreciate the help, sir.
Increased banished comms chatter, Jerome. They know we're here.
You heard Isabel. Let's make sure we're ready for them. If we lose our base, we won't have the reinforcements to take the grav lift.
Get me right and I'll do the rest. Going for a walk.
Captain, we're approaching the base.
We should get in close and spot for the Kodiaks. They'll make quick work of the base defenses.
Our allies are attacking the enemy base.
Acquiring target.
Acquiring.
Taking them down.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm getting hit by enemy infantry.
In that base. Take down the Banished. Enemy base destroyed.
All units. Good work, everyone. Captain, the Banished base is clear.
Jerome, let's get to that grav lift before I have second thoughts.
On the way.
Those turrets are still active around the grav lift, Jerome. We're gonna need some heavy armor to destroy them.
That's what Alice is here for. 130, do you copy? We're ready.
Ah, Captain Jerome, it's about time too.
Oh, there you go.
Think you wanted to win this war on your own?
Wouldn't want to spoil your fun, Alice. Banished are defending their grav lift with anti-air turrets. I have Isabel with me, so I can't risk a frontal assault, and a Pelican won't make it past those guns. I need someone to flank them and take them out.
Okay, we can station Kodiaks at these 3 points, so we can hit those turrets simultaneously. You'll be able to get across before the Banished are noticed.
Moving forward to it.
And none of the flame troopers are still sticking around Alice after being rescued.
Hostile is out of the equation. Can I get some anti-air support?
Local units.
Local units.
All units.
All units. Surprised they don't have like the full 80 on there. That's what I do, and I always keep it so it's like, hey, I want all my troops. Then again, they have to be versatile, be able to make an extra thing if you need to.
Group 1.
But I like seeing that full unit list, though. Personally. Not just me.
Taking a stroll. Moving.
Destroy the secondary Banished base.
Local units. Taken out an enemy structure.
Dun dun dun.
On the move. Enemy spotted.
Those are hunters. But they just completely obliterated those hunters. Any other Halo, they wouldn't be able to take them out that easily.
Destroyed an enemy structure.
What are my orders, sir? Moving out. That's the final location.
The final location.
On the move.
Might need to get some water.
The carrier shield is down and you are good to go. Roger that, Douglas. Now get your troops clear. You don't want to be down there when Isabel and I are finished. That goes for you too, Alice. This is it, Isabel. You ready?
As I'll ever be.
There you go. Cutscene power. Wha-bam! Take him out, Jerome.
Whoa.
Problem?
No. We've just never had Spartan ringside seats before.
Let's get to work.
Ringside seats by a Spartan. Only a couple AIs have that.
Okay. I just need to find their... Got it. Troops below are clear. I'm starting now. Promise you won't leave without me.
Hey. They're a moving. And a grooving. They're a moving and a grooving. Dun 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 dun. There you go. Firing. Basically glassing the place, practically. Taking a page out of the Covenant's book. Hello to Halo. Bum bum. Bum bum. She's remembering all the people that were wiped out before the Spirit of Fire arrived. Uh-oh. Again, these cutscenes, man. Pretty good stuff. About that Covenant Junction. Well, former Covenant Junction. Now it's banished. Assuming direct control. Hey.
Whoa. You've been busy?
Not as busy as you.
Took out all those brutes.
The grav lift. What do we do?
You hold on.
Wait, what? Wait.
There you go. Not used to Halo Jump. He's not like Cortana. Not only paired up with a Spartan.
Yes, and the AI. We still don't know how she accessed our... How many of your men survived? Enough to honor our contract.
And a Halo ring. They were not expecting that. Because they're mercenaries. They were hired on to help with the banish. Not part of the main Healy organizations. Because again, civil war is happening on Helios.
I think we're
crazy stuff with that going on. And hey, Fran CVT with the raid. Thank you, much appreciated. Very, very, very much appreciated. Shout outs in a second. Hold on. There you go. Shoutouts.
New JakatoX.
There you go. Let's play Destiny 2. Ah, yeah. You playing that 30th anniversary stuff? Yeah. Welcome. I've been recapping, giving lore, talking about Halo, anime, manga, books, audiobooks, video games, spin-offs, commercials, live-action material, things that were in loot crates, marketing prices, and lots of different things for Halo. to get everybody ready for Halo Infinite. Everything you need to know for the last 8 hours, and I'm still not even done yet. I'm still going. Halo Infinite, the campaign, is releasing tomorrow. Technically, today, for my end, it's already 3:30 a.m. over here, but it'll be releasing at 1 p.m. East Coast time, 10 a.m. West Coast time. Convert that into whatever time zones it might be for you if you're not in any of those locations. But I've been giving recaps of everything, especially this game right here, Halo Wars 2, which a lot of people haven't played for some reason. Go check out Halo Wars 2, either as a movie, like I'm doing right here, right now, or as the video game, which I played before on stream, and will continue to be doing so sometime in the future on stream as well. Because Halo Wars 2, literally the last game right before Halo Infinite. Some people think that's Halo 5. No, there's stuff in between Halo 5 and Halo Infinite that you're missing out on in terms of books, and Halo Wars 2. Halo Wars 2, literally the last game of the timeline before Halo Infinite. And then you get some books and stuff like Shadows of Reach and stuff, which we will cover during my recap of the series. But anyway, I hope you had a fun time over at their stream. I am JakatoX. I'm a VTuber robot tokusatsu monkey mecha pilot hero. And I'm a writer streamer. I play a lot of different things. Xbox games, PlayStation games, Nintendo games, turn-based strategy, real-time strategy, action, fighting games, RPGs, first-person shooters, card games, whatever. I play a variety of different things. And Halo is my all-time favorite sci-fi FPS shooter series, even though it has other games outside of FPS games. But still, one of my favorite series of all time, which is why I am doing this history lesson, this recap, this Halo 101 stream that you're seeing right here after already 8 hours covering everything. We already went past games like Halo 5, we're into Halo Wars 2. We still got some other things to cover, like terminals and books and audiobooks and other things that are right before Halo Infinite. And we will be doing that. But let's resume with what we're doing with Halo Wars 2. Again, if you haven't seen this before, highly recommend it. They tell you who the Banished are, what the deals are, what their motives are, who are they, where they came from. Gives you the updates because Halo Wars 2 takes place 28 years after Halo Wars 1, which took place before Halo Reach and Halo 1. So they are severely outdated. They had no idea what happened to the Covenant. They had no idea who the Banished are. And they tell you everything you need to know about the Banished, which could be a little bit more said than the advertising campaign for Halo Infinite, because they're like, hey, yeah, Banished, you know, from Halo Wars 2? You totally played Halo Wars 2, right? You know Halo Wars 2? That canon and very important game, Halo Wars 2? The RTS game? Anyway, enough beating around the bush, let's get back to it.
About 30 minutes ago, we lost contact with several of our landing parties on the new Halo ring. Shortly thereafter, we received confirmation of a large Banished invasion.
When a new ring is launched, the Ark activates access points, so Sentinels can finalize preparations. JakatoX must be using these points to send his troops up.
We have to stop the flow of Banished reinforcements getting to this access point before our forces on the Halo are...
I also played the cutscene right before this so you know the situation going on, because they did something pretty crazy right before you guys arrived during the raid.
And Captain, if I may, please try to limit collateral damage while you're down there. The Foundry is literally the birthplace.
I'll roll it back for you,
So much we
like a
can learn
netcode.
from slip space travel, gravitational manipulation, or...
So thanks again for the raid, much appreciated.
Just don't blow it up.
Alright, I'm gonna rewind a bit. We're gonna recap because, you know, Halo, the game series about stopping Halo rings and whatnot, they did something special here, which we're about to see again. So I'll just do it from here. Basically, Jerome, Mr. Leader of Red Team, which is different than Master Chief's Blue Team. You know, because you got a red and blue team. Red Team, covered in Halo Wars. He took down a bunch of brutes while the AI Isabel was basically saving the Spirit of Fire from attack. And they had to do something. They had to create a weapon to surpass everything that the Banished was throwing at them, which you're about to see in a moment in this cutscene, which I'm gonna dial back on. Let's go check it out. I want to replay this for you because if you're a Halo fan and you see what kind of weapon they created to fight the Banished, you'll be like, what? That's crazy. Halo Wars 2 cutscenes are a chef kiss. Indeed, they are. They are awesome. The cutscenes are amazing, man.
Isabel, it's done.
is why I still recommend people to check out Halo Wars, either as a movie or play it as a game. I'm doing both.
Whoa. You've been busy.
Done both.
Busy as you.
The grav lift. What do we do?
You hold on.
Wait, what? Wait.
Doing actual Halo jump. Oh yeah, here you go. The Banished, they're basically mercenaries, and they also hired on different mercenary organizations working together and whatnot. They thought they had the advantage over the humans, but turns out, humans are very determined, and they turned the tables. And they made a new weapon, which you're about to see. There you go! After so many games stopping Halos, humanity made a Halo! To stop the Banish. They made a micro Halo. Which is crazy.
30 minutes ago, we lost contact with several of our landing parties on the new Halo ring. Shortly thereafter, we received confirmation of a large Banished invasion.
When a new ring is launched, the Ark activates access points, so Sentinels can finalize preparations. JakatoX must be using these points to send his troops up.
We have to stop the flow of Banished reinforcements getting to this access point before our forces on the Halo are overwhelmed. Once that's done, we can send our forces up to help clean the Banished off the ring.
And Captain, if I may, please try to limit collateral
Captain.
The Foundry is literally the birthplace of the Halos. There's so much we could learn from it about slipspace travel, gravitational manipulation, or building the biggest guns the galaxy has ever seen. Just don't blow it up.
Yeah, Master Chief already blew up part of the Ark before. It's fine. Don't do it again. Gotta go. Dun 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 dun. The Noble Actual.
We don't have time to try and blast our way through. Every second we wait, the Banished are moving more troops onto the ring through that access point. We've got to reach the Foundry and stop the Banished boarding the ring.
That Scarab's plasma beam could easily destroy the Banished barricades, if we could capture it, that is.
I know just the people for the job. Alice, Douglas, fight your way through and capture.
Yeah, Spartan time. By this point, it's been a hot moment since you had multiple Spartans in the same battlefield.
Hold them back! Spirit of fire! We need backup! We can't hold out much longer!
Support's on its way. Hang on.
Hey, I already threw you right into the fight right here. There you go.
Put us down here, pilot.
Oh, Hunter and Grunts.
Thanks, Spartans.
The tank's got to take care of.
Since we've been here. We're here to change that.
You got tanks and you got 2 Spartans on the field.
We've got new orders. We're gonna capture a Scarab so we can take down the barricades.
Don't you love when you capture Scarabs and Halos?
You got our guns.
They did something similar to that in Halo Wars 1.
They're moving more troops to that Scarab. I think it's nearly repaired.
If we don't get there before the Banished repair it, there'll be no way for us to breach their defenses.
You know, Alice, I've always wanted to drive one of those things.
Okay, you're up. One of us should stay on the ground anyways. Don't say I never give you anything.
Crazy stuff.
Stomp, sir?
Local units.
Yeah, Douglas has always wanted to hijack all the enemy vehicles ever since, like, the stuff in Halo Wars 1. Scarab Commander! No, Scarab! Scarab Commander! Like Cobra!
Excellent. It's been a while since I tussled with an honor guard. Hostiles, over.
Dropping in some ODSTs to
Crazy, crazy.
Leader point earned.
Leader point earned.
I'm being harassed by air units.
downtown. Which wins? If we're going on different planets or what? Because, like, we're talking about relative galaxy scale here or what? Oh, there goes the thing he was piloting. He's down, Jim. There you go. He's hopping in. Look at that jump. Hijack time! Surprised one guy is able to, like, pilot that whole scarab. Look at that thing go! It's crazy! Gotta watch out.
Spare to fire actual. The barricade is cleared. We got a path to the foundry now, sir.
Again, for those tuning in for timeline-wise, for after the events of Halo 4, again, they got some novels and books in between, audio drama things, Hunt for the Truth, Halo 5, then you got this game, like, after following Halo 5 with Halo Wars 2, and then you got a book like Halo Shadows of Reach. But we'll also get informed on some of the bonus materials, because a lot of people also skim over, like, the terminals for Halo and some of the live-action trailer stuff. I still gotta play that Taco Bell commercial. I'll probably play that Taco Bell commercial once we're done here, because I can't believe I forgot about the Taco Bell commercial. I gotta play the Taco Bell commercial. It's fun. Hearing Master Chief talk about Taco Bell. It's pretty interesting. But especially this game, we still gotta cover this, because people are like, who the heck are the Banished? And like, well, they're in this game. Here's where they came from, first time appeared. Showing up in the new game.
We've destroyed an enemy structure.
Another base down. Let's push onto the Halo Forge.
Receiving fire from ground troops.
There they go.
All units. Generator constructed.
Artillery deploying. Take out those blister backs fast.
Taken out an enemy structure.
Vulture under air assault. On my way.
On his way. There you go. There's the Warthog.
They won't be able to send any more of their troops.
I enjoyed that, sir. What are our next orders?
We need you on the installation. We may have stopped the banished flow of reinforcements, but Atriox already has a sizable force on the ring. Use the access point to get yourself to the ring and set a charge to destroy it behind you. Jerome is already en route. Report to him when you arrive.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
The whole team back together again.
Yeah, they haven't had all three Spartans in the game by that point. It's been a hot moment.
But Atriox has already managed to gain a foothold near Alpha Base.
Our troops have been trying to reach the ring's control room, but the routes are cut off by a banished shield.
We've got to get to that control room so I can deactivate the Halo's firing systems and
Yeah.
the signal beacon. If I can't do that, we won't be sending an SOS back home. We'll be sending a very large and very live bomb.
If Atriox gets control of this Halo, he'll be holding a gun to the head of all life across hundreds of light years. We have to clear the banished off this ring.
Get him off your ring!
Red team.
Now, also before we continue, I know I said maybe afterwards we did the Taco Bell commercial, but no, I kept on thinking about the Taco Bell commercial. Let's go get that Taco Bell commercial. Halo, Taco Bell. I gotta play it. I gotta play it. It's a little fun little blurb. Fun little blurb. There you go. Visual commercial. play this for a second. There you go. Alright, also turn it up a bit. There you go.
Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell and won the all-new Xbox Series X, unimaginable power is at my fingertips. It might be too much for some, but turns out I was made for this.
Calvin, why do you keep talking like that?
Like what? Get a medium or large drink from Taco Bell, and you too can enter for a chance to win the all-new Xbox Series X.
That's back when they thought the game was coming out in 2020. But anyway, going back over here, I just want to hear Chief say Taco Bell again.
Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell.
Just Taco Bell.
Bell.
No, a little bit more.
Taco Bell. From Taco Bell. My drink from Taco Bell.
He got the actual Halo voice actor just to say Taco Bell. If I press a button here, can I just...
Taco Bell.
Oh, can I just...
Taco Bell. 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 Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell.
Okay. One more time, watch it in full.
Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell and won the all-new Xbox Series X. Unimaginable power is at my fingertips. It might be too much for some.
Yeah, and also pretty well-made commercial considering it's just for Taco Bell.
I was made for this.
They even showed a suicide grunt blowing up there. I mean, off screen, but he had the plasma grenades on him. You know what happened.
Drink from Taco Bell, and you too can enter for a chance to win the all-new Xbox Series X.
Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Taco Bell. And won the...
Halo Infinite, ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell. Yeah, right? Halo Infinite, aka ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Taco Bell. Drink from Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell.
Okay, enough of that. Back to the Halo Wars. Back to the Halo Wars. Okay, one more.
Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell.
Okay, there you go. Again, Steve Downs, you can just hear him talking about Taco Bell, and you're like, dude, that's the Chief talking about Taco Bell. You do not interrupt the Chief talking about Taco Bell. Alright, resuming.
Your troops fight with a tenacity that almost matches my Jirahane brothers. I'm impressed. You and I are survivors, and I respect that. So I offer you a boon. Take your troops, take your ship, leave now, and I will not hunt you down.
Did you make the same offer to the people you slaughtered at that outpost? We're not going anywhere.
Should have made him the same offer.
Right now because you know I'm going to take this ark from you.
Treachery. These are the only reasons you still live, Cutter. Very well. I admire your spirit, Captain. But you've
That line a little bit.
sentenced your little ship to oblivion.
Bum. Stay down. Hey, how's it going, Wes? All three Spartans together once yet again. Got a turret, dual-wielding pistols, and laser.
Spirit of fire actual. We've secured the base, but our forces are scattered.
Regroup everyone you can.
Immediately throw those Spartans into vehicles. That's what I would do.
We'll get it done, sir.
Red Team, we have hostiles at the barrier. Won't be able to hold it for long.
Hold the line, Red Team.
They're making their final stand.
On the way.
All units. Supply pad constructed.
Double time. Not exactly a hard.
Real-time strategy special. Yeah, the Red being the opponents, the yellow being the neutral they don't really have control of, and the green being the units you have direct control of.
I'm there, sir. Shifting shell here. Little help. They'll wish they were never born. Moving out. Read and understood. Walk in the park. Can anyone get these off my back? There'll be a walk in the park.
Shoot down that Banshee! Yeah, there it goes. They gotta hold out.
All units.
What's that sound?
Uh-oh. They don't like the sound of that.
The installation has released a retriever. They're the Ark's most powerful sentinels.
That Mango Sentinel!
Heightened security protocols kicked in as soon as the Halo left the Ark. That may work in our favor.
Defend the UNSC base. Which, that base seems a little bit underpowered at the moment. They don't even have any turrets up. They gotta protect that UNSC base with no turrets up? Oh, great. They made one turret. I'd like to see how that playthrough went through.
Our base is under attack. Generator upgrade complete.
Bum. Bum.
That wasn't easy. It's only retreated for repairs. It'll be back soon. I've marked 3 control towers. If you can secure those, I should be able to take control of the retriever. Until then, keep out of its way.
You know, just for once I'd like a straight-up fight. There's the enemy, shoot the enemy, go home.
Alice be right at home in a regular Halo game.
I have full control of the retriever. Get to the shield generator, Red Team, and I'll clear the way.
On our way,
Oh, the actual objective failed for that playthrough. Whoopsies.
But this time, it's under our control.
I guess they're going for the main storyline here. I'm not judging. It's their playthrough. Play it how they want to play it. Personally, I'd go after the objective if it were up to me. 'Cause I'm a completionist.
This is it, team. Get ready to defend the control room. The professor has to go down into the ring to deactivate its weapon systems and set up the comms beacon. Professor, what's the update at the control
The
room?
Last Stand.
And I think I found the Halo's weapon system.
Not to be confused with the X-Men movie.
Deactivated them, then I'll place the comms beacon.
Keep us updated. Jerome, Atriox...
Now, again, after this is over, I am not done yet. I still got more things to cover when it comes to Halo lore. We even got the DLC for Halo Wars 2. Queue it up over here. Yeah, we're still gonna be here for a hot while.
Fresh troops will be sent in directly from the Spirit of Fire as soon as they're ready to deploy. And I've got all the ship's weapon systems primed and ready. So we'll help as much as we can from up here.
Okay, everyone. Let's get to work.
I got a lot of stuff to manage on here, so sorry for saying stuff and I haven't seen it yet. Because I had this presentation ready to go. I got these videos getting ready to queue up. Gotta get ready for that launch of the game tomorrow. Gonna be playing it all day. Not a 24-hour stream, but as long as I can do it. Especially after doing almost 9 hours covering every single Halo event I can think of. I've been here for 9 hours.
You just keep the wolves at bay.
Does that make you the last action hero? What, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger? Yeah, possibly.
The Spirit of Fire's weapons are at your
That's on Netflix.
Get the ship in the fight. Turrets and restoration drones are online. Call in support when you need it.
Yeah, I've been here for like 9 hours, but it's all worth it. Just so you're all informed about what you need to know before Halo Infinite. Possibly here for even more hours still, because I got more things to cover after this is over. We're not done yet. I gotta cover books, still gotta cover extra terminals. I'm gonna play that Taco Bell commercial again because it's fun. And then, hopefully, I was able to tell you everything you need to know for Halo Infinite.
Turret upgraded. All units.
All units.
Can anyone
Bum bum.
Group 1 assigned. Local units. All units.
Bum.
Group 1.
I missed all that. You don't need to repeat it. It's gonna be in the archive, Green Link. Telling me to repeat 9 hours worth of stuff, man. Oh, gotta make sure I get enough rest for tomorrow, because I have to wake up in time to be able to play the game all day.
All units.
Captain, he's back.
Put him through.
You can stand against me? I will defy the Covenant itself.
Yeah, we saw you in the flashback. We know what you did.
The Ark is our home now, and it's under our protection. Covenants now. I've heard enough.
Captain, I didn't think you could make him any madder, but...
Oh, he did. Look at all those units. Bam, bam, bam.
Professor, what's the plan?
I've gained control of the Halo's gravity anchors, Captain. Get our troops clear and get ready.
Dun dun dum ba dum bum ba bum bum. Oh, that is a scarab. What are they gonna do? Hey, there you go. Take down those scarabs. They gotta hold out for another extra minute.
Local units.
Dun 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 dun. In that blaster. Can they survive? We'll see.
Leader power ready.
Lotus Mine 2's ready. I gotta hold out for an extra 30 seconds. Dun dun. Again, I am going to be covering more stuff after this is over. I got more things to cover because there are things that happen after Halo Wars 2, including DLC and some other side parts that we still got to cover. There we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Enemy brutes. Wow. Banished are going.
Professor, it's now or never. Show us what you got.
Now or never? What are they gonna do? They're launching that.
I think we're just getting
started.
Raider.
Welcome Noble with a Raid Party 30, thank you! Heroes to watch to see the introduction of the Banish and also one of the first defeats of the Banish in Halo Wars 2. Much appreciated. Shouts to Minokadobo. I know you were finishing up Halo 1 before Halo Infinite. We've been recapping all of Halo Infinite for the last, well, not Halo Infinite, but all the things you need to know for Halo Infinite for the last 9 hours. One of the most important things being this game right here, Halo Wars 2. Because this actually introduced the Banished. People are like, all I gotta do is play Halo 5 and I'm good to go. Oh, not so true. You're missing out on audio dramas and books and commercials and a whole video game. The last video game of the timeline, technically before Halo Infinite, Halo Wars 2, right here. Plus DLC. Terminals and other different stuff. Finish the fight. Yeah, they referenced that earlier because this is taking place on the same arc at the end of Halo 3. In fact, the war got so crazy right here, encountering the Banished, they made their own Halo ring to fight the Banished. It's crazy. All these times trying to stop Halos, and we made a Halo. Humans made a Halo. And there they go. The Halo ring that they created to fight the Banished and the Professor vanishing in the dark. The Switchblade Structure.
New JakatoX.
Hey, Rhizone, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. We're getting the latest abilities. You have the Phantom Company Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the JakatoX. And also, for those wondering, yes, that is the real Halo announcer, Jeff Steitzer, doing my alerts. When people follow, when they sub, when they throw down bits, when they donate to the PayPal, anybody doing anything, the real Halo announcer did it for my channel. Very custom. It's the actual Halo announcer. No edits or anything. That's the actual Halo announcer. Yeah. The real Halo were the friends who made along the way. Yeah, totally. Yeah, also for those wondering, I am JakatoX, a VTuber robot, tokusatsu, monkey. Yep. I'm a mecha pilot hero. I play a variety of different games on Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, arcade, PC, new games, old games, action games, first-person shooters, RPGs, tactical strategy, card games, whatever. I'm a multi-variety streamer, but I love Halo. It's one of my favorite sci-fi series of all time. That's why I've been covering for like 9 hours anything you need to know before Halo Infinite. I got Halo Infinite snacks right here because I want to get those darn codes for the multiplayer and some stuff right here. And we're watching a video of Halo Infinite, or of Halo stuff before Halo Infinite. We already covered Halo 5 and we covered the stuff with Halo Wars 2. I had the actual games, but I wanted to, as part of the wrestling, we're watching a video here. But don't worry, we're watching the movie right here, but I will play the actual game on stream at some point. I tried doing it at one point before, but apparently there was some weird issue going on with streaming the game on PC, but also streaming on the same PC. But now that I got my Halo Series X, I'll be able to play that on there, catch a card it. It'll be a fun time. Also, I mentioned this earlier, but, if Mr. Chicken, Mr. Chris, and Mr. Minokadobo would ever want to play Halo Wars 2 on co-op, story mode has a co-op mode, so wink wink, nudge nudge. There's also DLC. But anyway, let's go see how this turned out. I'm going to play Halo Infinite as soon as it releases. I'm going to attempt to. I got to download it. For those wondering.
I think we're just
wait a minute.
Raider.
Sakura Vixie with a raid party of 33. Thank you. Much appreciated. Again, as I was saying, I've been recapping for the last 9 hours anime, manga, TV shows, books, video games, spin-offs, loot crates, merchandise, everything Halo you need to know before Halo Infinite. Especially Halo Wars 2, because that's the last game before there. A lot of people skip down to Halo Wars 2. They're like, who the heck are the Banished? The Banished came from this game, which I own, but I'm covering in video format, because I'm going to be doing a playthrough of it, again, at some point in the future. But for now, we're seeing it in video format. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Again, like I was saying a minute ago, because double rainbow. I am JakatoX. I'm a VTuber robot monkey tokusatsu mecha pilot hero. I play a variety of different games. I like new games, old games, Xbox games, PlayStation games, Nintendo games, PC games, arcade games, new games, old games, stealth action games, first-person shooters, fighting games, action games, RPGs, card games, whatever you name it, I like it. Halo is one of my favorite sci-fi series of all time, which is why I'm giving the deep dive on everything you know about Halo, whether it comes to books, commercials, canon, lore. If you have any Halo questions, I am answering any Halo questions that you need to know about the story. Don't ask me math questions, I'm terrible at math. But anyway, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Let me, Let me give you that shout out, Sakura. See what you were playing. What were you playing? You were...
New JakatoX.
Playing Minecraft. Thank you. Much appreciated. Minecraft's pretty good. Fun fact, there is a Minecraft collaboration with Halo that recreated levels of Halo, uses the actual music from Halo, and it could be like Sergeant Johnson or Master Chief or Cortana or some other cool Halo characters in Minecraft form, which is crazy. Go check it out. It's a little fun thing that they did. But I hope you had a fun time with Minecraft. Thank you so much. Keenan brought it. Hey, Keenan! Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Tell him thank you. Because he's a cool dude. I moderate with him. He's a friend of mine. How's it going, Keenan? Hope you're having a good morning. I've been going on for like 9 hours covering all Halo stuff. But I'm not even done yet. We're still going. I got more things. We're right at the end of Halo Wars 2, but even then, there's DLC and other stuff I want to show. Pretty cool stuff, but thank you for sending the raid. We got a double raid. First Minoka Dobo, then Sakura Vixie. Let me dial this back a bit. Let me show you some of the action that happened here. You're tuning in. I wanted to show you guys what just happened here. I'm okay with replaying this mission. Let's replay this mission. Again, I have played Halo Wars 2 before. I will showcase it on stream. I tried showcasing it on stream before, but there was some technical stuff going on there. But we will cover it again at some point. But I want to give you the story. Here you go. This game, very important. If you're thinking about playing Halo Infinite's campaign, which releases tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. East Coast time. Convert that into your time zones, wherever you are. That is releasing tomorrow, December 8th. If you're like, oh, I don't have the $60 to play that. I'll play the free multiplayer of Halo Infinite, but I can't play it. There are some ways that you can actually play Halo Infinite's campaign if you really want to play it. For starters, Game Pass. You get it day one on Game Pass. Game Pass has a free trial for $1. Convert that into your local currency. $1 for 1 month of free. You can play the campaign. Just Game Pass, $1. Never done it before, $1. Get it for a whole month, a whole bunch of other video games besides Halo. Even the Halo Master Chief Collection. Also, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You've awakened your latest capabilities. You have the potential company type. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the JakatoX. Like I was saying, $1 for the Halo Infinite campaign. One of the largest campaigns, one of the largest games at the end of the year. $1. And you're worried, what happens after that month's over? Don't worry, your save carries over. The things you unlock carries over into the free multiplayer. Even if your month is over, if you decide to buy the game for the full 60 sometime in the future, your save data will carry over. So you can be like, alright, I played the game for a month, it expired, I'm gonna go play the free multiplayer now because the multiplayer in Halo Infinite's free now. You can do that. And then if you decide to, go back to the campaign, you can buy the campaign later. Or if it's past that month, Game Pass PC or for Xbox, because it's cross-compatible. The game's cross-compatible on PC, Xbox, Steam. What say you? It's only $10. Again, convert that into currency, but $10 as opposed to the full 60 for owning it. So you can choose to, turn it on, turn it off, play it as you want to play it. Your save data carries over. You get to keep everything. Should you decide to get the game later, it's there waiting for you. Very solid deal. Legit, just $1 if you haven't done the trial before. Even then, if you've done it before, $10 as opposed to 60. Very well worth it. You're wondering, I don't know if we can play the game or anything. If you can play the multiplayer, you can play the campaign. Trust me on that one. But pretty cool stuff. Yes. He is a very good guy. Sad I won't be able to hang out, though. Need some sleep as it's 4 a.m. Oh, you're also East Coast. Welcome. I'm on the East Coast. I've been here since, I don't know, minus 9 hours from now. I'm not very good at math. People can attest to that. But anyway, I'm still here for the long haul. I'm not going to be here 24 hours, but I'm not yet done yet. I got more lore to cover before playing Halo Infinite Story, which I'll be playing for practically all day. I don't think a 24-hour stream, but I'll be there for a very long time tomorrow when the campaign releases. I still got to download it, but you know what I mean. But anyway, got any Halo merchant goodies? Yeah, lots of Halo merchant goodies. As I mentioned before, I went full Halo Infinite mode. I got the Rockstar Energy Drink for the tab of codes on the bottom of the lids so I could get special skins and armor coatings and EXP and challenge exchanges. I got the Halo Pringles. I got Halo Chips Ahoy. I got Funko Pops. I got action figures. Fans were fun enough to send Halo Nerf guns and other stuff to unlock via my wish list right here, Amazon wish list. Feel free to check that out if you want to. Nobody's obligated to send anything, but very much appreciated. Check that out over here. And we also got the Steam list over this way. Might as well throw that in there as well. Got lots of different things with that. And we're ready for Halo tomorrow. We're ready to do that. We got the Halo Series X. The special edition. The special edition of something that's hard to get to begin with. Because a lot of people are trying to find Series X's in general. Hard to find. But yet somehow, Fan was able to get the Halo edition of that. So it's a double whammy. It's hard enough to find a Series X. But they found the even harder one to get because it's the Halo edition of Series X for the 20th anniversary. Which is crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy stuff. They found it. We got it. Ready to go. We got it captured. It's good to go. Funny enough, easier to get than PC parts. Otherwise, I would have thought, hey, I could probably get some PC parts, upgrade my PC. But as of right now, PC parts are still being scalped. There's part shortages. Funny enough, even how rare the Halo Series X is, it was a lot easier to get that than PC parts, apparently. But yeah, we're about to do that. But anyway, back to the final mission of Halo Wars on here. Not barring the DLC and books and other things we're about to cover. Back to this thing. Final Stand. The Last Stand. That's what they call this mission. Not to be confused with the X-Men Last Stand. I made that joke earlier, but basically, they created a Halo ring to fight the Banished, the new enemies. These guys who were in hibernation for 28 years missed out the whole events of the Halo trilogy, not knowing what a Halo ring is. Or how Master Chief saved the universe. And then now they're fighting the Banished after the Covenant disbanded. Had to make a Halo ring to survive. Alright, see you later, Kaden. Thanks for stopping by, dude.
JakatoX.
Zalfiria, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I hope I said your name right. If not, type it phonetically in the chat. I'll try to correct it.
New JakatoX.
And Let's Play J, however you say that, also type it phonetically if you want to. Thank you for the follow as well. Again, that's the real Halo announcer doing my announcements for the multiplayer, Mr. Jeff Steitzer. He's been doing it for 20 years. He's doing my announcements when people follow, sub, subscribe, donate, bits, PayPal, what say you? He says things. I also got other voice clips that I got him to do as well. He's a cool, awesome dude. Again, I'm very thankful he did my alerts for my channel. Miles Gorgeous, thank you! This is just a placeholder PNG at the moment, but don't worry, my actual VTuber avatar is being worked in progress. It is being worked on. This is just a placeholder that, you know, goes up and down when I do that. I'll give you a full view of it in a moment for those who really want to see it. But, yeah, no, we got our live 2D being worked on. It'd be fun to stretch around once we can do that. Yeah. Guy's a long-time Twitch player, just never get to rate him. Yeah, some of our time conflicts with one another. It's like, oh man, I really want to stream right now, I gotta throw it out of stream, but a buddy of mine's already streaming. I totally get it, it's fine, it's cool. I even talked about that on my channel video. Which again, talking about cameos, we got the real Kyle Bear, Mr. Dragon Ball Z narrator right there saying, next time on JakatoX's stream, where I, talk about that. Also voice of Kamina from Gurren Lagann, Ryu from Street Fighter. Lots of cool different stuff. I'll play that off too, for folks who haven't seen that. Having lots of fun talking about the Halo lore. Yeah, if you like sci-fi, anime power, or anything involving robots, mecha, AI, androids, technology, sci-fi, cyberpunk, the genre, not necessarily the game, I'm your one-hit stop for that kind of things. Yeah. Ooh, anyone's a big Halo fan, is a friend of mine. Welcome. I love Halo. Literally everything, like spin-offs, books, audio drama, manga, products, lots of different things. I'm an all-in Halo boy. Ever since 20 years ago, Halo 1 on the original Xbox and PC.
Professor, it's now or never. Show us what you got.
Fire in the Halo Ring. A precise control, miniature Halo Ring to wipe out the Banish. Send him through split space. Also, these cutscenes. Look at these cutscenes right here. Seriously, Halo Wars cutscenes. As mentioned earlier, Chef Kiss. And like I said, we're not done yet. Even if we're done with the base game of Halo Wars, we got more things to cover to get you ready for Halo Infinite's campaign. We got, like, side materials to cover, and a book to cover, and some other fun stuff to showcase. Also, I want to play that Taco Bell commercial for those who missed it. You want to hear Master Chief talk about Taco Bell? We got you. He legit says Taco Bell. It's pretty funny.
Captain, it's done.
Taco Bell.
With all due respect, Spartan, I don't believe that's an option any longer.
Bum bum bum.
Don't worry, Captain. As soon as I'm back to the Sol system, I'll get that beacon out. It should only be a few weeks.
Professor!
And then I can figure out how to get back to you.
And they're gone.
Captain?
The other teams are clear?
Yes, sir. ETA to the Spirit of Fire is 5 minutes.
Bring up the map. We have a lot of work to do until she gets back.
Aye, Captain.
Where do they go? It's a mystery. Also, again, if anybody has any general Halo questions that they want to know before Halo Infinite, feel free to throw it in the chat. I will try to answer it to the best of my ability. Like I said, I've done a lot of reading, a lot of lore deep diving. Played a lot of games, listened to a lot of audio stuff. And I think I'll be able to answer it. If you really want to know, if you don't already know. That's what happened to some certain characters, what are some major events that happened, or anything else you can think of. There you go. Legit actual Halo ring. Okay. Flying a Halo ring, which is crazy.
Why did we drop out of slip space?
What is happening here?
Good job, Ellen.
Dun dun dun! Tying it with Halo 5! Lest you forget, this game took place after Halo 5. Okay, I have a question. Warthog or Puma? Alright, let me pause that real quick. We'll move on to the next thing. Actually, I'll play the Taco Bell thing again. And then we'll play the next thing. Warthog or Puma? Yes. Yes. Technically both. It's called a Warthog. However, to add on to the continuity where people saying it's more like a Puma, which became a conversation within Red vs. Blue. Yes, that was a conversation before Red vs. Blue. Red vs. Blue popularized it. They made both canon, more or less, because it is indeed still called a Warthog. It is still a Warthog. They call it a Warthog. It's officially a Warthog. But the tires, they're Puma brand tires. If you play the Halo games, you look at the wheels. After a certain Halo, it actually says Puma on the wheels. So it's true. True, true, true. Now let's hear Master Chief talk about Taco Bell again one more time. Because seriously, he says it. It's the actual voice actor. It says it. It's crazy stuff.
Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell and won the all-new Xbox Series X, unimaginable powers at my fingertips.
The actual Halo voice actor. Mr. Master Chief himself.
Too much for some. But turns out, I was made for this.
Calvin, why do you keep talking like that?
Like what? Get a medium or large drink from Taco
Seriously,
Bell.
like, just hearing Mr. Master Chief say Taco Bell is crazy.
Taco Bell, 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 and Taco Bell. Ever ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell.
Okay. All right. Moving on. We got more things to cover. Like Halo Wars DLC. We're covering that. Again, credits again to Gamers Little Playground for making these movie summarized gameplay montage of these kind of things. Thank you. Keeping us up to date on what we gotta know. Again, covering more things of the Banished. You might be like, what happened to the Flood after Halo 3? They're on the Ark. Did any remain afterwards? Because there was a ton of Flood on the Ark at the end of Halo 3. Well, we're about to see about that happening right now. Also, giving more characterization to the Banished, because people are like, I don't get the Banished. Who are these Banished guys? They're mercenaries. They were fighting the Covenant. At the same time Humanity was. Oni's, Oni, Office of Naval Intelligence, their Secret Service were like, hey, don't touch the Banished guys. We don't want to fight the Banished and the Covenant at the same time. Even if we want to risk having a double-pronged attack against the Covenant, we don't want to risk it. Because that guy's crazy. Leader of the Banished, he's crazy. After the Covenant's gone, the Banished still remained in conflict with the humans. So, yeah, there you go. Crazy stuff. Taco Bell. Yeah, there you go. Like, anyway, here we go. Here's the DLC. If I had to adjust the volumes, I'll try to adjust the volumes if I need to. I'll try to adjust it if I need to. If the game is too loud, if I'm too loud, be sure to tell me as we're watching this. I will also pause for commentary, lore, and background information. For Halo Wars. Halo Wars 2. But here we go. DLC. They made their own little logo here. Actually, let me just make sure, yeah, do that. Auto, get it off of auto, make it 720p. There you go. Because we're broadcasting at 720. Alright, we're good. Just get past this little logo bump. Again, credits to them for making this movie version. I'd actually covered it in-game, but I can't right now because only so much time to be able to play the game before Halo Infinite releases. But I will play it sometime in the future, for sure. I played it before, but I want to play it on stream with you.
Do not disobey your orders again.
Yep, get that taken care of.
Scout the shell, salvage the ships. That is it. JakatoX was clear.
He's the leader of the Banished. These are two brute brothers sent on a mission.
How could that go wrong? Voidus.
They're still in the middle of fighting the humans on the Ark. Right now they're at a stalemate. They're trying to find an advantage, so that's the background information here. They're trying to find something that could be an advantage against the humans.
And it will be both our skulls beneath his mace. Relax, brother. You worry too much.
And again, these cutscenes, very amazing. I'm excited for future Halo things.
We are ready to move to High Charity. My men are impatient for
First mission called What Could Go Wrong? Everything could go wrong. You'll see.
The terrain here is unsuitable for our power extractors.
Oh, he's got the It's Happening emote with the taco. That's awesome. That's awesome, Chris.
Belongs to JakatoX. This war has tamed you, brother. Where is your Jirulhane lust for adventure? That relic is ripe for plunder. This war has taught
Loot and plunder.
Stay your hand. Once we reach High Charity, we need to move quickly to avoid the wrath of the Sentinels defending it. Yes. I am well aware of what we face here. Hurry your preparations, old one. I already have troops on the ground. Void is out.
Alright, so I'll also give some recap here. They're trying to find an advantage over the humans, because they're in a stalemate right now, because, like, humans got, like, some super advanced weapons here, the Banished are still trying to take over the Ark. They're kind of, like, split down the middle, and these brute brothers are like, hey, we're gonna go raid High Charity, the original capital of the Covenant. You know, that place that got overrun by the Flood. What can possibly go wrong? You know, that big capital that was overrun by the Flood, crash-landed on the Ark, Master Chief and the Arbor had to stop it. You know, the whole ending plot of Halo 3. They're gonna try scavenge some of the stuff that they had left over there. Nothing bad can happen whatsoever. Let's see how it goes wrong.
This way, Wilkes. There's weapons to be salvaged from High Charity, and Voidus commands us to return to base for new orders.
Again, Halo Wars 2 is a RTS game.
The Covenant capital place? I heard it was haunted. Scary monsters
grunts.
Silence! Those Covenant lies do not concern me, and that means they do not concern
They're banished and not Covenant. They fought the Covenant during that point, too, so they thought the Flood was just propaganda.
Voridus, there are many Sentinels amassing here near the salvage site. They may be guarding rather than protecting something within High Charity. The old stories of the parasite. Nothing but Covenant propaganda, old friend. You handle the Sentinels near you.
Not true.
Here. We'll have what we need in no time.
But yeah, if anybody has any other Halo questions, I'm willing to answer what I can. Man, even in the banished, the grunts can't catch a break.
What fool turned off the light bridge?
Oh, too bad. Guess someone else will have to deal with those Sentinels.
Cowards! I shall punt you into the void. Reavers, reactivate the light.
Love the dialogue amongst the aliens.
Walking barrage of bad news.
There's the light bridge.
Oh, Covenant stuff. Retro.
Troops, I'm sending in a locust to clear the path.
We turn back?
You can return with salvage goods, or on a platter as meat for the real soldiers. Your choice.
Choice made. Let's blast it.
I want to do that if I were you. Oh, hey, I've got a question. Is it ever explained in Halo lore why the Elite speak backwards in Halo 1 specifically? Well, part of it also has to do with, like, the translation and stuff. You're wondering why it says, like in-universe, part of it is them trying to, like, decipher languages amongst the elites and, you know, like, the different members of the Covenant race. So part of that's partially the explanation right there. Because you play Halo Reach, none of the Covenant are translated. They all talk in their individual languages and stuff. That's not translated. So things developed over time, more things developed. They got a little bit better technology in terms of translations, which is why you can understand some of the Covenant, but not necessarily all of them in Halo 1. That's what they do it for in-universe. Explanation for in-game commentary. They actually talked about this behind the scenes and stuff. It's just because, you know, they're crunching for time. And it's like, oh, we don't have time to re-record new dialogue or anything. I don't know. Just take some clips and play them backwards. That'll be totally worth it. That can work as an alien language. Which, again, that gets explained as a little fun thing right there. That's how you get those warts and whatnot. It's pretty fun. Pretty cool. But, yeah, no, there you go.
The Sentinels are attacking our base. Voridus, the orbital designator shows they're coming from a nearby launching bay. Fear not, Pavio. One of my new toys should handle them. Fire a disruption emitter at the launching bay. Its EMP field will stun those Sentinels.
EMP.
Local units. Leader points first.
See, they're destroying the Guardians and the Forerunner tech. You know, the technology used to stop the Flood. Is that a pretty good idea? Well, we'll find out. What is the grunt language? This is just Filipino. Yeah, a little bit here and there.
Your improvements have shortened the duration.
I mean, more or less.
You will need to replace it soon.
Use it as a stand-in for the alien language.
We ever have before. Tell me you have a plan. I'm putting it into action right now.
So, a unique thing about this DLC is you're actually playing as the Banished here. The whole game from Halo Wars 2, you're playing the humans, the UNSC. Now you're actually playing as the Banished here, which is pretty crazy. So you gotta get used to your units being the red units. Fighting those Forerunner guys. And other things that'll pop up soon.
There's still so much wreckage lying around High Charity. It's going to take me a while to carve through it. Next time the Covenant lose a war, I hope they clean up after themselves.
Banished just taking all the remains of the Covenant adding it to their own forces, taking their tech, revitalizing it. Some of it's patched together. But that's what they do. Because, you know, they're all alien species. Some of them were form a covenant themselves, but now they're doing their own thing.
More lies from the prophets. Even if there was once such a threat, any monsters would be long dead.
The Flood don't work like that, dude. They can fester. They're like a mold.
Local, you have him. We have encountered a new Forerunner defense system. Turrets.
The area around High Charity is more fortified.
It's super fortified because it's still Flood on the darn thing, dudes.
The banished go where they want and destroy any who oppose.
Gotta unleash the infection. Cut the actual voice clip of saying infection for multiplayer.
A wise warrior does not pick a fight with an unknown foe. Look.
Uh-oh.
The humans are here. They will not stop us from taking what we want.
The humans are there because they're trying to stop you from unleashing the Flood.
Javier, the humans are here.
What? If they crept beneath our scans, their forces must be small. Simply a reconnaissance mission.
Then I'll make sure they don't report anything back. Enough fun. Back to the mission. Units.
They know not of what happens.
From the size of the shell, it appears large portions of High Charity remain intact.
Which means there are more weapons for us to plunder.
Patriots warned us not to
They think they're getting weapons. They're gonna get a big payday, but we know better. Greetings, Lore Master. I've returned. Hey, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we've already covered everything from live-action trailers to movies to spin-offs to a couple of the books. We've covered Halo 5 and the main campaign of Halo Wars 2. Now we're covering the DLC right here, and then after that we'll cover the book that happens right before Halo Infinite. Making sure everybody's up to date with things. We've been streaming for close to 9 hours. Just telling everything you need to know before Halo Infinite's campaign releases tomorrow. Later today, actually. But, yeah. Welcome, welcome. Again, if anybody has any questions, I'm here to help answer them to the best of my ability. Which, again, I recommend if you haven't played Halo Wars 2 and you want to play Halo Infinite. You can still play Halo Infinite on your own, but I'm telling you, go watch a movie on Halo Wars 2, or go play it, or, you know, do something with it. More information on the Banished right here. That's why we're watching the Banished mission, the Banished DLC for Halo Wars 2 right now. Again, I'll probably cover it again on stream at some point or other. Or, you know, rewind this video if you're watching this on the archive, and you'll know what we're talking about. I'll probably put time codes in the future. So it's like, here's what I covered Halo lore prior to Halo 5. Here's Halo 5. Here's Halo Wars. Here's all the side materials. Here's that Taco Bell commercial. It's good stuff. Me and my buddy used to play Halo Reach around in my bedroom. Good times, yeah. Good stuff. Good things. Good stuff. Apparently, run Spark like dogs. Yeah, they have little barks. They have a little couple sentences here and there. In terms of timeline stuff, let me pause this for a second. Halo. Okay, let me have to give you like a summary of the order of the main games, which I will include Halo Wars. But first, let me hydrate for a second. I haven't done that in a while. Okay, so 28 years prior to where we are in the main Halo timeline, maybe even close to 30, depending, you know, where Halo Infinite is. Halo Wars happened. Following that was Halo Reach, which immediately goes into Halo 1. I kind of skipped over the book there. I mean, some of the stuff that happened during, like, Halo Wars, Halo Reach, Halo 1. You got some of the stuff from Halo Fall of Reach. Throw that in there. That's the Halo book that they had. After Halo 1, you got Halo First Contact. Shows how Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson got off the Halo ring. Linda was there in Cryopod. That gets explained a bit. If you play on co-op of Halo 1, you can explain how there's two Master Chiefs by saying one of them was actually Linda if you want to. That's a little fun canon right there for fans. After after Halo First Contact, you get Halo 2, which then, you know, you had the plot point of Halo 2 mixed that in also with Halo 3 ODST, happening simultaneously as Halo 2. There's a book, Marvel comic that takes place between Halo 2 and Halo 3. They had that going on. Halo, basically, Master Chief trying to assassinate the Prophet of Truth, trying to bring High Charity and some flood infection and kind of stuff like that going on to the Ark. Also with him eventually crash landing in Africa, which was with Halo Landfall, the live-action trailer that they had surrounding with Halo 3, the Believe campaign, which also they have in-universe documentary showing what humanity believed what happened to Master Chief. A lot of other books and other ads and other comics in between. Then you got things like Halo 4, the mobile games, stuff like that. A lot of things in there. Oh, and let's not forget also there was a Halo Fireteam Raven. That was an arcade game that happened at the same time of Halo 1 and stuff. Throw that in there. Back to Halo 4. Yeah, you get some stuff there to tie in also with the Halo 4 Doritos game if you really want to. Some more stuff in between. Halo 5 was coming up. They have a podcast audio drama. Really recommend Halo Hunt for the Truth. Very compelling. Known voice actors. I think Tara Strong and Steve Bloom, known anime voice actors and stuff, they were in there. A couple of other cool voice actors as well. Go listen to that. Some people arguably thought that plot line was way better than the actual plot line of Halo 5. I would tend to agree with that. Halo Hunt for the Truth, the podcast audio drama, very compelling. Very cloak and dagger conspiracy investigation, calling Master Chief a traitor, also saying, hey, Master Chief is actually still alive, he's not dead, revealing that to humanity. That was a whole thing going on. Events of Halo 5, that happens. Then Halo Wars 2, which we're, covering here with the DLC and whatnot. A lot of other books and everything, including Shadows of Reach, which is a direct parallel to The Fall of Reach, with Blue Team, covering up 7 months prior to Halo Infinite. Some other stuff in between, and then actual Halo Infinite. We'll cover a little bit of Halo Shadows of Reach, the book, after this DLC right here. And maybe a little bit of terminal stuff and some more commercial things. But then we are up to speed for Halo Infinite. Because I gotta get some sleep. I gotta actually get up for that. But that's not time for that yet. We still gotta see the rest of this. Plus, I also gotta download Halo Infinite when it's ready to go. Like I said, it'll be releasing 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. East Coast time. Who knows how long that download's gonna be, because everybody's gonna be downloading. Because they didn't let us pre-download the darn thing. You'd think they'd let us do that, but whatever. We're gonna be ready to go do that. Also, again, friendly reminder, if you want to play the Halo Infinite campaign, and you're like, oh, I don't have $60 to play with, to play and get the game right now, all I can do is just play the free multiplayer, available on Xbox, Steam, PC, cross-platform, what say you? It's fine, because if you didn't already know, you can get the Halo Infinite campaign day 1 on Game Pass for $1 as a trial, if you haven't already done it before. If you haven't already done the Game Pass trial before, it's just $1. You can play the game, full campaign. Your save data carries over, so even after that month, it carries over to the free multiplayer, and should you decide to buy the game later on, the actual campaign, your stuff carries over. If you wanted to throw down the full 60 later, or if it's on sale later. But if just for $1, you can already start the campaign, day 1. If you already done the trial before for Game Pass, it's only $10. $10 US. You can convert that into your currency. It's $10 US. Convert that into your local currency if you wanted to, renew the Game Pass just to play the campaign. And again, should you want to just play for a month or two, you say data carries over into the real game, should you decide to throw down the full 60 at a later point in time. You can still play the free multiplayer in the in-between. Anything you unlock, multiplayer-wise, is still unlocked. So, yeah, no, if you really want to go check out Halo Infinite's campaign starting tomorrow, then by all means, go check it out. $1 to only $10, depending on your situation. Very well worth it. It's not just for Halo. You get a bunch of other games, too. You get, like, Forza and Rare Replay if you're playing on Xbox, or some stuff with Resident Evil. You get stuff with, like, One Piece, Fighter Z, lots of different other games. Psychonauts 2, if you haven't got a chance to try that out. Very well worth it. Game Pass, very well worth it for the service that it does. Again, I'm not being sponsored by Game Pass. I'm just talking from experience. But anywho, back to the plot line that we got here in the Halo Wars 2 DLC. Oh, also, generalized question over here. Let me see this. Big generalized question. Out of every media, approximately how many colonies, planets, and systems would you say are actually mentioned? Reference, canon-wise, anyways. It's a very large number. Especially if we're talking about, like, are you talking about humanity or, like, alien colonization? Because, boy howdy, there's a lot of stuff. Even going further back, we're talking about, like, the Forerunner stuff, like, even the precursors prior to everything that we know in Halo. There was an ancient civilizations before everything got wiped out by the Halo rings and stuff. Those were whole civilizations. Lots of different things. And we also got, like, ancient humans. Ancient humans were a thing, and then the Halo rings went off, and they all got wiped out, and they turned into computer things. That's a whole thing in the background lore, if you didn't already know that. Stuff like Guilty Spark and the monitors. Yeah, those were humans. Those were ancient humans converted into machines to watch out the Halo rings. It's crazy, crazy background lore. There's whole books and novels about that. Like, they're still existent. They're still doing things, but in computerized form, which is a direct conflict with the AI rebellion happening. But, yeah, no, some pretty big stuff. Also, you gotta scale out the things with humanity as well, because a lot of humanity's colonization also, they got wiped out. They got wiped out by the Covenant during the war, and then even more so with the Banished. Hard to even say how much is left of humanity's left over in Halo Infinite, because they haven't got a chance to play that yet, but yeah, no, it's relatively scaled. It's pretty big on there. Again, I am not good with numbers, so if you want a precise number, I'm pretty sure they mentioned it in different side materials and stuff, but I can't give you the exact numbers on the top of my head, but it's a sizable amount of chunk. It's a good amount to at least, you know, like, even have that war with the Covenant, who's been spanning for, like, thousands of years, over thousands of years. Humanity's colonization was relatively scaled to the point where it's like, hey, yeah, no, they're able to fight the Covenant, even though they've been around longer than humanity's been in space. But anyway, continuing on.
The Sentinels are sending even more against us. They're getting desperate. I must be close to completely shutting them down. We are approaching High Charity now, Fortis. At last, Fabian. I hope your package...
Yeah, and they're opening the thing that crashed down with all the infected spores from Halo 3, thinking, hey, it's safe. The Flood was propaganda. There's no such thing as the Flood. We'll see how that turns out for him in just a moment.
We're not doing any damage against those retrievers. How will we stop them? Fortis, the retrievers still attack us. You must deactivate the defenses soon. Leader Papa Bay. Mobile units. Under fire from air units. I will show them.
Uh-oh.
I see enemy regiments. Hit the wrong target. The Sentinel defenses have been deactivated. They will interfere no longer.
Uh-oh. You might think there's a reason why the Sentinels are there. They don't know what they're about to unleash.
I can handle myself, brother. For it is out.
I mean, we know. They don't know. Yeah, they're the Banished. They were exiled from the Covenant, fighting the Covenant during the whole video game trilogy of the original Halos. Yeah, get your just desserts here in just a moment. Check out this cutscene. Yeah, and this is like post-Halo 3. They fought their way to get in here, and they're about to regret it. Suspicious. Not just one dude. Uh-oh. Something tells me they're not gonna make it. Uh-oh. Ew. There you go. You should have poked the bear. They've made quite a mess.
Our troops are en route to perform salvage extraction from the nearby ships. Good. If Voridus has listened to me, he'll be doing the same from outside of High Charity.
No, you haven't.
No further communications since he and his brutes approached High Charity.
Because I'm fighting the flood.
No doubt he's picked a fight with some sentinels.
It's not sentinels, dude. They know not of what has happened. Dun 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 dun. Bum bum ba bum.
Keep moving. I want us to be ready for extraction as soon as possible. Let's get to work. We need those barriers down so I can clear a path.
They're still thinking they're scavenging. Nope, it's a mission for survival now.
Have you found anything outside the shell? Fall back. I warn you. We have been assaulted. Voridus, respond. Engineers, get his comms feedback now. Pavium, movement from High Charity.
Uh-oh.
What has that fool done?
They've unleashed the flood!
We will hold the line until I hear from Voridus and his troops. I will not abandon them. Don't let them touch you.
Yeah, they should go.
Destroy those who turn. They are no longer your allies. And they will fall quickly. Not let them touch you. It is said they will consume your body and mind.
You should have poked the bear. Actually, there's a little flood movie I could play like right after this that will tie up nicely with this DLC. We'll do that at the end of the covering this DLC here.
Gather supplies and build defenses.
And I think that'll be a fine, clean 10-hour stream. I mean, there's a whole lot of other Halo lore that I can really deep dive into, and people specifically were asking those kind of information, but there's only so much I can do to make sure that I can cover everything you need to know, while also getting enough rest and time to be able to switch for Halo Infinite's release in a couple of hours.
We must have a staggered retreat. If Voridus is still alive, he will need us.
Floor blades!
Fight back. The Banished have not come so far to be devoured by monstrosities. As you wish. No more trouble.
So yeah, the Flood are still a thing. You thought they were gone after Halo 3, but turns out there's a whole lot of them on High charity. Who would have guessed a whole capital city got infected by flood and still has flood on it?
Out of my way! The Flood are trying to destroy our Goliaths! Javier, on the move! Our base is we have little time to prepare before they return. Fall back to the next line and ready the defenses. Goliaths, cover us as we fall back. Local units. Forward us, this is
Goliaths and hunters and other equipments.
we're holding as long as we can. Silence! Stand to attention! The orbital designator shows we have a little time before the next flood surge. Start preparing our defenses. The Goliaths have broken through. Retreat back to our base.
Yeah, they're just running away from those floods.
Cover us.
They are well underprepared for this. Getting way overwhelmed.
Infected troops are using our vehicles against us. The Flood are adapting new forms to combat us. We must
That's what they do. The Flood adapt. They're able to use weapons and able to use technology as well. They change to match whatever opposition goes against them.
Attention, Pack Brothers. We make our final stand here. I left too many Jirohane on the battlefield during the Covenant War. I will not abandon Voridus. If Voridus or one of his pack contact us, I want to know of it immediately. Recover those blisterbacks. We will need their power if we are to hold even briefly.
Units. Local units. Hey, yo. I love the announcer just talking about the units. Tell me more about the units. Dun dun. The tales were true. Turns out, the rumors were not an exaggeration. Oh, look at those tentacles going, too. The Banish don't know what they poked. Yeah, something tells me they should get out of there. Good idea. Dun 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 dun.
Our way has been blocked. We cannot reach you directly. We will have to find another route. The Flood are rapidly taking over this sector as well. We did not defy the Covenant to be twisted into such foul creatures. The Banished forge our own path.
And yet you're falling just like the Covenant did towards the Flood. Funny how that works out, don't you think? Bum bum.
Everything you have. They must not stop us. Send in the barrage from our turrets on the perimeter. That will hold them long enough. Let's move out. Voridus, we've made it out. Hold on. Voridus, my troops and I are nearly at your position at the salvage drills. Have you reached the Forerunner defense station? Some kind of flood forms block the entrance to the station.
The Flood.
They understand it's a threat to them. We barely even had time to establish a base before they besieged us. We must reach that station. If we can't reactivate the Forerunner,
Reach station.
we will have no chance against the parasite. We haven't the numbers, Pavium. Each time we kill one, another appears. The flood is everywhere.
Yeah, that's what the flood does, dude.
Every crack and fissure. The fissures. That whole area is honeycombed with explosive power.
Me want honeycomb.
Salvage drills, we can use them to cause a chain reaction and burn the parasite away. I will start our extractors up immediately to start stockpiling power.
Cool. Will it work, though? That is the question.
Start the extractors. We'll need all the power we can to start the salvage drills up. Pavium, the power is too unstable for our extractors.
Yeah, they are just falling towards all these flood-infected forms.
Where the power has crystallized. If we collect them in that state, we can break them down for use in the drills.
Break it down, break it down.
Very well, Fortis. I've set up my own operation. We'll start gathering the power we need for the salvage drills.
Get that power.
With me, the liquid form of that energy has crystallized where it has broken through the surface. We can use those crystals to start the drills again. Local units. Stop them. We've lost the building. Local units. Fights enough. Brother, I witnessed one of those things decimate a squad of my troops earlier. They're everywhere here. They seem to occur on a cycle.
Ah, integrating some of the mechanics with the lore itself, with them working in cycles.
Another burster. Grab the power before it erupts. Local units.
Uh-oh. Yeah, gotta watch out. If it erupts, there's gonna be a bunch of infection. Rupture pressure's going up. There it goes. Look at all those infected forms. All those little popcorns. They don't know the official terms for the flood because they weren't part of the Covenant when they had to fight the flood.
Local units. There is crystallized power breaking through the ground around that thing. Take it for the drills. We must seize all we can. Local units. The pressure is close to releasing the flood bursters.
Uh-oh. There you go, wipe it out. Don't let it burst anymore. That might also build a base right over there and gain that materials. Your base has been destroyed. The drills calibrate. There they go.
The salvage drills have begun blasting through. We just need to protect them until they've breached the surface and ignited the liquids beneath. Local units. Not a challenge. Pavium, the flood reinforcements are accelerating. They must recognize the threat those drills pose to them.
Yeah, because they're smart. Flood ain't just like kind of like a zombies. They're being controlled. They got a whole hive mind mentality. That thing is huge.
Destroy the flood so we can safely collect the rest of the power here.
There you go, take it out. Prevent any abominations from reaching the salvage drills.
It's working, Pavium. I would have preferred a cleaner solution, but it is clearly effective.
Dun 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 dun. And pop goes the pimple.
I can reach the Forerunner station. our troops to guard your exit. Find a way to reactivate the sentinel defenses down below. Lourdes, redeem yourself.
I will not return until I have, brother. Good luck.
And to you. Now go. I will inform JakatoX of what has taken place here.
Pavium, how far down is this facility?
The archive.
It still hasn't reached the bottom. It is endless.
Also, while they're talking, you're not gonna hydrate for a second.
Have to be down there, and I wouldn't have to be up here watching more of our troops fall to the infection.
I told you I will fix this, Pavium. The means to reactivate the Sentinel flood defenses should lie below.
As does the flood. Tread carefully. This area will be rotten with flood forms. Be sure to make use of your incendiary gels. The enclosed spaces will work to your advantage.
The lift slows. It seems I have arrived. Hold the line up there. I'll be back soon.
Right, and you know he doesn't get infected or anything.
I've arrived, Pavium. It stinks of death down here. The enemy is everywhere.
We will stop the flood together, Lourdes. My troops and I will guard the entrance up here, but you must reactivate those...
Yeah, because they took down those defenses. Wonder why they were there to begin with. Maybe to prevent flood infections.
This facility is pitted with many chasms. Jump brutes, be ready.
Oh, there they go. Uh-oh.
Already started to choke this place. Watch your step.
Careful. Don't run into the guys you don't want to run into.
Let us move fast before the flood completely engulfs this place. Jump brutes, investigate the console on that pillar. We need to find a way forward. I smell new...
Yeah, the jetpack brutes.
The way forward is not clear. We have many forerunner beam defenses and retracted light bridges.
A good sign. It means the facility is still partly functional. We may still be able to restore the defenses.
Bring out.
Lasers.
Impressive. Pavium, the forerunner beams make swift work of the flood here.
As they will you, Lourdes. Can you get past them?
We are more agile than those shuffling monstrosities. I'll send one of my squad through to deactivate them from the other side.
You surprise me, Lourdes. I thought you would want to test your mighty reflexes against the beams.
He's not that confident to go against those laser beams. Straight up. Like James Bond, I expect you to die of laser beams. Of course, the elites being able to get through.
Teleporter down here. It appears to be connected to the one near you. I need reinforcements.
Scout ahead while I get it working.
There's a forerunner terminal ahead and a large...
There's more supplies that way as well.
But it's surrounded by blisters. We should investigate it.
Then I suggest using an honor guard. Their cloaking abilities will enable them to reach the terminal undetected.
You have reinforcements ready for me then?
Yes. The teleporter's working, but I can't spare many fighters. If the flood return here, I will need everyone to hold them back.
Local... Yes. I should have trusted my instincts. That infestor was part of an ambush. Destroy those spawners. Local units. This will be quick. Lourdes, the light bridge controls aren't working.
Uh-oh.
Everything. We must move fast before the whole facility is a lost cause. How's the pack? Enemies. Lourdes, they come. Then destroy them.
You know, you gotta watch out because he's got limited troops and stuff. He doesn't have any reinforcements, and why they keep track of how many jump routes you got remaining. Oh, look at all those infected forms. They gotta get past all that. Kill units with any source of incendiary gel. It's an optional achievement that they went for.
Local units, hear me. I will easily tear through them. It's done.
You get those extra supplies because, again, limited forces here in this particular area.
It's shut down behind us. At least it should buy us some time. That looked like the last chasm jump, brutes. You will have to measure your worth in kills now. What's that? I think we found it. It resembles the system I shut down before. Strange. It's almost as if the Flood understands its importance. The locks are blocked with their filth.
They do understand the importance.
Chaos Mortis. The Flood seems to be growing in intelligence. You must clean those locks and reactivate the defenses now. Local units.
Dum dum bum bum.
Are yours. What is our mission? I am sending my finest warriors for you, Voridus. I have also outfitted some brutes with new equipment inspired by your experience.
The Rangers brute.
Fight well.
Grenaders.
And you, brother.
Hammer
I will
dudes.
see this done. It's ready.
Interesting aspects.
It's working, Pavi. The power is increasing. Once this device is at full power, I should be able to re-enable the defenses. Ready. I will finish them. My rocks and tusks. I shall murder them. We're being attacked by the enemy. Pavium, the system is at full power. I'm reactivating it now. Then reactivate the defenses. The Flood is almost here. Yes, this is familiar. Time to fight, Sentinels.
He's getting the Sentinels to fight for him.
Local units.
The reverse of the other mission you did earlier. Gotta line it up. Figure out the puzzle. There you go.
The enemy Pavium. The defense system is back on. The Sentinel cleansing operation.
The grid has been reactivated.
Flood are aware of the threat. They rush to stop us. It is done. The defense system is working again. Sentinels are appearing up here as well, brother. We must help them battle the Flood and push them back.
Uh-oh.
We are being overrun. Some kind of giant flood has appeared. We're being targeted from one of our bases. Seems our work is not yet finished. We must act fast.
Now it's like a big three-way kerfuffle between Banished, Sentinels, and the Flood. Oh, there's Atriox.
What your actions have cost me. I have spent months fortifying positions to continue the fight against the humans. Now I have to abandon them because of you. We will fix this, Atriox. We only thought it wise to inform you of the threat. You thought it wise? The Flood is the very thing this installation was created to destroy. You have no idea what you've unleashed.
I thought it was a rumor. It wasn't a rumor.
Every soldier we have right now to stop its spread. Everything we've worked for will be consumed. We've already reactivated the Sentinels. We will help them fix this. You have our word. I want actions, not words. I'm on my
Mr. Big Boss is angry.
What is the situation?
Well, the Flood are still overrunning you guys.
100% of our troops, Atriox. The Flood has spread quickly in the area near High Charity. Do not fear, Atriox. With the Sentinel defenses up and running, we will crush the Flood threat. It was that very arrogance that caused this mess, Voridus. I'm on my way now. You will have this fixed by the time I arrive. Fight back! Do not let them destroy our base! Their numbers are infinite.
Halo Infinite. Oh.
We must find the source of this new
Halo Legends.
Legends, if we fail, there will be nobody left to recount our folly. Do not underestimate the graveness of the situation, Fortis.
Raid camp constructed.
The Flood have infected Wraiths. They'll destroy our infantry.
Local units. Local units.
Yeah, gotta watch out for those infected wraiths. Yes, they infected technology. That's a thing they can do. Large tentacles.
My siege turret will carve this thing up. There's a point nearby that will provide the necessary firing position.
I'm getting. Once we destroy it, we can join the Sentinels in pushing the rest of the Flood back. Turret complete. I will easily tear through them.
Fortis, the Sentinel defenses you activated are here. They're attacking the Flood.
We can't let them have all the fun. Let's get to work. Is that the best you can do?
Discover the source of the increase of flood threat. I have some theories. Well, I mean, I say I have some theories, but I don't know the answer because I already played the game. But could be a plenty amount of things if you know about Halo.
Turrets are constructed. The Flood is attacking the turret.
Their intelligence is growing. Something must be guiding them.
Units.
Kind of rhymes with a rare mind. Not enunciating that, but those who know, know.
Camp constructed. Local units.
Locked on target. Firing.
Can you get past that tentacle?
All in our path. Target hit.
There you go. Get in the move.
It's retreating.
But to where? We didn't destroy it, so it must be connected to something.
There you go. Think it out, dude.
Making my approach. Rouse the pack. Enemies. That tentacle was just an extension of this thing.
There you go.
Stories are true. It would be unstoppable.
We must focus all our efforts on it.
It's a grave mind. Proto grave mind. As you say, with the units retreating.
Perhaps it can feel pain.
Pavium, there seems to be some kind of armor shielding the thing's hide.
Then it must be protecting something vital. Target the carapace.
Get out of my legs. Local units. Local units.
Tell them all to go in.
But it's not finished yet. Look, it's releasing more flood. Fall back. We must not waste troops battling those flood forms.
Oh, there's the Sentinels.
New potential locations for an extra turret. Get one constructed now. Then we must encourage it back out again. I found several locations where we can build a turret to force it out.
At least with its tentacles retracted, we can move about more freely.
Which gives us more sites on which to build a turret. Quickly, troops.
Bum 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 bum.
Local units.
Attack the weak point for massive damage.
Local units.
We're blasting it, but it's resisting!
Pavium, that thing has grown too strong. Our turrets aren't enough anymore. We need more firepower.
I was afraid of this, but I think I have the answer. I've detected a damaged Sentinel lock nearby. If we cleanse it of the flood filth, it should call in Sentinel reinforcements.
Local units.
Oh, now they got like more banished trying to attack the thing while the Sentinels also cleansing it.
We did it. We've beaten it back, brother. JakatoX will be pleased.
You'd be more pleased if you didn't unleash it to begin with.
I don't think pleased is the right word, brother. JakatoX will arrive soon. He may not be as merciful as the Flood.
You fear JakatoX more so than the Flood itself. It's a little bit too soon to open that up. Dead Jim.
I told you not to go inside.
Oh, that one's still alive.
For good reason. Secure the breach. Clean up your mess. I will be waiting for you when you are done.
Yeah, it might take a hot while because the Flood does reproduce very quickly. All those Sentinels had to clean up everything. Yep. Yeah, watch video games, movies, and stuff. That's what we did on here. But anyway, that's the DLC for Halo Wars 2. Barring some DLC units and stuff with more backend information, that's pretty much what they got on the events prior to Halo Infinite video game-wise. But there is another thing we can cover real quick. I'll even cover more details about it. But it's going to be more of the audio variety, which you do very quickly, thanks to the fine folks who worked on the novels of Halo Shadows of Reach. A special excerpt right here, voiced by Steve Downs, Mr. Master Chief himself. We can hear a clip of this real quick. This novel took place about 7 months prior to the story of Halo Infinite. I'll give you like an abridged version of some of the events happening. But yeah, let's give this a listen. Let's give this a listen right here. We'll get a good sample of the prologue, and we'll see how this goes. Because yeah, no, this is also pretty important. If you get a chance to read this or listen to the audiobook, I would totally recommend it. So yeah, let's listen to this. Let me also make sure that's good. There you go. Taco Bell. Let's go.
The situation monitor on the forward bulkhead remained in blackout mode, waiting for the Owl's hull temperature to drop far enough to deploy the nose cameras.
Also, again, this is also some events, like, a year later after the events of Halo 5. Sometime, I'd say after, like a couple months after Halo Wars 2. The Banished becoming more of a threat to the galaxy. And also remind it a little bit, too. There you go. Alright, let's listen to this.
The situation monitor on the forward bulkhead remained in blackout mode, waiting for the Owl's hull temperature to drop far enough to deploy the nose cameras. It didn't matter. John 117 had inserted onto dozens of glassed worlds during his 34-year combat career.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of things.
Expect. A blanket of silver-limbed clouds.
Halo series beginning like roughly 30 years, the 4 extra years being against the insurgents. What they were made to do for as those kind of Spartans. Spartan Jews.
Mats of lichen and algae starting to take hold in scattered pockets of dust and mud. Black-bottom ponds licking at mirror-smooth shores. Spider-veined river systems draining into half-empty seas. And not much else. The Covenant was gone now, save for a few holdout factions still clinging to their hatred of humanity.
Which is true.
Or lost hope
as seen in Halo 4 and Halo 5.
But during the war, the aliens had rained monsoons of hot plasma down on hundreds of worlds, burning soil and melting bedrock, boiling oceans and filling the air with superheated vapor. Any creature that had escaped instant incineration had suffocated on superheated smoke, or seared away its feet fleeing over molten ground, or emerged from hiding to eventually starve while wandering barren expanses of ash-impregnated lecitellurite. Nothing survived a Covenant plasma bombardment. John knew that. But this was Reach, the closest thing to a home he and his fellow Spartan 2s could remember, and he wanted to see for himself how it was faring these days. He needed to.
So this is also, like, close to, like, nearly, like, 3 decades. I want to say a little bit less than that. Since, you know, Reach got attacked. The, you know, Fall of Reach, Halo Reach, where the planet got glassed and everything. And they're finally making a homecoming. They're coming back to investigate something that could potentially help them against what Cortana's been doing with the AIs. Again, also prior to things that are happening in Halo Infinite. But continuing on.
Operation Wolf was supposed to be a simple mission. Just a 2-kilometer descent into the ruins of Castle Base to recover the assets Dr. Catherine Halsey needed to save galactic civilization, again, from a rogue AI, Cortana. 2 years ago, Cortana had been John's AI, residing in his Mjolnir armor, connected to his mind through a port in the back of his skull. And she... damn, it was happening again. John could hardly think of Cortana's name without finding himself in a battle against his own thoughts, replaying the entire incident in his mind and wondering what he might have done differently. It wasn't a bad neural lace or hypnotic suggestion or anything like that. He was just... He checked his heads-up display for the go time. ETA 27 minutes, enough of a window to get himself sorted and focused. John had known before their last battle together that Cortana was descending into the final stages of rampancy.
Yeah, covered in Halo 4.
Inevitable
right
AI
there.
schizophrenia.
Halo 3, Halo 4.
As her mind literally outgrew its neural matrix after 7 years of existence. But with the fate of humanity hanging in the balance, he allowed Cortana to infiltrate the control systems of a primordial enemy vessel, sacrificing herself so he could destroy a devastating weapon threatening Earth. And
just past Metal Gear.
Until Cortana returned from the dead. Things had really gotten off the rails then, and John had made some decisions he regretted. Worse, he had dragged the rest of Blue Team into the mess along with him, going AWOL to uncover the mystery of Cortana's
The events of
rebirth
Halo 5.
and rescue her. From what? Herself? Transformed by residing for a year in an ancient quantum information repository known as the Domain, Cortana had returned more intellectually capable than ever, with a host of long-hidden massive guardians at her disposal. She had wasted no time issuing an ultimatum to every world in the Orion arm of the galaxy. Accept her rule and live in peace, or defy her and suffer the brutal consequences. John's second-in-command, Fred 104, called it peace through menace. That was an understatement. The Guardians were so powerful they could neutralize entire worlds and knock fleets out of orbit, killing thousands, even
messing with the new Halo ring that they made for Halo Wars as well.
Vessels crashed down on the towns and cities below. And Cortana had also corrupted an army of human AIs into aligning with and spying for her. Now, interstellar civilization was sinking into a nightmarish surveillance state, with the situation worsening each day. And John could not help feeling responsible. Had he ordered Cortana to stand down when her deterioration began to accelerate, she would never have been drawn into the Domain. But he would never have destroyed that Forerunner weapon. It was all just going in circles. There had been no good choices in any event. John knew that. He had done the best he could under such terrible circumstances.
True.
Right up until he disobeyed orders and went AWOL. and had to be doggedly hunted down by his superiors and fellow Spartans. Someday there was going to be a reckoning for that decision. Just not now. Now, he had a job to do. John checked the ETA. 25 minutes. Still plenty of time. But during the previous day's pre-drop threat sweep, the Special Deliveries mothership, an Eclipse-class prowler named Bucephalus, had picked up some surface chatter suggesting there was a low-intensity conflict underway in the Aran Basin. It hadn't been much, just a few transmissions as one group of humans warned another about an enemy patrol, followed a few minutes later by a trio of heat flares that could have been anything from plasma strikes to missile detonations. There had probably been more to the battle, of course, but the Bucephalus's instruments weren't sensitive enough to pick up small and medium arms fire from orbit, just the artillery. John and the other Spartan 2s had grown to maturity on Reach, so he had always paid special attention to any mention of it in the intelligence reports routed past him over the years. He knew that not much had happened on the planet since the Covenant plasma bombardment. A handful of salvagers, both human and alien, had started to visit Reach after the glass cooled, and 2 years ago a small colony of rehab pioneers had set up somewhere on the continent of Epos. The Aran Basin was located on Epos, so it seemed likely that the conflict involved the rehab pioneers somehow. But even that was not a certainty. The intelligence reports had grown extremely rare after Cortana issued her ultimatum, and the few John had seen did not refer to Reach. The fight could be between anybody. 2 salvage companies, the rehab pioneers and a salvage company, different rehab factions, or 100 other possibilities. All John knew for sure was that the conflict location was good news, because Blue Team had no intention of entering the Aran Basin. Sure, he would have liked to check on the pioneers and see how they were doing. Reach was the only home he could remember, and he would have liked some reassurance.
Home for most of the Spartans as well. Spartan 2s especially.
That wasn't the mission.
But yeah, there you go. There's an excerpt of the Halo novel Shadows of Reach. I mean, I can give you like a general summary of the events that happened on there. Basically, kind of like going to Reach to get some recovery stuff that was part of the development of Cortana. Because you remember the plot line of Halo Reach is towards the end, you're actually trying to bring Cortana to the Pillar of Autumn and whatnot to actually, distribute them towards there and whatnot. There's a couple things that Dr. Halsey had, notes left over, but the Banisher are also trying to get some things there as well. It's a big, huge conflict happening on Reach for sources of information that could help gain an edge on things with Cortana, especially with the whole robot AI rebellion going on. Again, I would recommend anybody to go read that or listen to the audiobook if you get the chance to. That was pretty fun hearing the excerpt by Steve Downs, Mr. Halo Master Chief Man himself. Pretty good stuff. But I'll give you an official summary, the official blurb on it. Not anything super spoilerly, but basically set the mood for you on Halo Shadows of Reach. We get that.
Over vast.
Let me get that sign right there. There you go. On October 2559, it has been a year since the renegade artificial intelligence Cortana has issued a galaxy-wide ultimatum, subjugating many worlds to martial law under indomitable grip of her Forerunner weapons. Outside of review, members of Blue Team, John 117, the Master Chief, Frederick 104, Kelly 087, and Linda 058 are assigned from the Unity Infinity to make a covert insertion into the ravaged Reach, their former home and training ground, and the site of humanity's most cataclysmic military defeat near the end of the Covenant War, the fall of Reach. Reach still hides secrets after all these years. Blue Team's mission is to penetrate the rubble depths of Castle Base and recover the top secret assets locked away in Catherine Halsey's abandoned laboratory, assets which may prove to be the last hope against Cortana. But Reach has been invaded by a powerful ruthless enemy faction, an alien faction known as the Banished, who have their own reasons for being there. Establishing themselves as a vicious occupying force on the devastated planet, the enemy will soon transform Blue Team's simple retrieval operation into a full-blown crisis, and with the fate of the galaxy hanging in the balance, mission failure is not an option. But anyway, that is Halo Shadow Reach. Pretty good stuff. Pretty cool things. Time for me to finish the fight and head to bed. At East Soldier. Don't worry, we're wrapping up right about here. Just in time. I mean, there are some other things I could cover, but like I said, I had to get some rest. I had to be ready for the launch of Halo Infinite tomorrow morning-ish. I say morning, air quote. It's actually afternoon, 1 p.m. for me, but 10 a.m. for those on Pacific time. Gotta get that downloaded. Gotta play as much as I can of Halo Infinite. I think this is where we're gonna be wrapping up for tonight. I mean, there's other things we can cover, like I said, terminals, and there's other Halo side materials and whatnot. And, of course, there's the Halo Taco Bell, which we'll hear that first part one more time.
Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell.
Pretty good stuff. But anyway, that's it for me. I think I'm going to be wrapping up here. Thank you for watching twitch.tv/JakatoX. That's JakatoX. Or youtube.com/JakatoXtra. That's JakatoXTRA. Extra without the E. If you didn't already know, I got all these social medias. You can totally check me out on Discord. Over at discord.gg/NDETK9M. That's discord.gg/NDETK9M. We also got, like I mentioned, our YouTube, youtube.com/JakatoXtra. We also got our Twitter, twitter.com/JakatoXtra. We also got our YouTube too, over at youtube.com/Studios2for You. That's Studios, numerical 2 for capital letter U. If you want to help support us in IRL, well, get some discounts on Amazon, like maybe picking up some Halo games physically, or some of the books, or whatnot, or even some video games, consoles, anime, manga, action figures, those Nerf guns, maybe even some snacks or whatnot. You can totally check out our special Amazon X link over here to get discounts while helping support us IRL. Totally understandable if you already have a charity link or another stream you support through that, but hey, if you want to get discounts while supporting us IRL, win-win scenario for everybody. Go check out that special exclamation point Amazon X link. We also have our special JakatoX logo shirt, which I mentioned before we'll be having more in the future. One based off the Smash Taz logo, and another one based off our Super Robot Monkey shirt right over there. But currently we got the Metal Gear Solid logo-esque JakatoX logo for our streamed endeavors. Yes, yes. If you're wondering when I stream, I usually stream Monday and Fridays. Mondays being Monday Mailbag Mystery Madness, where I showcase things that were sent to us via the mailbox or the Steam wishlist. If it's a game, I showcase and highlight on screen, whether it be a good game or a bad video game. Bad video games being stuff like Shaq Fu and Operation Raccoon City. Good games being things like, Resident Evil 2 remake or the Yakuza series. Pretty good stuff. Yes, yes, yes. Tuesdays, I usually play whatever. New games, old games, Nintendo games, PlayStation games, now Xbox games, PC games, arcade games, action, first-person shooter, stealth, turn-based strategy, real-time strategy, card games. What say you? I'm open for a variety of different genres and recommendations. Yes, yes, yes. Although, speaking of whatever, we also have Wacky Whatever on Wednesday. We normally do on Wednesday, but not this week because we're going to be playing Halo Infinite's campaign, for sure. Wacky Whatever on Wednesday is where we move and wrangle together various multiplayer games on Wednesdays where community members and viewers are welcome. Yes, the Smash Taz crew gets together. We play multiplayer games like Halo Multiplayer, Halo Master Chief Collection, Halo Infinite, Splitgate, Sea of Thieves, Tetris 99, Mario Party, Mario Kart. We're open for a variety of different things. We play what you guys want to play as a multiplayer thing. We're shuffling that over for Friday because this week's a little bit off. Because normally on Thursdays I'd be having Super Smash Bros. Showdown Thursdays as part of Smash Taz. If you don't know what Smash Taz is, as mentioned there, we got Smash Taz. You can also check out the SM Discord over here. If you want to see a full weekend of Smash Bros. Streams on Twitch, check out Smash Taz. If you a weekend of Smash Bros. Streams almost every week across 3 different Twitch channels, Thursdays or Saturdays. They want to be JakatoX and Super Smash Bros. Throwdown Thursdays. PA World 15 is day 2 on Friday Night Fights. And wrapping things up with day 3 is Jason Ford and Smash Saturdays. Definitely go check them out. They're pretty cool. They're pretty awesome. They do lots of cool different stuff. Go, 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 go. Check them out. They're pretty great. But this Thursday, we're going to be covering the Game Awards. We're going to see new game announcements. What games won what awards. We're going to be co-streaming it with the Smash Taz crew. And because of this shuffling schedule, normally on Friday, Saturday, Sundays. I don't normally stream unless there's a new game I really want to play and showcase that just released. Cough, cough, Halo Infinite. That's probably what I'm going to be doing this weekend. There are other things I want to showcase and play and do whatnot. I also not opposed to co-streaming, multi-streaming, collab streaming different games on Friday, Saturday, Sundays as well. If there's a new game, new release, or if I just randomly get the urge to play a video game, or we're doing a collab multi-stream, I do that on Friday, Saturday, Sundays, but normally I take those days off. I'm going to take one of those days off or so, because if I'm doing these long marathon streams, I need a day or two to rest, but yeah, no, I want to play more Halo Infinite, both campaign and multiplayer, for sure. But this Friday, we're going to be doing our multiplayer game night on the Friday, supposedly. We'll see how that goes. I think we're doing some games. We'll see what we're doing. But, yeah, that's my schedule right there. Other fun things we got going for us. Best Boy Mineta is currently our bit boss at 3,225 bits of health. You can do damage to the boss either by subbing, resubbing, gift subbing, prime subbing, direct subbing, direct bits. One becomes one section, one silver of health. You also do direct damage via PayPal. Again, nobody's obligated to do so, but it's all very much appreciated. Helps keep the stream afloat, especially the PayPal. That goes directly to your bank account instead of having to wait through the Twitch snail mail. If you are a sub to the channel, you get access to all of these awesome emotes that you see right here. You can definitely check these out right here. All these awesome emotes. Feel free to check that out. You also get those free follower emotes if you're just following and you want to use some free emotes on our channel. We got follower emotes. Definitely go check those too. There's a couple of those that you can definitely check out. They're cool. They're awesome. Go check out these follower emotes as you see right here. I mean, some of them are also the sub emotes, but some of them are the follower emotes. So, yeah, cool stuff. Go check those out. Lots of different emotes. And, of course, if you are a sub, you get that ad-free experience, cool perks on Discord and Twitch. So you may want to consider doing so. But other ways to get emotes, of course, are the Bit Badge emotes. These are emotes that are cumulative, depending on how many bits you throw down. Again, nobody's obligated to do so, but it's all very much appreciated. Oh, wait, there's also this Dante over here. Get that Dante emote. There you go. It's a cumulative. Twitch will remember it. You don't have to do it all at once, but you can if you want to do so. Starting at the 1,000 bit tier, that's roughly $10. If you were to math it, you do like $5 now, and maybe 3 years from now, Twitch will remember it, and you'll still have that emote. You'll be able to use it across all multiple Twitch channels. But you can also do things like, hey, I want to throw down $1 for 10 months. And yeah, then you can unlock that Green Haro token emote and use it all across over there. We got some cool stuff. We got Green Haro token. We got Smash Ball. We got things like a Suspicious Blathers and Dante Shrugging. Lots of cool different emotes. Lots of cool different things. We're going to get those animated emotes sometime in the near future as well. So definitely be aware, be advised, be sure to check those out. But anywho, do not touch that dial, because it is time for that special part of the show. You all know it, the Raid Cast. If you want to be a real cool pal, real good friend, then stick around for the Raid Cast, where we try to find potential raid targets to see who's still alive right about now and go ahead and raid them. You do not have to stick around for the next stream or the next raid or like whatever we're doing next. You don't have to stick around for the next stream. You go to bed, you go eat, you go sleep, you go do whatever it is you gotta do. But if you want to be a real cool pal, real good friend of the stream, then stick around. Say one of our raid messages. Get some Haro tokens we can use for future reward redeems. We're going to be revamping for the future. Get points for just sticking around for the raid. Send the raid message and then you can go on your merry way. Like I said, you can go to bed, go to sleep, go eat, watch a stream if you want to. Totally up to you. Just stick around for the raid cast, say that raid message, and then you can go do what it is you gotta do. We got plenty of raid messages. If you're not a sub to the channel, you hit with a regular raid message, which is, of course, raid message, all cats, point space PodChamp. Go do that. We also got things like Super Secret Sneak Raid, and stuff like Raid Power. And, of course, we got the fan favorite, Looking Cool streamer. So, lots of cool stuff with that. Let's actually see who's live doing stuff. We're also not opposed for suggestions. Should you have somebody you want to go ahead and raid? Yes. That's pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool things to do. Especially when I take a bite of that Taco Bell. One more time. Play that ad. While I go find a raid target.
Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
All new Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell, and won the
One more.
Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell and won the all-new Xbox Series X.
Pretty good stuff.
Unimaginable powers at my fingertips. It might be
Let's
too
see,
much
who's
for
still alive
some.
doing stuff?
It turns out, I was made for this.
Calvin, why do you keep talking like that?
Like what? Get a medium or large drink from Taco Bell, and you too can enter for a chance to win the all-new Xbox Series X.
That was a campaign that they had about a year ago when they thought the original release was still going to be in 2022. Or no, not 2022. 2020 in general. No, not 2022. It's coming out tomorrow. December 8th, 2021. With some more enhancements in 2022 and following that year. But still, we got a lot of cool stuff that I want to cover, especially tomorrow, because we're going to be playing that Halo Infinite campaign tomorrow. Try to get it ASAP. You guys still download the game because there's no preload. But we'll try to do it ASAP. Cover as much as we can. But I think I see a fellow VTuber covering as much Halo as they can before Halo Infinite releases. So I think we might go ahead and raid them. Yes. Just need to check something real quick with them. Make sure they're not wrapping up anytime soon. So we make sure we're raiding who we want to raid. Just double checking a thing. How they doing? Doing great. Okie dokie. Good. Halo. Also make sure there's no other thing we can potentially raid. But I think we're good. Let's get that taken care of in just a second. But yeah, I will be live tomorrow. Very soon. With Halo. Oh, why am I opening up YouTube? I don't need YouTube right now. Get the Twitch page open. See who's live. Go ahead and rate them. But I think we know who we're rating. Yeah. But like I said, stick around for the raid message. And then you can go along your merry way. I'll be live, air quote, early tomorrow. Showcase the Halos. Especially, I gotta load the game first because there is no preload. But, after it's downloaded, yeah, no, I'm jumping in. So let me make a raid message. Let's go with a Pog Champ. A happy face. A couple of monkey emojis. Go with a maximum robot monkey VTuber raid. All caps, 3 exclamation points, space. Just finished. I'm gonna round up 11 hours of Halo recaps and lore lessons of video games, movies, books, comics, anime, and even audio dramas. I should also put in commercials. Live action commercials. Live action. Canon live action commercials. And even audio dramas to get folks up to speed for Halo Infinite's campaign story mode releasing soon. We wrapped things up with Halo Wars 2, which takes place right after Halo 5 and introduces who the Banished are, and even listened to the audio excerpt of Halo Shadows of Reach, which take place a few months before Infinite and narrated by Master Chief's voice actor. Saw you, a fellow VTuber, getting ready for Infinite, and we thought you could use a raid. Winky face, smiley face, more monkey emojis, and another PogChamp. There you go. I'll paste this into the chat. You guys will be able to copy and paste this raid message in just a moment. Again, don't touch that dial. If you raid with us, you'll get some cool Haro tokens, which you can use for future reward redeems. For sure, for sure. I know this is like a novel-length amount of raid. This tells you exactly what we were doing, what we were up to. You know, some people are like, hey, thanks for raiding. What were you doing? There'll be no mistaking of what we were doing if you read this raid message. There you go. Oh, message is too long. I gotta dial it back a bit. Let's see. So you fellow VTuber again. Ready. And we thought you could use a raid. Let me try that. Gotta dial back this raid message. As I mentioned, there's only a certain character limit. It's novel length, practically. We're gonna try throwing it in there if we can. Maybe I have to remove some ands typed out and just have it as and symbol. Here we go. Can we get that? Copy, paste. Can't do it still. Gotta go back to the past. Samurai Jack. Okay, we'll abbreviate Master Chief's voice actor to VA. We will replace and with the symbols. Let's see. Audio. Prologue. Another and. Replace that with a symbol. That's another and. Replace with symbol. Trying to get the bare minimum to fit it in here. Oh, that's an and. Boop, 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 doo. Sorry, it's taking a hot minute again. I like telling everybody exactly what we did when we raid. But it's all good. Don't you worry. Ba-da-ba-bam, 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 ba-da-bam. Okay, copy, copy, copy. Still might be too long. Gonna see if we can dial it back a little bit. Copy, paste. Gotta go back a little bit further. Let's see. Go back a little bit further. Yeah, we'll do Halo Infinite's campaign. We'll do that as its own separate thing. We don't have to... They know what the campaign is. Audio dramas. And see, to get folks, instead of up to speed, I'll replace that with ready. Now that back. We'll put commercials instead of specifying live action commercials. And, okay, let's see if that's enough to throw it in. We're going to copy and paste this now. Trying to type it in. Trying to see if we can get that working. I think that's long enough, or short enough to fit in, but I could be wrong. Copy, paste. Still too long. Alright. Going back further. Let's see, getting ready. So we raid. Put it so we raid. So we raid. Nope, still too long. Alright. Still going back. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, what takes place before Infinite. Let's see, audio prologue. Move that even. And audio dramas. Yeah, we'll throw that in there. Okay. How about now? Is there enough room to throw it down now? We'll find out soon enough. So many things to be able to throw down. Throw down, throw down, ba 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 ba. Throw down, throw down. As you can tell, my 6 a.m. brain is definitely starting to become active. Copy. Still too long. All right. What else can we remove in here? Let's see. Let's see. And introduces the Banished. Yeah, I'll throw that in there. Instead of doing that, we'll put also Halo Wars 2. But also Halo Wars 2. Also Halo Wars 2. And that cut down like a good portion of the words. And there's more things we gotta cut. We'll cut it as we try to condense this as much as we can. Because we did so much! 11 hours worth of Halo content. Again, rounding up a little bit. It's, you know, slightly offset by 30 minutes, but, you know, it's counting. Still too long. Alright. What else do I gotta go? Alright, what else am I throwing? Maybe doing and more on some of this. Games, movies, books, comics, anime, commercials. We'll do and more. We'll change that. Instead we'll put recaps and lore. There you go. Alright, I think that should cover it, I think. If there's more that I gotta remove from there, then I'll do it, but I think that's a good way to condense as much as I can tell what we're doing. Copy. Still more, okay. Let's see. We'll keep the thing narrated. Which, let's see, which is Before Infinite, and narrated by Master Cheats VA, yeah. Have to specify it's audio prologue. Halo Wars 2, which is after Halo 5. Alright, I think that's a good summary here. Let me copy this again, see if this can paste. By the way, if there's any final Halo questions that people want answered, I'll be willing to answer them before we go ahead and do this raid. Already covered close to 11 hours worth of content of covering things with Halo. So I could definitely cover more. Should there be anything. Oh, but we got that paste ready to go. Alright. We got it. We're good. Let's get ready to do this. Go copy and paste that. I'm gonna make sure the guy, the person, the fine folks we want to raid are still going. Don't wanna do that if they're wrapping up. Let's see. Where are they? Oh yeah, they are still going. They are still active. Let me just make sure there's nobody else, just in case. Yeah, we covered Halo novels, Halo books, Halo comics, Halo commercials, Halo products, Halo video games, Halo movies. I think I said everything I could possibly say to get you guys ready for Halo Infinite. So, there could be more things that could have gotten more detail, a little bit more of the book stuff, but, you know, that's, like, I kinda gave you the condensed version that you need to know. You don't need to know every single detail, but it's fun to know. I think we are ready to start that raid. Let's go get ready. Again, be a real good friend, real kind friend to the stream. Stick around for the raid, say the raid message. Either the thing I just mentioned or exclamation point raid, just raid message all caps. If you want to copy and paste that other thing. There's that. Here's the raid message again. There you go. But, yeah, let's go get that raid ready to go after recapping 11 hours worth of Halo content. Getting people ready for Halo Infinite tomorrow. Technically today, but you know what I mean. Couple hours. And I'll see you guys on the flip side. Let me go get that raid ready to go. Get some rest before it's 0 hour. Here you go. Queuing up the raid. Thank you again for watching twitch.tv/JakatoX or youtube.com/JakatoExtra. We're going to be doing a lot of Halo. That much is true. Then we're going to do some stuff for Game Awards, then multiplayer stuff. But I will see you all later. Thank you for watching. We'll be raiding in 3, 2, 1, go! Wait for that Twitch delay. There it is. Good night, everybody. Raiding. We're raiding. There's the raid. Got the raid. There's the raid. Closing that up. Clicking on the thing. We got this over here. There's that. Got this open. Here's the raid message. There you go. There's the raid message. Thank you for watching twitch.tv/JakatoX or youtube.com/JakatoExtra. The hidden raid message. Raid code phrase. Hidden code word is Halo lore. Teach me. Tell me. Halo lore, teach me. Say it in the quote. Say it in the comments. Say it in quotes. Say it in the comments. Say it in the streams. Say, Halo lore, teach me in the comments. It could be one word. It could be spaced out. It could be a whole thing. But, yeah. Definitely go check that out. So, thank you for watching. I gotta go get some sleep before Halo Infinite releases. I'll see you guys on the flip side. Good night, everybody.